Naimba to Darumble Country, Rockhampton, the beef capital of Australia, where wild meets whimsical, nature whispers, history talks, and flavours tell stories. Whisper secrets to meerkats, race otters, play hide and seek with the chimps. It's a walk in the park and a dance with nature at Rockhampton Zoo and Botanic Gardens. Newram, Mount Archer calls. The world stretches out like a painted canvas of endless possibilities. Catch the sunset from Newram Circuit, a moment captured in time and on the gram. Toonabar, Fitzroy River, flows like the city's heartbeat, inviting you to row, fish, or simply cruise its waters. Every splash is a story, every current a call to adventure. History, it's alive and kicking. Step into the world of the Darumble people, our traditional custodians. Through self-guided tours, you're invited to walk alongside history and see through the eyes of those who've nurtured this land for thousands of years. From Archer Park Rail Museum to the echoes of Mount Morgan, a time travel ticket tells tales where the past meets the present. Then there's the beef, a carnivore's dream in Australia's beef capital. From heritage pubs to riverside delights, it's more than a meal. It's Rockhampton on a plate. Culture vulture, we've got you. Arts and culture embrace you with open arms. The Rockhampton Museum of Art, local festivals and events, vibrant gateways to the soul of the city. True adventure is First Turkey Mountain Bike Park. Challenging, exhilarating, like catching a legendary trophy barra in the Fitzroy. Then return to peace with a farm stay, an invitation to reconnect round the fire. Find companionship in the stars. Just when you thought you'd chosen every adventure, choose the coral and the caves, the southern Great Barrier Reef, and ancient Capricorn Caves, our oldest playgrounds. Welcome to Rockhampton. The adventure is yours to decide.
Welcome to Day 3 of the 2025 Queensland Junior State Cup in Rockhampton. It's finals day, and the past 2 days have been filled with some incredible touch football action, but today is the business end of the tournament. While some will leave with medals, others will be walking away with some amazing memories and the pride of wearing their hometown's colours on their back. A big thank you to Rockhampton Regional Council and Explore Rockhampton for their amazing support throughout the tournament this year. It all comes down to this, Day 3, Finals Day, here at the Queensland Junior State Cup. Good morning and welcome to Day 3. It's Finals Day here at the Queensland Junior State Cup. A little frosty start here in Rockhampton this morning, sitting at about 10 degrees at the moment. We've already had some games get underway as well before our first broadcast game. 16 boys is what you'll see first. It's still got a couple of rounds left here in the Championship Division. Rockhampton taking on Redlands, Scott McAllister and Katie Geiger. A rugged up Katie Geiger this morning here in Rockhampton.
Well, these little North Queensland bones don't handle the cold, Scotty. Oh, I'm freezing, but the sun is starting to peek up over the trees in the background, so the day is going to be an absolute cracker of a day, our favourite day of Junior State Cup, and what better game than the Rocky and Redlands, two big powerhouse clubs, to kick us off on live stream.
Yeah, the action's going to heat up on the field, and the temperature will heat up as well. We're not expecting these cool temperatures to hang around too long. About 22 degrees expected top temp today here for finals day in Rockhampton, and a mistake now for Redlands. Couple of early jitters here. Like we said, second last round. They've still got another round game to come before they get into quarterfinals. But it's important to get wins here leading into the business end of the tournament here on Saturday.
Yeah, field's a bit dewy this morning. Still plenty of dew on field one. Like I said, the sun's only just starting to pop up over the trees. So ball control is going to be really important in the first part of the game. That ball will be very, very slippery. So a few jitters. They would know each other pretty well, these boys, no doubt. They would have played each other over the years. So expect some physicality, I think, to start this game and really put pressure on the ball carrier, given it's so slippery. So there you go. That's going to be a big key to the game, is put enough pressure on to mess up that ball control.
Rocky with a good opportunity, another mistake, back-to-back errors from Redlands in the first couple of possessions here in this 16 boys championship match. Redlands coming into this one with 2 wins and a loss to their record. Rockhampton undefeated at the moment, 3-0. They were tested in their last game against Mackay, 3-2. But there was some implications in that match, which we'll mention of in a few moments. Let's see how Rocky go as they dance away. Nice progression, early release. Again, those balls through the middle of the park at the moment are going to be pretty tough and tricky for our wingers to take with this dew on the field.
Yeah, that was a tough one, but I don't think they were too upset with throwing it over the sideline and getting themselves set for defence. Again, to put plenty of pressure on Redlands boys, but they've got through this period of the field, so now they're at their sub-box and early, no, here we go.
A little bit isolated when they're getting changes on there. Redlands didn't really have anybody at home. They reset now and work their way over the halfway line and looking for offside players. Referee will say a 6-touch to close out the set. A little bit light on troops, Rocky, and an unfortunate injury to one of their players last night.
Yeah, 100%, Scotty. It was not nice to see for everyone around. Anytime an ambulance comes out on the field, you're always very concerned. And, poor Charlie Green, he's not with us today. He's probably resting up in hospital, a very, very sore young fella, key part of the team. There's a few injuries on the sideline, like you said, Scotty. We can see some knees and some shoulders and whatnot, but these boys are still here supporting, and we heard them sort of get around each other and get around Charlie at the start of the game. So they'll, big shout out to Charlie and those at home. I hope you're feeling all right, mate. We're all thinking about you, and hopefully you boys can get a win.
Redlands have come up with another error. They've only had the one set over the halfway line so far. It's been all Rockhampton to start this one. Haven't come up with the points as of yet. Early dive. They'll come back out to the 7-metre line.
Yeah, they might be the plays this morning, Scott, while it's a bit slippery to just sort of go a bit more direct at the line and not too expansive and look after the ball. But, some really uncharacteristic errors from both teams. But, it is wet. It is cold. It's only starting to warm up now, so the boys will be starting to feel their fingers by about now. So hopefully the dew can go away and we can see some magnificent ball handling like we would normally see from these two teams.
A completed set, at least for Redlands that time around. They finish it up about the 10-metre line, and now Rocky come up with the error around the halfway line. So best opportunity in terms of field position here for Redlands. Now they look to shift. Speechley get himself into half. Nothing doing at the moment. Ferguson back to Speechley, who dances. Looks to try and attack a couple of defenders. Nice link ball and a good defensive read on the outside from Chin. Now Rocky for the first time starting a set deep down their end of the field. And another error. Oh, it's swung completely around now, hasn't it?
Yeah, Redlands definitely got the momentum here. They finally got some field position, put some really good pressure on a defence, and they'll want to park themselves down here and get themselves on the board and maybe look towards that. Maybe defence is sort of going to be the winner so far in this game anyway.
Barker stepping off the left and right foot. He comes back out to the 7. Another touch here for Barker. As they split through the middle, a little juggle and a bobble. Jordan Ferguson will come back and play it on the 7. They skip out in front of Ferguson. And Richie will close out the set. Neither team able to crack yet in the early stages.
No, last play, nothing really on for Redlands, so they'll shift it to the far side and force Rocky to use the ball and use their legs to get to the sub-box, make it as hard as possible, as they are. So they're at four touches. They're only just got to the sub-box. So 5th and last before halfway. Redlands are really piling on pressure. Oh, and they've given away 6 more.
It's unfortunate because it wasn't a great set. Redlands now not knowing that there was a deflection there. They're going to have to defend another full set of 6. And Rocky looking to capitalise. A little bit more direct running now off this repeat. It slows them up momentarily as Dean plays it coming into the last. Juggle did a great job to hold on to it. They sling it across, and Atkinson spills it out of the hands. Feels like it's just gone up a little gear now, both these teams.
Yeah, they've warmed up. Like we said, the fingers would have been frozen this morning. It was very, very cold to start with. But now we're starting to see a little bit more of an end-to-end type of a game. We've seen back and forth the whole time, but that's a back and forth of drop balls. But little bit better, I suppose, ball control and direct running. Finally starting to see the field open up a little bit, so it'll be interesting to see who's really going to take the bull by the horns here and take lead for their team and stamp a bit of dominance.
Another mistake, though, from Mosby. Redlands definitely having the better position over the last few sets. Oh, did he get his body over the ball? Play on is the call. It's good contact. And Riley will come back and play it. Back infield they come. Blackhurst rolls it coming into the last. And Redlands switch it straight back into Rocky defence. I'm pretty happy that they're holding out here, Rockhampton.
Yeah, they'll definitely be happy with that. They've compressed their defence quite decent, forcing that pass and forcing them to either, force a pass like that or get it out wide. Where the percentage play at the moment, while it's a bit wet, not real flash. So Rocky did really well there. They'll want to get down the end of the field, give themselves one last crack from fifth and last. Bit of a strike dump. Release the ball back. So they've taken it away from Redlands sub-box, so they'll be reasonably happy with the set. But a few more metres would have been nice, no doubt.
Rocky defensive line coming up nice and early, nice and strong. And they force Redlands to pass the ball. And popping up out of the line was Marley Chin. So Rockhampton now back on the attack. Sweeper coming round. They go away from him into the in-goal. Players looking to kick away from the Redlands defence, and they will. Rocky off the back of a Redlands error. Go down the other end, they get the first try of the match.
Yeah, error's super important in games like this. You can see what it means to give away that repeat set or to complete your own set for a set of 6 and get the length of the field. This is what it means. This is how. Great put down in the end in the corner. This is how the games work. When you talk about momentum, you talk about possession, you talk about field positioning. Whoever can win that battle will go on to generally win the game. So sitting back at home, you can really take note what it actually means to mess up, a touch in the roll ball on the second touch or give over a cheap penalty and a back-to-back piggyback down the field. So this is what it means. You can get down the field and you can cement yourself there and go a long way to winning.
Oh, nice little late flick at the line. And again, they put it down on the 7. We saw teams get caught out again over the last day of action. They're probably going to come across and make the touch anyway. They're Redlands. Nice little enterprising play coming into the last for Rocky. Looking to go back-to-back tries. Redlands now struggling again. It's just a similar feel, isn't it? We're just seeing teams just coming up with back-to-back errors, letting the other one back in.
Yeah, I think, you only have 2 minutes at half-time, so I reckon there'll be pretty clear communication from both sides of the field to, to just minimise those errors that you wouldn't normally make. Ball control is going to be the key to go on and win it. They've both got great defence. They've got all the moves up their sleeve, very knowledgeable players, fast players. They just need to have the footy to score the tries. So I think that'll be messaging at half-time.
Redlands a bit cleaner to start this set, and they're punching through direct in the middle. No changes for them in this set of 6.
I like to see that, Scotty.
Yeah, we just see teams head to the box so often. This is refreshing for Redlands. They don't come up with points, but they got themselves all the way down the other end of the field. They've got to back it up now in defence, these same 6 players.
That's it. They'll want to flood this defence. Again, no piggyback penalties. That's what they'll be looking for. A big defensive set, no penalties, hands away from the footy, all those little things. Keep the field possession, and then no doubt they'll get some fresh legs on. Here we go. So they'll either go direct again to get it down there. No, they'll go to their sub-box. So that set of 6 of boys on there, really well done. Direct set, big defence, and then hopefully their teammates can sub on and get the rewards.
Yeah, it sets a nice platform for those replacement players coming on now for Redlands. Schmidt being one of them. Ball in one hand, gets a clean play, the ball down. Redlands running into the line. A nice touch pumping up there from Atkinson. And Rocky get the footy back. Oh, did a good job to hold on to that one.
Good
Atkinson,
hand for a tall fella.
Yeah, had to really bend down to pick that one up and reel it in. Rocky a little flat getting forward. Nice kick out across field from Hines. A try scorer from Rocky. As now, again, they turned it over. Shy at the halfway line. Redlands now getting back into this game. Still looking for their first try of the match.
It's wonderful to see plenty of tries in a game, Scott, but to see a 1-0 scoreline with the calibre of players that we've got in front of us is equally as impressive. Oh, that was their chance. That was their chance before half-time, I think.
Now, it'll be interesting to see what the call is. There was a lot of contact off the ball. Like a player was offside from Rockhampton and did get involved in the play. Ooh, period of time here. One of our Rockhampton players sent down the other end. Definitely some contact there. And I think that they're saying he obstructed the player coming through. It's Ben Mosby heading down the other end. So for 4 possessions, Rockhampton will be a player down. They're defending their line at the moment with 5 players. This is when Redlands have to capitalise. They've got the numbers advantage at the moment. They need to come up with points.
Both teams would have trained this, surely. Both teams attacking against 5, defending with 5. So Rocky doing really, really well at the moment. They'll be super pumped with that.
Yeah, first little job done. 3 more possessions to go. And Rocky will have 2 of them. Good meters coming out. They sling it back in field. As the touch is made on Miller. And Miller will get himself into half. Coming in. Nice early release. Redlands are there. Oh, it's been picked off, slung away. A ball that probably didn't need to be thrown. And streaking down the sideline is Sutcliffe. And he'll get there.
Tell you what, Redlands definitely needed that. But, yeah, that wasn't in the plans. I think the Rocky boys may have just been trying to throw it close to the sideline, maybe to soak up a little bit of time. Unfortunately for them, fortunate for Redlands, straight into the winger's arms, and no one was ever going to catch him today.
So right before half-time, the teams will head to the break. Redlands do take that advantage with the player down for Rockhampton. Scores level at 1. Really interesting first half, wasn't it?
Amazing. I'm loving it. I can't wait for the second half.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back here with the second half. 16 Boys Championship, second last round before they get into quarterfinals this afternoon. It's Redlands 1, Rockhampton 1. Back live here for the second half in our opening broadcast match of Day 3 of the Queensland Junior State Cup Finals Day. We're in the second last round here for the 16 boys in the championship. Locked up at 1 try apiece as we take you into the Rockhampton huddle. A little bit of a hiccup there before the halftime break. One of their players getting sent to the sin bin. And they'll start the second half here with 5 as well. Now the important fact about this is that the intercept was taken, so it did count as one of those possessions for Redlands, but they get the tap off to start the second half, so they get the footy back regardless.
That's pretty good. That's well done, Scotty. That was good. Look at this.
And they'll look to pay and strike straight away, but they're still diving in at this 5-metre line. Go for the big marker, boys. That big Queensland pylon in the corner. Redlands will hold on to the football, though. Can they find? Oh, they're looking to go back in, and again, it's a repeat set. More pressure. Rocky looking to hold on. Oh, no! And that Rockhampton player will now come back. So only the one try leaked during that period, with one player in the sin bin.
Bit more chatter. Can hear a bit more chatter from both teams in the second half. So they've warmed into the game. It's nice and even. They know it, and they know they need to step it up. So a bit more chatter, which is nice to hear. Coach is very animated at half-time. It might be a round game, but, you know, this is crucial to the back end of the day for both of these teams.
Yeah, quarterfinal spots on the line, and it looks likely that both these two teams will qualify. Top 4 teams in each of the championship pools will go through to quarterfinals, but if you're sitting second or third, sometimes that can make a big difference when you start to cross over, as we see Redlands get through the line. There must have been Rockhampton players offside, and they'll link up. Jordan Ferguson scores. Redlands go back-to-back, and they're in front for the first time in the match.
Yeah, wow. Really well done. Hard running, really running with intent. Like we said, both teams have really come out in the second half and got themselves right into the game. Yeah, he sort of just... I think everyone just thought he was onside, and Rocky sort of stopped a bit, but lucky for Redlands, unlucky for Rocky.
Rockhampton now down by 1. Upton looking to go in early at the line. Now come back and play it on the 7. Now the big show and go, and a little hop, skip and a jump here from Mosby. Still got the ball in hand. This time he'll flick it in. Yeah, nice follow-up there from Speechley to get the footy back for Redlands, who shift across the field here on the first touch. A little bit clunky with the half getting into place. And they've recovered nicely with big beaters down the sideline. And they'll look to continue to flow on now out of the box. Redlands with their tails up. Back-to-back tries for the boys in red and green. The last touch, and they can't pick it up cleanly. Those tricky conditions continuing. Still a lot of dew out on the field at the moment.
Yeah, they made the meters quite well, and just that uncharacteristic, unforced sort of error at the back end. But can see when Rocky tried to, shift the ball away from their sideline for that 5th and last and make Redlands work it, but the defensive line wasn't set, so it's just a matter of shifting through the hands, and you make plenty of meters. So it's a bit of a catch when you try to take it away from their sub-box. Your defensive line's got to be set and ready to go to flood the pressure. So Redlands will back themselves here. I think they'll look for a bit of a pick and go. They've got some players out there to do it.
Redlands skipping across field, linking up out in the corner. Rocky now with work to do. Redlands is starting to aim up defensively. I think they've made some adjustments as well. Rocky seem to have a pretty similar pattern when they come towards the box. They're a little bit more unstructured this time around to get some changes on. Redlands are responding with getting more players around that midfield. Coming into the last now. Clean pick up. And a clean pair of heels as well, getting away from the defence and looking to link up, and the touch was made. Perfect timing.
Great touch. He showed some pace, didn't he?
Yeah, the 13, Ashley Earnshaw, and Redlands now with the mistake. Earnshaw again. Is he the one to crack him open? It's just seeing Coach Justin Lumans have a quick chat to him as well. He's responded as soon as he got back out onto the field. As Upton dives in at the line and will score here for Rockhampton. Again, we saw that in the first half. Teams making mistakes.
Yeah, Earnshaw and Upton, they would have played many, many, many years together. Know each other really well, and was able to construct a nice, simple try. Just some really good footwork again from such a tall fella. Kobe Upton, still really light on his feet, and was able to sort of slide in underneath. So got one back for his team, and they'll put some big defence here and hold them out. If they can get their subset or their direct play a little bit better, Rockhampton, I think they may go on to get the game. But there's a few little things in the midfield. Ooh, got him.
He was confident, wasn't he?
Yeah. So they really need to fix this part of their game up. Redlands, again, really great defence though. But for Rockhampton, there we go. A little away set. That's. Oh, I was just about to say that's the key for meters. But again, a little error like that. Hopefully, doesn't turn around to bite them.
It's a good chance to hit back. Redlands looking for points. Nice early dive in at the line. The score's locked at 2 apiece. There's nothing here. Did a good job of slinging across. Didn't come out of the hands cleanly.
Yeah, it was the right line, just not the right pass to execute.
Go direct from the tap. Shift now as Rocky will look for some changes. Heavy contact.
Ooh,
Rocky
got that
just
one.
that one step too far from Schmidt. Over the mark. Redlands now with changes to come. They'll get the penalty, little foot in the ruck. There's 6 touches to work with. Here for the Muddies. Looking to get back in front. Be a big win for them. Rockhampton coming into the game undefeated. Redlands suffering 1 loss. And that will just throw a cat amongst the pigeons here in this division. And nothing there. They turn it away. And Rocky responding here in the box.
Again, I think if they can get themselves to halfway, little passes like that, uncharacteristic for Rockhampton. They're usually pretty clinical in this kind of an area. They might be a little bit rattled because, like you said, Scotty, they may not have been behind in any games. They may have won theirs, reasonably easy. But this is the Rocky that we know. It's a bit more free running, a bit more running the space and spreading the defence. So much better set.
Oh, and skipping. There's been no touch made. Well, it looked like there wasn't too much going on. It was just a little bit of individual brilliance there, getting away one-on-one.
Yeah, Eli, I think that was. Eli Landsberg, I believe. But, yeah, just sort of skips through. So much better set. Much better set. Rocky will always back themselves in for a try at the back end of a really good midfield set, whether it be direct or they're subbing. So they can show when they get there, they can get the tries on the board.
Ooh, it opened up for them down the left, just couldn't get that final pass away. Now Rocky have got all their players in this corner and close out the set. Half a chance there for Redlands.
So still a round game this one, so no drop-offs on live stream just yet. No doubt that'll come later in the day. We love a good drop-off at home and in the commentary box. Players, coaches, not so much.
No.
But no, this one, regardless of the score at the end. Should we play on? Bit of space. Oh, no. Touch and pass back in the middle. Yeah, they just can't, both teams just can't seem to get, a real good dominance on their line, a repeat set on their line and have a good crack. The midfield battle is pretty good to watch at the moment.
Redlands get the penalty, bit of contact. They're always they're tough ones to make for our referees, particularly when players are angling their body towards the sub-box. It doesn't take too much sometimes to get them off their feet. The penalty goes towards Redlands. This might be the set they need to ice it off here. Oh. Nice sharp footwork and rip back to halfway. Well, we saw a little one-on-one battle down the other end this time. There's not too much you can do when you're facing footwork like that.
That's it. A great step and a great low, quick dive at the line. Stepping low. Yep. Really well done, Charlie Graham.
That was sharp. Very sharp. Redlands going to get the footy back here.
Yeah, another error 10 metres out. This 10 to 15 metre space is killing Rockhampton a lot of their plays. They can get through that section of the field. I think they can score from anywhere.
Got some nice flow here, Redlands as well. Now ball hits the deck. Couldn't get the clean play of the ball there. Harry Barker coming into the end. Game on the line, and Redlands give it, or Rockhampton I should say, give it straight back. Can they snatch it here, Redlands? We see some good contacts. Ferguson, one of the try scorers here in the second half. Does he get another one? No, out of the fingertips again. These slippery conditions are really causing havoc for both these two teams.
Yeah, it really is. They're giving themselves every chance and just coming up with those little tiny roll ball errors. It's definitely making for an entertaining game, that's for sure. A bit of back and forth, but the coaches won't be real happy with it. I think there'll be a bit of a chat post-game for both teams about controlling the footy a bit better.
Now Upton looked to sling it back on the inside, and it did come off a hand of one of the Redlands players. Those ones can hurt too, because it was pretty well contained. And he had one more touch to make. Now they go short side. And Upton is touched. Back in field they come. Landsberg look to orchestrate things here for Rocky. Now Mosby comes back. They've got him. They look for Faze. Now they slung it out, but did it come out of the hands backwards? No, it didn't. Nice call from the sideline official, assisting the on-field. And Redlands hold on again. Clock's starting to wind down in this one as well. Will it be level at full time? Or can one of these two teams snatch it at the death? Redlands are rolling downfield pretty nicely in this set. They go long. Link ball might have been the option.
Link ball was on there, yeah, absolutely. That was a better set from Redlands. Much better set.
Now Rockhampton have left it behind.
It's going to be fitting if it's even at the end. Fitting for the context of the whole game. But a full set on the line, Redlands will really back themselves in.
Clock winding down. A touch is made.
Good shot by the winger.
They get the penalty as well. But I don't know whether they'll get through the full 6 touches. Riley feeds it from half. Footwork again and almost getting it underneath. Brendan Schmidt this time looking sharp. Riley from half has a look up. Beautiful link ball. As the hooter sounds, Redlands steal it at the death.
Wow. They could not have left that any longer. What a ball, what a play, what a setup.
Oh, this is some pass.
Just a bullet, absolute rocket to a perfect link line runner. Well done, Redlands. Congratulations on a game where we had no idea who was going to take that win. Neither did they. They left it to literally the last second to get themselves a win.
What a game to open up day 3. Finals day here at the Queensland Junior State Cup. Redlands steal it at the death. 4-3 over Rockhampton. Quarterfinal action to come up later on this afternoon. We're into 16 girls now. BMTA Blue, Rockhampton. That's coming up next.
Every day, we close our eyes and pretend we're standing on top of the world, looking down on a playground of everything we've ever wanted. Then we open our eyes and realise it's where we live and where you'll want to be. This is Rockhampton. So, where do we start? It depends on who you ask. Some will tell you that if your fishing cast is big enough, you could catch a barra from your hotel balcony. A mum or dad will say it's a cooling swim and bike rides in the early morning fresh air, and crocodiles and garden picnics. Not together, obviously. Others will say it's the silence, in our caves, in our bushland, that moment just before your drink is poured. Some say a must is a selfie with a cow. Oh, and there's those who wax lyrically about Rockhampton's iconic heritage, frontier town to bustling river port to gold rush city. And of special significance, the cultural heart of our city that beats to the sounds of the traditional custodians of the land, the Darumble people. All to come together to represent the foundation that Rockhampton and Queensland was built on. Strength, character, personality. No matter what your age, whatever the occasion, fireside or 5-star, feeling the grass between your toes or the fresh mountain air on your face. You'll never be bored, because we never are. Open your eyes to Rockhampton.
I think it's just the fact that everyone can get in and have a go, like being part of a team. I really love that aspect. Love the camaraderie, especially somewhere like JSC with teams from under 10s through to under 18s all together. I think it's a really great atmosphere and a really good environment.
I started playing here at Redlands when I was about 10. My family moved up from New South Wales, so yeah, I've been playing since I was about 10. It's the community aspect of it as well. Like, I've made friends for life playing this sport, and I've met my partner through touch.
The challenge, it's always challenging, it's always evolving. Yeah, and then obviously being with your friends and mates.
Yes, guys from different things. We all play together, we all talk together, we all socialise.
The biggest thing is probably the families and the different things that you can get involved in. So I started my playing in Gympie and played for Sunny Coast and Razorbacks and stuff like that. And then, now with young kids playing back through, so coming back through the coaching and refereeing.
As players, a family really, like you just enjoy it. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your abilities are. It's just a great sport to be involved in.
I see a lot of young talent that obviously are very dedicated to the sport, so I think it's just going to keep going.
Since teenager, so I grew up playing it with my family, of course, and then slowly made my way up to Whites Hills as a 16, 17-year-old and started to take it a bit more professional, I guess, to start training and all that kind of stuff. But been in the game for a good 20 years. I guess it's a bit cliche, everyone can play. So it doesn't matter how old you are, what skill level, and touch is a great family game.
We are back and we've got 16 girls coming up next. BMTA Blue taking on Rockhampton. This is round 3 of the championship round, but the girls have had a lot of games already. They had qualifying matches earlier on in the competition to get into the championship or the challenge division. These two teams making their way up into the championship, so they've played a stack of footy already, and this is the final round for them in the championship before heading into finals. We'll take a look at how it's unfolded so far. BMTA Blue have won both of their matches, their round matches in the championship pool. We'll see how they go here. Ooh, it was a chance to score. Players slipping down in the midfield for Rocky. They end up slinging the ball across. Still touches to work with here for Brisbane as they look to come against the grain. This will be the final touch of the set. That's the last touch now, as they look to take off down the short side, and it looked like the ball was down first and signalled from our referee. So Brisbane hit and strike first.
Yeah, good set. Rocky giving away a penalty, so plenty of attacking opportunities for BMTA. I watched both teams yesterday a couple of times, and some impressive skill level, knowledge, experience. They're only 16s, but geez, there's some experienced players in both these teams out here. So again, those at home, you should be able to get a cracker view of this game, as was the last one. We'll see if this one goes down to the wire. Like the Rocky and Redlands boys before us, both teams, will back themselves for the win here. Both teams know each other quite well. Both teams have lots of strike power, lots of knowledge, and they'll definitely put themselves forward to win this game.
Yeah, so this is BMTA Blue as well. So they've got two teams in the top division, being BMTA Red and BMTA Blue. And we mentioned BMTA 5-0 over Palmy B and 2-1 over Bundy. They've come up with a mistake here. Rocky went down by 3 tries to Bundy and had a win in their last match against Palm Beach B. So they're sitting 2-1 at the moment. The top 2 from the 3 championship pools will progress through to the quarterfinals, plus the 2 next best thirds will have quarterfinals coming up at 11 o'clock. And you'll see in quarterfinal 3 in the 16 Girls Championship on your broadcast.
Picked up a little forward pass here. The referees won't miss those ones. Good set from BMTA, getting to their sub-box relatively easy. They'll look for a really good strike play at the end here. One more direct drive and pick and go. Well defended.
Hits the deck. Now, there's going to be a quick ball change. The Queensland ball's got to go out there. Brisbane with the luminous yellow, trying to get the advantage. The official Steeden, maroon and white, is out there. Thanks Steeden again. Official ball supplier of Queensland Touch, and have been for years. They're the best touch footies in all the game.
They had a beautiful limited edition football available for the spectators and kids this weekend. Absolutely beautiful looking football, and you see them around absolutely everywhere. So the kids are loving it, and we got our footies, our QTF Steeden footies. I think I have about 35 in my house, Scotty.
Now Brisbane last touch. Nice little show and go to pick up behind the defensive line, and they link up. There's covering defence coming across, though, from Rocky. The hand goes up to say the touch was made. Was the ball down first? Referees confirming, and they will point to the spot. Lovely little run from half, wasn't it? 37, Giselle Singer.
Yeah, shows some pace to get through. Good backup, nice play. Once they can get themselves down to that try line, BMTA, they look dangerous. They look dangerous once they get themselves organised and a real nice running game. Just a little bit more talk from Rockhampton. There's not much communication going on out there. Can't hear much in the sub-box. Girls got to get themselves up and about for this.
Looking for someone to go forward, even pushing each other into position at the moment, but it takes the little deflection off the feet there of Keely Griffith. They send 2 defenders up to make the first touch. A bit more defensive pressure, and it forces the mistake. Nice response there. Bridie Somerville getting up out of the line as Brisbane look to shift the footy out to their left edge. Good chance here for Rocky. Punching through the middle and slipping in underneath the Brisbane defence. Quality finish.
Fantastic early dive. Got down low. Might be still a bit dewy too, so she's definitely used that to her advantage.
Oh yeah, it's all high fives in the box here for Rocky. Take a look at the replay.
Dives early, slides in. Well done, Lexi.
Beautiful technique, wasn't it? That was textbook. Rocky get themselves onto the board. They 2-1 here in the 16 Girls Championship. Now they respond with forcing the penalty. Touch and pass is called. Rocky into the game now. Looking to get downfield. They make their changes on the edge of the box. Oh, loose ball though. Gives the footy straight back here to Brisbane.
Yeah, not a place I'd like to hand the ball over to Brisbane, considering how they've attacked so far and the intent in their running. So big defensive set from the Rocky girls.
Well, the Brisbane players down on the deck. Lily Jin getting all that early morning dew all over the jersey. Straight back to her feet now as Brisbane run. Beautiful ball over the top. And a classy finish in the corner as well.
Yeah, wow. What a play. I was backing her to dive in there too. I was thinking to myself, a nice early dive, just like we saw at the other end, but didn't need to. Great pill to the winger. Yeah, I thought she was in there. Nah, what a ball. What a ball in these conditions.
Threw the ball out into space as well, didn't she?
Yeah,
nice finish.
That's right. Just knew exactly where her winger was going to be. Everyone did their job and put the ball up, and perfect, easy little catch for the winger in the corner. Great finish too. She was very close to the sideline, so she did well, and Rocky will want to respond pretty quick down here.
They shift. They've got a bit of room to work with down the right. They've got all their numbers back through the midfield and on the left. Flat ball back on the inside. Nice footwork. And
Early
they
ball.
swing it out to the right-hand side. This is turning into a bit of a shootout between these two teams. A nice, really nice response there from Rocky.
Goodwin again, yeah. They'll be looking to Lexi to set up a bit of a attacking platform. She's a bit of a weapon with the footy in hand. So again, just dictating play. Showed a good set of heels and a great pass out to the winger. So it might be a bit similar to the last game, Scotty. It might be a, ease into the game, few nerves, first game of the day. And by the back end of this game, I think we'll see those girls that we were talking about, the quality, the knowledge, the skill, really start to shine. And we've just seen the last two tries from a little inside play.
And it certainly was. You could see it unfolding, couldn't you? Before it was happening, it's just so hard to defend and hard to stop. Lovely set piece there for Brisbane.
That's right. You can know exactly what the opposition's about to do, but you've still got to defend it.
Here it is. She was ready for it. Hands out, clapping now. I'm ready. Straight under the posts.
Yeah, so it might be a battle of the dominance in attack for both teams. We've seen Singer do the last couple, Goodwin do the last couple. So it might be a little one-on-one battle. We'll see who comes out on top.
Now, Brisbane looking to go down the short side. And a little bit ginger there, Lily Jin on the ankle. She heads over to the sideline. She's down on the haunches at the moment. Keep an eye out, see whether she's able to get back out on the field. Oh, now just dropping it, trying to get the ball down on the deck. It's always hard when you get in contact at the same time. Brisbane looking for more points. Clutton in at half. She's been good for Brisbane. Scored a try, set up another. She'll have her fingerprints all over this one. In the half she goes again. This time an early release. They've got numbers and space to work with. Little show and go. Nice contact made on the inside.
Yeah, had the numbers, just didn't have the space. Ran out of space, unfortunately, but they still created the number, which is, from a coaching point of view, we're still creating opportunities. Execute at the back end of the game. And like we said, it's getting better. The skill's getting better. The girls are warming themselves into the game. Early shift.
Opens up the door again here for Brisbane. Here's Mills. Plays it. It's familiar play with it. Split through the middle. Well defended from Rockhampton. Back out to Clutton. Making the sweep short side. Rockhampton are there in defence. 3 Rocky jerseys there to make the touch. Final touch of the set as well. Brisbane are going to finish it off on their side of the field. Rocky need to be clean here. They hold them back though, Brisbane, on the first touch. Oh, what do we got? The ball came out of the hands. On-field has seen it, and it's, they might have had to make that call in the end. They're making 2 changes here. They've only got 4 players on the field, Rockhampton. Oh, it's unfortunate timing. Those players were coming off as that ball was dropped. Just couldn't get back into position in time.
Yeah, hard to turn back around. They were headed this way. They'd put a big defensive set or a couple of sets in, the girls, and they were looking for a breather for sure, but unfortunately, just left spaces. You've got someone like Clutton out there, you can't give a 6-on-4 opportunity. Can't even give her a 6-on-6.
No, that's right. Just already causing damage. So back in, just getting that switching pass back away. As Bales will play it. Sedgman on the last. Now they pick up, looping, no one punching through. Touch and pass. The signal from our on-field. Brisbane going direct on the first 2 and picking up a big chunk of meterage.
Yeah, it's a really good set for BMTA. We're pleased with a nice direct set. Still got one up their sleeve. Forward pass.
Yeah, good call. A little bit lazy.
Yeah, Rockhampton need to get on this ball, shift it to the sideline, and get their new players on and just get that go forward momentum.
And turn the footy over again. It's interesting, both teams started the game pretty well in terms of being able to hold on to the football, and now it seems to be causing a little bit of chaos.
Yeah. Yeah, trying to play catch up, Rockhampton maybe.
Wow, they've almost created some numbers there as the hooter sounds in the background. We saw tries galore, 5 for Brisbane, the 2 for Rockhampton. They threw a few questions at Brisbane at one stage, but down by 3 at the moment going into the break.
Clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Back here, and we're in the Rockhampton huddle, and you can see we're talking about injuries, and we always do get injuries at the tournament, and some in the lead-up as well. Got one of the Rocky girls on crutches, got the knee strapped up. How many knee injuries, ACLs, this sport is famous for, unfortunately? I don't know.
Hormones in the chicken.
Yeah,
That's
probably.
always my go-to. Hormones in the chicken these days.
Yep.
But yeah, you do see it. We saw some terrible injuries yesterday, and we hope everybody that's not running today is doing all right and still being able. It's nice to see them here, Scott, still supporting their team and still being a part of the huddles. And, you know, they're always a big part of the team, whether it's been at training or injury here. Makes no difference. Having them in the sub box, encouragement is key, and Rocky need a little bit of that to get themselves back into the game. They've definitely got the skill and the players out there to do it, so hopefully they can find a little bit of energy and fix their midfield, maybe fix that ball control when they're coming off their line. and get themselves down there. But I'm backing them in for a couple of tries in the second half. See how they start.
They have the tap to get us underway. Can they make a statement straight away again? Starting where they finished off in the first half, particularly the back end of the first half, just mistakes coming in again. This slippery ball, and Brisbane look to go straight away. Space down the sideline. 3 Rocky players coming across to make the touch. Nice speed as showed there from Adelaide Syrup.
You don't get much past Addy.
Now Brisbane shift cross field, and they come up with a mistake now. Someone get the chamois out there.
Yeah.
Dry this footy up. Must have been some extra adhesive on that luminous yellow ball that was out there at the start, and all of a sudden we've switched it over, and the girls are struggling a bit.
Yeah, maybe that's the reason why they wanted it.
Yeah. Now making changes deep behind their 10 at the moment, Rocky. Couple to go. They are struggling to get forward. Still in the hands at the moment. They'll finish it off just shy of the halfway. Brisbane get the first little win here in the second half.
Yeah, great defensive set from Brisbane. They'll get themselves to the box, get some fresh legs on. But they put a lot of pressure on the Rocky girls, trying to get their subs on, trying to get fresh legs on, and Brisbane put a lot of good pressure, really good structure in their midfield defence.
Nice pick up from half and drawing 2 defenders from Rockhampton. A simple little short ball sees them get their 6th. Pretty simple in the end.
Yeah, just a nice little draw and pass. In the end, as Lexi Goodman back out there, she'll always runs hard, always looking dangerous when she's got the footy in hand. But it's still, again, the little errors. We're hoping that might have been a good fix-up at half time. And unfortunately, the Rocky girls have, each set they've come into in the second half, they found some little errors that eventually add up to big errors, especially when you're playing a team like Brisbane. You know, they show no mercy in the way they play. Righto, that's a great set from Rockhampton. Really good defensive set from here. That's a go. Run hard, direct rucking.
Yeah, they're over the halfway line as those changes come on. Bales will play it. Now they need some punch coming into the back end of the set. That's better. Direct through the middle.
Davies with a good drive for Syrup. That's the go.
Just needs someone to open up. They get there, and a really tough ball to take, and she almost put it down backwards at her own bootlaces.
Oh, lovely.
Great try from Rocky.
Perfect. Great strike dump play. Great platform, Brookie Davies. Always the wonderful platform setter that she is, and then you've got someone like Addie Syrup to pick up and follow her through, and it gets to the try. So that's it. Scotty, if the girls can hold that ball in that midfield, they will give themselves every chance to score those tries once they're on the line. So there's a bit of a blueprint there. Control that footy, get themselves to the line, good platform setter, pick and go from half.
Brisbane from the restart, mistake over the sideline. Good game coming up next in the 14 boys. You've got Palm Beach taking on Rockhampton. 2 top teams from the 14 boys division. Rockhampton coming into that one undefeated. Talking to their coach Dave Zanetti last night. He goes, we've got Palmy tomorrow. Make sure you're across that one. So he's got that one circled. Palm
Was
Beach.
he confident?
Oh, he's always has a little look of confidence about him. Mr. Zanetti. Palm Beach look like they're the real deal in the 14 boys as well.
Similar play to the first half. I think it might have even been the same girls, just lobbing it over the top, putting it in front of the winger. But a try exactly like that in the first half. That one didn't pay off, but that's what you want to see. Something that works for you. Go back, do it again until it doesn't work. And then go to something else. So smart by the Brisbane girls, and they are fortunate for them. get themselves another set of 6 on the line.
Yeah, Rocky getting caught from half again with players shooting off towards the box. Someone needs to tuck the ball and get them trucking forward first. Caught them out in the first half. And they get some players over there to make that touch. They get the footy back, 6 touch.
Yeah, really good link touch by Griffiths. Nice diving effort, saved themselves a try. This is the piece. This is the piece. I mean, Brisbane's got some great midfield defence, so difficult for Rocky. It's not that they're not doing it well, it's that Brisbane are probably doing that midfield defence a little bit better at the moment, but there we go.
The player being called off. Nice advantage
No
played.
penalty. Yep.
Yep, from the ref. They didn't get involved in the play. Well responded to by one of the Brisbane players, pulling out. And it just helped Rocky just get an extra couple of valuable metres. They've got more defensive pressure coming up. They're down by 3 at the moment. As Brisbane looking to exploit down that short side again. They'll finish it off in the corner. Rocky hold out again in defence. They're getting pinned down this end of the field. This wave of Brisbane defence suffocating them at the moment.
It's a tough one for the coach when you're getting your subset broken down and not really working. Sometimes it's a simple, the old 21 drive, the old 2-pass drive, or one drive, and just keep coming towards the sub-box that way just to try to break down what Brisbane have obviously fixed up in their midfield defence. They're starting to sort of pick Rocky off. And, so it might be time for a Rocky change to see if they can get themselves forward while getting to the sidelines. At the moment, they're just trying to get to the sideline and get those fresh legs. So we'll see what the Rocky coaches have got in store, see if we can combat that.
Nice touch in the corner. And the 4th touch. Brisbane come back and play it on the 7. They sling back infield. Oh, great hands. And again, another good touch from Carter. Back-to-back efforts defending her wing.
Yeah, that was really great touch. That was a really good catch and dive by the winger. We've seen her feature quite a fair bit. And there's every chance she'll feature again in this next set of 6.
Solid contact in the touch as they dive in at the line early. Caitlin Palmer will come back and play it on the 7-metre line. Moss now, short side, gets it back. Nothing there. Let's just sling it back inside. Repeat set off the hands of Rockhampton. Singer plays it. They come back towards her. Ball down on the deck. Rocky continuing to hold on. Brisbane doing enough in this game. Comfortable margin at the moment of 3. Again, Rocky making changes. Still deep down their end of the field. They've got the full complement now. Clean play the ball. Yeah, looping ball over the top was the right play.
Yeah, maybe still trying to get their legs on the field, I think, but the play was right. They did okay. I thought there might have been a fumble in the roll ball at the end there, but play on. But as Brisbane has done this whole second half, they've defended too good and kept Rockhampton to the halfway. They'll want to finish strong. Brisbane, they'll be looking to maybe implement some new things, some different things. I haven't seen the splitter play in the second half. They might be trying their different moves and gearing up for the back end of the day when the finals are all kicking on. Well defended.
Yeah, so we'll see quarterfinals in the 16 girls at 11 o'clock. And we'll see one of those quarterfinal games on the broadcast at 11. Top 2 teams from the 3 championship pools progress through to the quarters, plus the 2 next best thirds. So Rockhampton might be waiting for results to come through. to see whether they may be one of those teams that squeak through to the quarterfinals.
And anything can happen in finals. Quarterfinals are one of the hardest to win, I think.
Yeah.
Because you've just got people that have nothing to lose.
Yep.
Some people have pressure, some have nothing to lose.
And it does make it interesting because you start to cross over pools as well. So you obviously start to play teams that you might not have had a look at as of yet. And some pools, do look a little bit stronger than others potentially. It just all depends where you land, but it all starts again. The finals getting underway very shortly here at the Queensland Junior State Cup. It's been a big couple of days of action, and it all heats up today as teams look to take home championship trophies for 2025.
So they had the correct girls out there again. We had Davies setting up for Syrup, just like their last try. So Rocky, well done, going back to exactly what worked for their last try. Unfortunately, execution out to the winger didn't pay off for them, but that's the kind of sequencing, that's what we want to see. If it works for you, go back to it and do it again. But Brisbane, they've just got the legs, don't they? They just seem to have a little bit more running, a little bit more intent, and they're getting to their sub-box much easier than Rockhampton at the moment, which is looking like the biggest thing to overcome for Rockhampton. So there'll be plenty of fix-ups for Rocky coming into the next game should they get to those quarters, and Brisbane they'll be pretty happy with their efforts so far, I would think. But a few sort of errors from them at the start of the game too that they'll want to fix up before their quarters start.
There's a bit more running in here for Rocky. Both teams showing a little bit more intent coming towards the back end of the second half. Last touchdown, nice little pick up from half. Looking at options left and right. They head out to that left-hand side, just juggled. Taken cleanly and straight down. They're going to come up with points. Good signs towards the back end of this game. Rocky slicing them open again.
Again, see nothing to lose. So you throw everything on the table and things tend to happen. So it's just like that fifth and last touch. Anything can happen. So when a team doesn't have any pressure, the Rocky girls will know they're a few down, so they're happy to just throw anything out and see what sticks. And that's when you can tend to see the comebacks happen in games. But might be a little bit too late for the Rocky girls, but those errors definitely don't help, Scott.
Interesting as well with two teams in the championship division for Brisbane. I think the other Brisbane team will be towards the top of the table as well. Chance for a couple of Brisbane teams to come up against each other, maybe in a final later on as well. I'll definitely be up for that.
I think the coaches will too.
Oh,
Might be more of a coach battle than a player battle.
Absolutely. Hopefully there's an alternate strip for one of these teams. If that's the case, it might make it a bit challenging. Nice dive in at the line from Lockyer. Last touch. And a loose ball. Hits the deck. So 14 boys coming up next. Palm Beach versus Rockhampton. Two top teams in that pool in the 14 boys. Brisbane Blue, too good in this one. And they roll on and they'll head into the quarterfinals in some pretty good form.
Entertaining game, Scott. Stay tuned. There's going to be plenty more today. It's finals day.
Yeah, we're going to head down as well for our post-match interview. Thanks to Guzmani Gomez. Plenty more to come here from the Queensland Junior State Cup.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I want to see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Welcome back to day 3 of the Junior State Cup for another interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. The girls have just come off the field from a winning game. BMTA girls 16?
Yeah.
Correct. Very quick. Mia and Alicia, how do you both feel about that game?
I think our team did really well. It was a pretty good game. We got up a few tries at the start. It was really fun.
How many games have you played in the last few days?
I think we've played like 6 or 7 maybe.
And what's your experience at Junior State Cup? Have you been to a few of these?
Yeah, I've been going since under 14s, but I think you've been going earlier. This is my 8th Junior State Cup. So,
What do you love most about it?
I just love the atmosphere and playing touch because it's like just a great sport and it's always really fun.
Anything that you've done in Rocky while you've been here that was a bit of fun?
Probably riding on the scooters around like over the bridge and that's pretty fun, but yeah.
Yeah, we've been doing it together.
Yeah.
We love the scooters, very good. And what day are you back to school next week?
On Monday, I think. So yeah.
How will that go, do you think?
I might be a bit tired.
Excellent. Well, I'll let you go and celebrate with the team. Congratulations. The next game is Palm Beach A versus Rocky Red 14B Championships, live from Cyril Connell Fields in Rockhampton.
Good decision because it would have happened like what you're saying. She would have refused and it's like the kids were there, you know what I mean? But it was like you walked the whole time playing it here. All right, what's the first thing I say? Oh, yeah. Excuse me. I know everything like that, but sometimes there's a couple of days. Yeah, that's what the other. It's just her. Yeah, but y'all, because she would have followed these off. Keep going. About the top, took one about the.
We have a clear round of drop-offs. That is our 2
Don't worry about Smith for that. Yeah. No, that's all good. I am waiting.
I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna work harder.
You've got us live at the 2025 Junior State Cup here in Rockhampton. I'm joined by Tristan Munner in the commentary box, and we have our next round of games coming up. Palm Beach and Rockhampton taking on one another in the Under-14 Boys Championship Division. T, finals day, mate.
Baby, JSC's the place to be. Yeah, and it is day 3, grand final day. Really good game here, mate. We've got Bailey Essay, Queensland men's player out there. Dave Zanetti, far side box. Dave Parker in this box. He was the Queensland 30 men's coach, and Josh Boyd supporting him. So the coaching staff are loaded up, mate. We know the kids are good to go. They've been training for 7 months for this day, baby.
Yep.
Here we go.
And the weather's turned it on here in Rockhampton. Couldn't ask for a better morning. And it's going to be Rockhampton running from left to right. So this is the Championship Division, Pool B. And we're just waiting for the buzzer to sound here as we had some drop-offs on some other fields, but I think they're clear now.
Yeah, mate, just a few players to watch in the game. Rocky, I went over and had a wee chat to the coaches just before. So Ronan Ramsey, wearing the 12. He's a big boy, link on this near side. He's actually the Queensland fullback in his age grade. That probably tells you all you need to know. First thing, we know fullbacks, fancy footwork, mate. They can play footy. But, anyone that plays league for Queensland, man, has got a nice skill set. Then here we go, mate. Game is live.
So we are good to go. Rockhampton running, as I said, left to right on your screens. And an important matchup between these two sides. So Rocky will have a good look at this. Good look at this line of Palm Beach, and the touch is made. The Palm Beach sub box up and about. So this is the last touch. They come towards the left. It's a long right to left, but Palm Beach do well to see out the 6 touches, and they'll get the ball back here.
There you go, mate. Ramsey straight away has a massive impact. Chucks the long ball. Found some space. Probably just need a little bit more room. But I think that's a sign of things to come from Rocky.
So Palm Beach with first use of the ball as they bring it out of their own 7, and a little error spotted here. So Rockhampton will have a good look at this Palm Beach line. They open the door for them, and it could be a fast start for Rocky here. So away they go. Touches up their sleeve to work with. On the 7, they park it. A little bit of footwork and a pop pass, and it's intercepted. And there you go, Palm Beach, not a worry.
Yeah, it's nice defensive pressure. Players coming forward off the line is the reason he was able to grab that ball. If he'd parked on the line, he would have been in a bit of trouble. As we just see the ball going to ground in the ruck. And there you go. So 2 sets off the line, mate. Anytime you give Rocky the ball more than they deserve it, they're going to skin you. So they've got to work on that.
So Rockhampton well and truly in this match right now. They have some good field position here to work with as they're looking to draw first blood in this match. So coming across field there, it's Ronan Ramsey, one to watch in this match. They'll stay patient here, Rockhampton, as they look to draw Palm Beach out. Ramsey at the line. This time he goes back to that right to left, and it misses the mark. So they've had to fight a couple shots down that left-hand edge, but Palm Beach have had the answers so far.
Yeah, I reckon when he gets off the field, they'll time to have a look at the line. He lifted his chin there. The defence started to roll off, and he had a little opportunity to actually dig in. So I think they'll, couple of passes. Now we'll look to have people sort of go a bit more direct. But Palmy picking up a penalty. Much needed penalty there, Joshy.
Yeah, that'll help them out here. So they get moving. Nice direct run there. Plenty of metres on that second touch as they bounce over halfway now. This is the first time they've been inside Rocky's half. They'll get another penalty to go.
Yeah, so look for the 6 and 7 to set up here. So Harlan Strugnall, he's a state soccer player, also South Coast 15s and Queensland Shadow this year 15s. And Quade Costello out here, and then he'll link in the 7, once again South Coast 15s. So these boys look to combine as they get nearer the try line.
So Palm Beach dig in as they hunt down towards the 7 of Rockhampton. They've got players in motion here as they sweep it out. Ooh, just a little error there in the roll ball.
Not square. The three things this weekend that have been a theme are not square, not going over the ball, and forward passes from half. And in finals, day 3, that stuff matters.
And now Rockhampton, that's good metres on offer for them. So they look to gather some momentum out of their sub-box. Just not quite as potent as they would have hoped. Palm Beach get up nice and strong defensively. Touch made. They go back to halfway. And a turnover there. So it's Rocky Red and Palm Beach A. Both sides are undefeated in this in the Junior State Cup so far. They've won all of their round matches. BMTA Blue suffered the biggest Rockhampton win. That was a 9-0 victory. And Toowoomba Blue came up against a red-hot Palm Beach side. Palm Beach running away 12 tries to 0. So 2 very dominant performances through the group stages from both these sides, really flexing their muscle. Now they meet on finals day. While we aren't at the finals yet, this is round 7 and the last round in the under-14 boys championship. So Rockhampton, a little bit of footwork, and again they look towards that left-hand edge. A little bit of an unlucky call there for Palm Beach. It will be Rocky who get the ball back here.
Yeah, looks like Hanson's looking to work on the inside there with Malachi. Malachi and Rocco working together. And yeah, Malachi trying to throw that long ball. So they've identified that left-hand side potentially as an opportunity. 3 times they've tried to go there, mate.
And so
leaving early.
Yeah, another penalty. And a theme between both these sides. Rocky have only conceded 12 tries. Palmy have only conceded 9 so far in their matches at the Junior State Cup. So defence has been king for both teams. They've also been able to pile on plenty of tries, that's for sure. And these 2 teams sitting first and second in their pool. So a heavyweight clash here on field 1. Palm Beach looking for intensity defensively as Rockhampton find themselves on the last. Camped on Palm Beach's line, and Palm Beach have every answer to the questions that Rocky throw at them. They'll take a lot of confidence from that.
Yeah, mate, that was really good. Sam Cook, Billy Hutton working really hard there in the middles. Gresham as well. I hear he's the fastest kid in Tweed. Hey, there you go. Oh.
And so it's the top 2 teams of each pool, plus the 2 best third progress to the quarterfinals, semi-finals and grand finals, and these two teams are safe to finish top two. It will just be a seeding thing as to whether they finish first or second. That's what they're playing for at the moment. And it's a pick up and go from Palm Beach. This is a good opportunity for them. Support streaming everywhere. There's blue jumpers. Can they find them? They certainly do. And Palm Beach, ooh, thought they had one.
Yeah, referee just saw a ball down there. Nice and close, but there we go. Harlan struggling. When the moment comes, he's gonna provide you. Like we said, he's got fancy footwork, but it was the one-handed scoop. There's a skill set that sits inside there that allows him to break free.
Yeah, it was silky stuff, especially with a little bit of juice still on the deck at the moment. It's fantastic to watch, and now Palm Beach get the ball back on halfway, so a couple of errors from either side. They'll look to iron them out as they continue to march forward in this match. We have an interesting game taking place too. Caboolture are 2 points out of the top four, and a win pending the result between Townsville and Gold Coast could see them bounce into the top four. So that's also taking place simultaneously around the grounds at the moment. A lot of moving parts on finals day, T, hey?
Oh, yeah, mate. There we go. So really nice defensive set by Rocky. Palmy tried to keep the ball alive, but just a really nice defensive policy was able to save them there. Finding a penalty on the turnover. And there we go. I love it when they take that first one direct. Create momentum first before we look to get subs on or we look to balance into position.
So 7 minutes have expired and no tries yet in this one. Both sides have had an opportunity at least to put some points on the board. Now it's the last. Rockhampton jump from half. Again, they are really looking to break free down that left-hand edge.
And there he is.
Yeah. A little bit of pace and Rockhampton have first blood.
There you go. Just like we said at the start of the match, there's a couple of boys here looking to go head-to-head, and they've both shone through at the moment. So Ramsey, way to hold the ball up, though. Drew him in. He just found a short side. Pops out, man on man. And there we go. The bigger, faster man was able to get through the space there. So Rocky strike, mate.
So Palm Beach looking to hit back immediately as they get us restarted from the tap-off. Still time left in this first half. So down the centre third of the field. Strugnall with ball in hand. We saw what he can toss up. Creative play at the line. Little ball back on the inside. Again, we're just waiting for the referee's call. And it will be all clear. So a little bit of conversation, but the right call made in the end, we think.
Yeah, that's right. I think the call came from far sideline there, just where the try was scored. And the referee just had a chat about it. Hey, as long as they get that decision right, I don't mind them taking that extra little bit of time.
For sure, for sure.
So nice outcome. There you go.
Yeah.
The floodgates have opened.
And it's Quade Costello, the try scorer for Palm Beach. So one apiece. It's a tight, intense tussle here on field one. As Rockhampton look to set up on the 7 here. Got players in motion, sweeping around towards the left. And Strugnall, was he offside? Try time for Rocky.
Yeah, there you go. It's the only thing the defenders have to worry about. Can't do anything till you're onside.
Let's take a look at the replay here.
And there we go. So Fletcher just comes around. We see the footwork kicks in front of the line. Wasn't much in it. Doesn't have to be. It's there, mate. 2-1 Rocky.
So Palm Beach, off they go again. So they'll be looking to build some momentum to finish off this first half. Good touch made. First game of the day for either side. They're stuck on the last now. They ripped the pass and they had a bit of distance there, just lacking at the end, but it was a good-looking chance for Palm Beach.
It's absolutely, that was the option. So the winger was about 15, 20 metres infield, but I want to see a little wee rooster for those guys. Then they can feed the rapper. He can throw a single skip instead of trying to throw all the way. You know, just lacking a bit of power. But Sam, beautiful option by Sam. That was exactly where the ball had to go.
They'll get a chance here to have another look at Rocky. Trying to sneak underneath. There's 3 hands up from Rockhampton. Penalty going the way of Palmy.
There you go. Really, really good attack, eh? But once again, bodies around the ball. Rocky had 3 of them. You know, and that's where they get lucky.
They're starting to cause some headaches now, Palm Beach, after losing the midfield battle for a small portion of this first half. They're starting to turn it on. Another repeat set coming their way. They look to create an opening there too as well, T.
Yeah, it's just nice patience. I don't mind the sweeper. Just want to see players diving at the line at this point. Really good work to have a punish.
They walk back towards the 7. So, got touches in this set still to go. That's a nice cutout pass. And it's poetry in motion for Palm Beach, but they're going to call it there. Rockhampton, hold on.
Mate, that must have been really, really close. But I love the play. Perfect play. Play put him into the shutting defenders and he just pops one over the top.
Yeah.
I reckon Dave will ask him to pull that one again.
Yeah, they mightn't have come away with the reward right now, but they're really building that. Palm Beach. That's a good run here from the try scorer, Ronan Ramsey, finding plenty of metres as they march forward, Rockhampton. Ball towards the length, so Palm Beach have the answers. 2 minutes remaining in this first half. Palm Beach up and about on this sub-box. As they come towards this sub-box side. Initiating the touch, getting it down. Nice little pick up there from Palm Beach as they're on the 10 now. Ball back on the inside. They look to go from half. Here we go. Strugnall once more. Causing a few headaches, but Rockhampton do well there in the end to shut out the play.
Yeah, and a few calls from sideline about onside line. I mean, it was close. And I think Harlan has an opportunity to come this way first before he goes back that way for that scoop to open up the space between the 2 middles if he really wants to ensure he can break through there.
He's been dynamic so far in this first half for Palm Beach. And referee spotting a call, so Rockhampton will come back to the spot.
There it is. So, yep, offside. So Rocky now have a nice opportunity. 6 touches inside the green zone.
Yeah, here we go. Not long left in this first half. Important set, you feel.
Yeah, Wakeman here, mate, working with Landsberg on the inside.
Here goes the siren. Rockhampton keep the ball alive. Are they good in the corner? It's a dive to finish. And we'll wrap up halftime there. So Rockhampton denied the try. And halftime, hang on.
Penalty to finish. So referee near side had a forward pass. So turnover, Palmer will get 1 tap.
They ruck it up or they go for it, T?
No, they're not going for it, mate. If they throw an intercept, I think Coach Dave might lose more here.
Well, the siren sounded, and if you can work out what's going on, I'd be appreciative.
No, they're going to have a chat about it, so.
The try's awarded?
Yeah. I'm not sure what the context is there. It looked like there was a touch and pass or a forward pass called near side, but that's okay as long as the referees have chatted about it.
And Palm Beach just having the conversation, but it's half time now, and they're going to need to get to this sub box and get their game plan straightened up as we're here at half time. We'll step aside quickly while we digest all of that and return for the second half.
Yeah, I think what I'm... You go, mate.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I want to see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
I think it's just great to be around people who are like-minded and passionate about the sport, and to be able to network, to look at current trends and new ways to push the game forward in our communities. It was really great to hear our opening GTF chairperson, just to think about some conversations I've had and how we can grow our sport back in our region. Coming from Townsville, I'm looking forward to going back and having some more conversations and seeing what change we can and growth we can have in that area.
So that's the buzzer to sound for the referees to take their place on the park. And we've got Palm Beach and Rockhampton. T, we just had a bit of a controversial moment at the end. You want to walk us through what you think had transpired?
Oh, look, mate, it ain't footy without something to talk about. You know what I mean, baby? So at the end of the game, I think what happened is there was a touch call that potentially wasn't made.
Yep.
So they're going to give a penalty for an offside moment, and then they realised that there was a little chat there at the back, so they're going to play through and award the try. Once again, sometimes it takes a little bit of time, but once the referees come in, it's the process to get it right.
We got the decision right.
We got the decision right, man. So, you know, yeah, you may lose it, a few seconds here and there, and people get a bit frustrated there, but hey, game on, baby. Let's go.
So Palm Beach running from left to right. 3-1 down in this last round match. And they park up on the 7. Strugnall firing it away. Not much doing there. They keep the ball alive. And they've done well there.
Yeah, so really nice composure. He had a shot, mate. Tried to play passive out the back. Probably didn't have the space to do it, but picked up a penalty because the D all dropped off.
So they work through Strugnall again. How about this time? Palm Beach is saying...
Woo! It's exciting out there.
7.
This is what finals days are about, man. What I like about these top teams is they put the referee under 50-50 pressure.
Yeah.
So he has to decide whether there's a touch or a try. Like, this is what the good teams do.
Again, they just continue to knock on the front door, and it's clear this time. So they're up and about Palm Beach, 3-2 the score.
Mate, I love it. And, this is one of the real challenges of being a referee and coaching. How fast can you see this stuff?
Yeah.
What does it look like? And the referees are picking these things up in microseconds. So really nice, though. Jay down there had a lot to do with him and his referee, mate. He's right on the spot. Clear as, and he was really clear about this one. Ball was down before the touch was made. It's a good game of footy, man.
So 3-2 the score. It's Quade Costello with 2 tries for Palm Beach, keeping them in the fight. Of course, like I said, this is a last round match. Both teams are secured in the top 2. It's just a bit of a seeding opportunity for them to finish top of the pops and hopefully take some confidence into the final rounds on day 3 of the Junior State Cup. So Rockhampton come across field. Palm Beach number up nicely.
Yeah, mate, I'm just noticing with the scoopers, they're picking up and trying to take the space straight away. I want to see them pick up and take a wee short side, then come back into the players, forcing them to come to them. They're just killing their own sort of space a wee bit.
So Palm Beach coming out of the box, and penalty going their way. So they've started off this second half in fine fashion. Perhaps that shortened half time is the best thing to happen to them.
Oh, it's just, the boys coming at the end of the first half a little bit gritty after what happens there, and they're out there now trying to win a physical battle. But there's nothing unreasonable out there. It's just good contact on the touch.
Here they go, Palm Beach. Looking to launch the pass. Fighting the way, last touch for Palmy. And they're going to keep hunting down the short side. Play through, and touch is made. So Rockhampton scramble in the end there.
Yeah, Gresham just having a wee chat. Didn't think the touch was made. Player's pretty confident that he made it.
And now we see an error from Rockhampton.
Yeah, when you tap it and it's a roll ball, I think I think the rules allow you to take it back and play it, but he knocked it on as well, so bit of a double up there.
So Palm Beach only 1 try away at the moment. They were down 3-1 at one point in this match. 3-2 the score. Penalty going the way of Palmy.
Mate, Billy Hutton there was having fun. He's tunnelling, working really hard on the tunnel, and was able to pick up a penalty for his team. And that's brilliant work, mate.
Here comes Strugnall, so a nice tactical interchange there from Palm Beach as they look to cash in on the line of Rockhampton.
Oh, it's for the team, baby. We love it.
Down they go. Strugnall sweeping around. He's got options. Short ball at the line. Hunting down that link channel. And the try comes, so it pays off for Palm Beach. 3-3. We've got a game in our hands.
Yeah, both holes were open there, mate. Link or wing. Good option. Wing was well open. But they just get him coming all the way in to make the touch. Bang. Big corner side. And Harlan's got options. So well executed, but I go back to when Billy got the team the repeat set there, working with Cookie. It was a nice wee play.
So 4 minutes expired in this second half. Just over, in fact. 3-3 the score. Bit of footwork, trying to get away from one another now. It's the last. Rockhampton trying to scramble and keep things alive. Palm Beach like that defensively. They do another good job, and they've really fought back in this contest here, Palmy.
Yeah, and I just look like Kobe looks like he's got, good IQ, good little bit of footwork there. I want him doing that stuff off the back of momentum. I'm sure his coaches do too.
Ooh, nice pass, picking up some extra metres. They'll quickly take it back to the spot. This is a really good set from Palm Beach to cut it out of their own end. This is the last. Short ball at the line. They almost kept it alive there. Not afraid to throw the ball around the boys.
Sam Cook, mate. Beautiful wee catch pass there. No looky. Hey, nearly came off well. He's really had a bit of impact throughout this game.
So this 14 boys division is shaping up quite nicely. In the other pool with Rocky and Palmy, we have Townsville, Gold Coast, Caboolture, North Gold Coast Touch, BMTA Blue, Toowoomba White. As I said, the top 4 progressing through. So Palm Beach walk towards the 7. They go down at the line. And it's clear again. So they're going to hit the front here, Palm Beach. They've done a complete 180. And I'm sure their coaching staff will be very happy how they've dug in and turned the result around so far.
Mate, he's put them back into play the line. So a bit earlier on, they're trying to pass over the top, throw these passing plays, which require passing accuracy, dump accuracy. Now we just got, give me the ball. Are they onside? I'm going to dive at the line and cook them. So it's just a little wee change in tactics there, but it's getting around the right players as well. Cookie's having a game.
So Rockhampton yet to put a try on the board in this second half. They had a very dominant first half with 3. You can never count a Rocky side out, especially here at home. It's a quick roll ball.
Not going over the ball for that sort of phase touch. It's a great play though, and I reckon they would have scored off it if they got the roll ball right.
So they're not too far away, Rockhampton. And we are just about halfway done in this second half. So Palm Beach take the touch. Up they come. Nice strong run. Winning the contact over halfway they go, and then just a slippery ball, but they get a reprieve there.
Yeah, so Costello came out, beautiful driving and was able to pick up a penalty for his team. So whilst it was really clunky through to touch 4, you can get a good outcome, mate, if you come out with intensity.
They'll continue to work Palm Beach. They've got strike out there. Every which way you look. Strugnall again going towards the line. Rockhampton pretty aware of what's probably coming their way now. 6 more touches waved on.
Got a recount. There we go.
Strugnall drops it down. Here he is. Looking for another try. They walk back towards the 7, so they've gone down that avenue a couple of times now in this set T.
Yeah, mate, it's patience as well. So a bit of game management here. Boys getting through their sets, still going direct at the line, having dive plays. Oh, link was open.
They walk back for the last touch. Costello turns it away, and they'll kill it in this far side of the field.
I really like that as a D set, mate. That was great by Rocky. Let's get to the box. Work hard. There you go. And they're out of trouble straight away. This is 2. It's a really nice set for them, defence into rucking.
Yeah, that was nice to watch. Palm Beach doing well to counter. Now, it's shy of halfway. They'll bat the ball on, and they run out of touches there.
Yeah, it's just getting that balance as the subs leave and subs come on around that 3-4. Still want guys going forward, still want intensity. And there's a fine line between looking to leave the field and trying to get your mate in it, leave the field in a good position.
And what's the priority in these final closing stages, mate, as they head towards finals? Of course, this is the last round game for either side.
It's ball control and completions. Yeah, it's got to be know your role. If you're a dumper and you're really good on those strike dumps and you're taking 2 hits as your team leave the field, then they're your 2 hits. We don't release the ball and make other people dump the ball under pressure when it's not their natural skill set.
So Palm Beach turning it underneath. 6 more waved on. They're playing some free-flowing attack at the moment. It's good to watch here on field 1.
Alrighty, so Rocky locked in tight bodies around the ball, especially with guys diving at the line.
4-3 the score in favour of Palm Beach
Ball.
to put themselves ahead by 2. Referees will have another discussion, but it's all clear, and Palm Beach have 5 to their name.
Just really nice control there by Palmy. But here we go. There's still heaps of time in this match for Rocky to get a couple back. And they're not rushing out there by any means. There's been probably a composed, message coming from out of the sub-box.
There's plenty of chatter coming from this Palm Beach sub-box in our side near the commentary area.
Oh, he gets excited. Some days I'm not sure if Dave needs a cuddle, a hug, or a slap. Hey, it's fun. He's having fun out there coaching, mate.
So they put it down on the 7. Body's in motion.
Oh, he got him.
Oh,
he
what
got
a
him.
dive. What
Beautiful.
a lovely dive.
Oh, yeah.
One of the better tries you'll see on field 1.
That's money, mate. And he came round full intent, and he knows his length. He dived really early from inside the 7. And that's what I liked. He knows his length. Nate Turner early.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So a confident bounce back from Rockhampton.
And, kids like that, mate, with 4 to go, I'm getting around them.
Yeah.
Giving them another opportunity at this age. There's, slowly we build confidence.
Coming into this game, Rockhampton have put on 58 tries across the 6 matches. And 38 for Palm Beach as these two going toe-to-toe. What a treat it is here on field 1. Plenty more action coming your way on day 3. It is finals day here in Rockhampton. Ooh, just a flicking pass there. They do well to keep it above board. More metres here for Rockhampton.
Asking questions, but here we go. Boys are on. So they need a 4-5 hit. There it is, 4-5 coming. Ramsey needs to pick and he'll go.
Yes, Ramsey scooping at half. And they're happy with that from Palm Beach.
Well defended. So here we go. Only probably a couple of sets left for Rocky, so there'll be a little bit of physical, a little bit of mess work.
Penalty coming the way. Flynn White it was, trying to get out of the way. So the game keeps moving here. It's a good thing about touch. The decision's made and off we go.
Yeah, and at this level, mate, you don't want time to talk about it. You want just to reset and go, reset and go.
So Palm Beach looking to ice the game here. A try would just about put them in front and safe and secure in this round 7 match. And try to sneak underneath. Rockhampton are making a point here, and the referees again deliberating.
And she's walking back. She's going to call the try. Boys are chatting.
Hey.
Yep, that's done. Like as I was saying earlier, there's such a fine line on these 50-50s.
Yeah.
But Sam Cook, it's beautiful play by the players. Right into it. Oh, yeah, there you go. So, obviously on the screen, we can't see the hand making the touch on the palmy body. And only that referee has the chance to see that touch. We can see the ball on the line, so there you go.
So, both sides coming into this game at 18 all in terms of points accumulated.
Grisham's down. Yeah, he went down early and he can't do anything about it. Yeah. Did he get hit in the eye or something? Not sure what happened, in the nose.
So he left a bit of a gap there. We hope he's okay.
Yep, try scored. There we go.
And this game will finish 5-6. So plenty happening here on field 1 that we've got to keep our eye on. Rockhampton coming away with the loss against Palm Beach as these two sides face off at the top of the table clash. T, your take from that as we head into the pointy end of the competition?
Oh, mate, I loved it. You can see, players standing up in the moment. Yep. There's a lot of training that's going on, and we can see some of those outcomes, coming good here. But I think the coaches had a big impact on that one too. We saw definitely game plans change at half-time.
So we'll step aside and we'll return for more action here on Field 1 at the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Every day, we close our eyes and pretend we're standing on top of the world, looking down on a playground of everything we've ever wanted. Then we open our eyes and realise it's where we live and where you'll want to be. This is Rockhampton. So, where do we start? It depends on who you ask. Some will tell you that if your fishing cast is big enough, you could catch a barra from your hotel balcony. A mum or dad will say it's a cooling swim and bike rides in the early morning fresh air, and crocodiles and garden picnics. Not together, obviously. Others will say it's the silence, in our caves, in our bushland, that moment just before your drink is poured. Some say a must is a selfie with a cow. Oh, and there's those who wax lyrically about Rockhampton's iconic heritage, frontier town to bustling river port to gold rush city. And of special significance, the cultural heart of our city that beats to the sounds of the traditional custodians of the land, the Durrumbal people. All to come together to represent the foundation that Rockhampton and Queensland was built on. Strength, character, personality. No matter what your age, whatever the occasion, fireside or 5-star, feeling the grass between your toes or the fresh mountain air on your face. You'll never be bored, because we never are. Open your eyes to Rockhampton.
It's finals day here at the Rockhampton Junior State Cup edition 2025. I'm joined by Tristan Mann in the commentary box. 16 boys action coming our way. Round 5, it is BMTA Red taking on Toowoomba. And licking our lips for this one.
Ooh, that's all I can say. Hey, there are names listed here from both BMTA and Toowoomba, but families and siblings. You know what I mean? I'm seeing these younger brothers come through, which is awesome. You know, names, we've got Richter out there, Tenamu, we got Madden, Scott. There's all these kids, and they've been able to watch their brothers come through and play 18s and disappear into the wilderness, and then now it's their time, you know what I mean? So, yeah, this is going to be really, really exciting.
So it's Toowoomba and BMTA Red. Toowoomba running from right to left on your screen. And we're ready to get this show on the road.
You would be a brave man to make to presume who's going to win this one, mate. This is going to be awesome.
So Toowoomba on the march, straight off the bat as they look to work towards the 7. This is fast pace and frenetic touch coming your way. Last touch here, long right to left, and a good bit of diligence there, but BMTA do well to shut out the play.
Mate, Declan Brewster on the wing, held the inside. Player picked the ball up, saw he was tight, and then was able to chase out. Beautiful winger work to start the game.
And now BMTA come back the other way with a flurry of touches as they look to get some momentum out of this sub-box, planting it down on halfway. Touches to work with as they walk forward on the 10. This will be the last. Little ball at the line, trying to flick it on. Toowoomba do well with their first defensive set, and away we go. Both sides having a shake.
The turnovers, I love them. Fast on the ball, eh? And the referees keep this sort of game speed. It takes all the other noise out of it.
Yeah. Good carry there from Toowoomba There's BMTA up and at him defensively. Another strong touch. This is the last. Jumping from half. They're going to fire it away. That was a good-looking pass. A bit too much meat on it in the end.
Mate, he threw that into tomorrow.
That was a fantastic play there from Xavier Newton, yeah.
Yeah, he's huge. Look at the size of him. Definitely eats his wheat bix and probably plays Clydesdales, no doubt.
Now BMTA. Back they come with possession. So both sides just feeling one another out in the midfield here. It's good to see as we reach the last. Short ball at the line, a bit of a spill. Plenty of pepper on these passes out there at the moment, mate.
Yeah, man. Bruce is looking likely. Yeah, he's arrived, keen to go. We got Watson out there, just looking to throw. And I think, yeah, like I said earlier, Richter, mate, he's going to feature as the game goes on too.
So strong touch there as Toowoomba pick up and go. Trying to gather some momentum here. So this is the last, a bit of a spill there, and that opens the door. BMTA starting from some good field position as they get the ball back on the inside and hopefully capitalise on the territory here. If not this set, the following ones as they look to hunt down towards Toowoomba's line. It's a nice direct run. So they pick off an extra couple of metres. Keep the ball alive, BMTA hunting at the line, short ball, they get down, it's all clear, and we have our first try going the way of BMTA.
Mate, that's all Billy Pearson, so he's tunnelling here, so he's looking to get a player up, gets the player up, check back, gets the man he wants, which just puts the saver out of position. Here's bang, check back, beautiful, has a wee look, nah, check back, we got him. Goes, they play away, and then the space is in front of him. So it's just beautiful work.
So Toowoomba looking to return a serve. And take the touch there. As they got a few touches to work with. Body in motion here. And they have answers there for Xavier Newton. The man in the 12. They go down the short side. Keeping the play alive, and they've created something from absolutely nothing.
Fifth touch tries, you know, do we kill the ball in the corner or do we go for it?
Yeah.
Once again, they go for it, bang, and there goes an outcome. So I just love it, especially early on. Touch there made, nothing doing. Players turned in as well, walking towards the middle of the field. And here we go, check. Oh yeah, so close. That's a really nice play there by Simmons.
So both sides having a run earlier today. It was BMTA Red winning 6-1 against Wynnum, and Toowoomba losing 7-2 against Bundaberg. So contrasting results there in round 4 as we reach the last round here before finals. As BMTA, touch is claimed and it's made. Some strong defence there from Toowoomba on their own line.
Macbeth, mate, great work on the wing.
So BMTA, last touch. Can they too pull off a fifth touch try? It looks like they can. And they go over to score, so it tries to begin here on field 1.
Yeah, just losing connection there between Link and Winger. And the last one, the connection between the Link and the middle was lost. And this time, yeah, Wing stayed out. Link came in and they were just able to find space for a 2-on-1. There it is. So Toowoomba, mate, with the, here we go, tap off players. Madden picks himself up off the ground.
And they look to hit back here, Toowoomba, on the last. Short ball back at the line. It's a flick pass. Party tricks coming out here early on day 3. And just a quick one for these boys. Toowoomba currently sitting at the top of Pool B, and BMTA Red sitting second. So these two teams, that was coming into today. That doesn't include the round 4 result, as we just haven't had the information updated yet. It's a pass over the top. BMTA trying to keep it alive. Speculative ball.
That's a nice turnover there by BMTA. Yeah, transition defense, tricky as. Gives them awesome field position.
So attack with a lot of direction here. BMTA. Penalty coming the way of Toowoomba. Penalty coming the way of BMTA. Toowoomba conceding one there. So 6 touches to work with for BMTA. They'll get a good look at this Toowoomba line.
Yeah, Tenamu just coming around the back there. I'm sure they'll look to use him again. Tenamu with the ball at the moment.
Creep forward once more. A long cut-out pass, and it's picked off, and Toowoomba are going to come back with a counter-attack of their own. Touch taken. And that's 2 touches. Over halfway they move. On come the fresh set of legs after holding out BMTA.
Mate, it's not just the intercept. It's actually that he was able to get a nice control to play the ball, then dummy half the next 2 as the sub went on and off, man. So there's just a lot of IQ. Yeah,
great point.
Great work.
This is the last now. Coming towards the line. Ooh, and it was almost picked off. Almost picked off.
Toby Wu having a wee look there, man. Hey, anything you can do, here we go.
So now Toowoomba, just like that, up at the other end of the park. A lot of touches to play with. Calls from the sub-box, how they want to go about this attack. As they look to manufacture another try. Touch called. How do they attack these couple of touches here, T?
No, I'm happy with what they're doing at the moment. I can't... Like, there's really good connection between the BMTA defenders. As we can see, they're all locked in really, really tight, so they need to force a collapse. Hey, gets him back.
And there we go. All
there
clear.
It is.
2-all the score.
So we've seen him, we've had a couple of players around Scott, you know, BMTA taking the other end of the field, and he's been able to pull one back down this end. That's what we love about footy. When things happen, you've got to leave them in the past, which gives you the power to still perform really well in the future, you know?
Yep.
Bang, there was the dive at the line. And then Scott gets out to the other side and dives, and gets a beautiful try between that winger and link channel.
Alrighty, so BMTA back in attack. 2-all the score, tight and tense. That's pretty much going to be every game you suspect here on Field 1 on finals day. As BMTA park it down, didn't like what they saw on that left-hand edge. They continue to work with it now. This is the last, trying to scheme and scurry, and it's clear. So BMTA hit back immediately.
Mate, yep, love it. You get into a 3-2 scenario and the guys are splitting in. I love it. Puts the saving middle under so much pressure to squeeze or to stay out. It's a really, really nice play.
So we got about 9 minutes gone in this one, in this first half.
And if you see that highlight, he even had the step back available as well. He was just man on man with a toucher. The other middle wasn't helping, so nice play, nice work.
So what have you got, Toowoomba?
Lane Madden, wrong line to 7, Laney.
Did well to get up and keep it alive. They didn't waste a touch there. This is the last now.
Oi.
Hey, that's the right line, my guy. That's the right line.
I tell you got big brother T-Mads in the sub-box giving him some free advice, but Lane doesn't need it, man. Been watching this kid come through for years. He loves footy. Absolute touch player through and through. He's, a sign of things to come, mate.
So, BMTA get us moving from halfway once more. 3-all the score. We've got a real shootout on our hands in the opening half here in the Under-16 Boys Championship. Now BMTA park it down towards, they go down the short side. Coming across defensively, it was a strong effort there from Jonah Oates, but it won't be enough in the end.
Nah, I love it. Richter on the early pass. So we've noticed, sometimes you try to teach kids to draw, pass and dig into the line, but what it actually does is gives the winger a chance to get back out to his man. So bang, catch, early pass, off he goes. Chink, catch, early pass. Instead of digging into the line, gives his winger time to catch and accelerate. Beautiful, man.
So Toowoomba get back to work. It just feels bad every time either side get on each other's 7, they're going to score. As it's Toowoomba's turn now, it's Newton trying to sneak in between. Touch made. They'll go back for the last. And this time the ball spills out. So BMTA hold on. Strong defensive set from them. They'll take a lot from that.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying watching Macbeth play on this near side wing. Even then, there was an opportunity to score, and it was close for him. So he's having a big impact in this game.
Penalty coming the way of BMTA. So that'll help things as they pick up and go. Plenty of speed in this game. It started off fast and it continues in that fashion. Now BMTA continue to work. They'll take the touch there. Toowoomba move back. 4-3 the score in favour of the Brisbane Base Club. It's a long pass. And the touch was made. And this time our man Jonah Oates gets across and affects the touch.
Mate, they're absolutely using the 32 in as one of their plays, and I like it. Like I said, it's part of my playbook. I find it's just squeezes the defenders. Newton's away, mate.
Yeah, Xavier Newton spotting an opportunity. Xavier Newton going from 0 to 100 real quick, rising through the gears. How about that? A bit of individual brilliance.
Well, mate, you're normally talking about Ferraris going around the outside. That was like watching a Dodge Ram go around the outside. Hey, bam, the turbos kicked in, the diesel spat, and off he went. Like, golly, that is lightning. And there is, just to think that someone has to stand in front of that young man and tackle him on other fields and other games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that caught everybody's eye here on field one.
Wow.
Whether you're looking at your phone, looking at the game, either way, you saw Xavier Newton.
Golly, here we go. But BMTA, mate, they always have a response.
That they do. So this is the last. Looking for that link channel. They go again that way. You called it T. Just that execution lucky on that occasion.
Mate, Jonah Oates was right and tight. Now, you watch, these are normally those moments coming into half-time, a little bit of fatigue. They've chucked some really big passes. They've caught me. I'm a little bit worried. But he had his assignment right on then.
So Toowoomba. Nice and direct. Good physical touch there. Nothing wrong with that. So continue to push forward here, Xavier Newton. Every time he gets the ball now, there's going to be expectations. The touch is made.
Mate, I'm really liking the officiating, the way that the referees are keeping the game speed up. Their movements, it's early comms. The players are responding well, and we're seeing this beautiful free-flowing game, man. It's really, really nice.
Yeah, both sides really delivering their best, including the referees. Nice little pass over the top. They keep things moving. They got touches to work with here, BMTA. This is the last. Pushing forward. Oh, it opened up.
Yeah, he shot that out of a cannon. Hey, maybe just a little bit off it, and I reckon Richter could have walked through there.
So they keep going down that way, Tristan?
Yeah, mate.
That's the plan?
Oh, well, they're setting up their right to left pass, so I reckon it's just what it is, which is where you can see Toowoomba setting up Newton on the left to right, you know? So
half-time here. Don't go anywhere. This game is turning out to be an absolute belter here on field one. Both teams up and about. BMTA Toowoomba locked up at 4-4. We'll return after the break.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Come and witness the best touch footballs in Queensland and experience everything the event has to offer. Make sure you put the Queensland State Cup on your calendar and we'll see you here.
Welcome back to the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup. Here we are on field one with Tristan Manor in the commentary box. This game turning it on for us here, mate, and it's finals day. Plenty of teams have been building to this day for a long time.
Absolutely, man. You know, and it's something with sort of NTL finals, NYC finals, Junior State Cup finals. Like, it's such an intense environment that I use a language like everybody catches fire. So everyone's hot out there. The coaches catching fire, everyone's catching fire, but who's going to maintain their blue head while all that intensity is going on?
Yeah.
You know, so we've seen some really nice chats by coaches, really composed discussions in the box. Makes a big difference for the kids heading out there.
So the 16 boys started off with a total of 21 teams, one pool of 5, 4 pools of 4 before being split out into the 2 separate divisions as BMTA hit the deck. They've been running that play and they're just lacking execution, but they'll get another crack here.
Well, that time they're coming back left to right, so that passing accuracy, probably not a natural passing side, trained passing side, you know, just a little bit off at the moment. But here we go, this is where they want to be.
So they look to go straight away early on in this set. Touch is made.
Great defensive touch, man.
Little ball, show and go, breaking through the line, looking for support. And the touch is called to Toowoomba. Great scramble there.
The last 2 touches have been diving touches, mate. Just awesome. Bodies on the line.
Short ball at the line, down it goes, over they go, and BMTA hit the front.
It's the county's platform, man. They're splitting in again, and he's able to find it. The middle's wider, so then the middle just takes off to try and help out instead of locking in a little bit earlier. So there he goes. He's going to split in towards the saving middle. Here he comes, bang, and finds him with that pass. It's so far for players to come.
So now in the championship division, we have a total of 11 teams and 2 pools. And in this pool, alongside BMTA Red and Toowoomba, we have Bundaberg and Townsville who are going at it at the moment, and Wynnum taking the bye in round 5.
And here we go, Newton looking to come out of half. Here's the left to right passer. And pass just going behind.
So BMTA stuck right in that far corner. So they look to get out of trouble here. It's a nice direct run and they pick up and go here. It's quite swift from them early on in this second half.
And this is one piece of the field that Toowoomba actually enjoy. There goes 5th touch and they're just coming out of the orange zone now.
Ooh.
Yeah, ball hits him. I think it just hits him on the side.
Okay.
Referee's happy to play ball down.
So Toowoomba do well defensively here to start off this second half. And they'll be looking to get a fresh set of legs on here in the Rockhampton heat. It's been beautiful conditions up here in a lovely part of the world. Nice run there from Toowoomba. Getting in and away. And 6 more touches waved on, so that'll help things.
Yeah, Laney just picks up a hand. And here you go. He'll wiggle his way down to the 7-metre line. Happy to take the contact. Let's see what the boys can set up together. Scott looking to work with Madden on the outside.
Here they go. The door shut there from BMTA. Still plenty of touches to work with. Calls from the box. As they want to get their plays on here. Nice one-handed scoop. Little flick pass. And then the footwork.
I think Pearson got him on the second attempt. Yeah.
So penalty coming the way of Toowoomba. They've had a good couple of cracks now. And they have the ultimate invitation. 6 touches to work with on the line. Won't count that time. Touches made.
It's so close, eh?
Lane Madden looking likely every single time he has ball in hand. Here he goes from half, picking it up. Thought about releasing the pass. Footwork again, dancing through. Just communication there with the referee and players, and the right call made. Toowoomba take the lead.
It's one of those ones, referee's asking if the touch is made. If the touch has been made, I'll play the try, but if it hasn't been, I'm absolutely awarding the try. So it's... And then sometimes it's, no, the try's been scored before the touch, so I'm awarding the try anyway. So that was just a nice clarification.
Like you said, mate, communication has been impeccable this morning.
Yeah,
that's what we want to see on finals day.
It's been good.
So BMTA, off they go. After conceding that try, Toowoomba posing all sorts of threats. BMTA looking to return serve in similar fashion. Ball at the line. They have space, they have numbers, they have time, and they have another.
Beautiful play set, especially off a tap-off. So they played what we call a passive out the back. So we've just got a deep link holding space, and when they see the link come in to help his mate, then they fire the pass out the back and he causes a 2-on-1. It's a really nice setup. That's well coached, well trained. Yeah, that stuff requires practice.
Toowoomba. Now they come back the other way. It's just been to and fro from both sides. The pendulum continues to swing. And don't we love it here on field one. Now a long pass. Oh, how good's that? Some of the tries have been absolutely outstanding here today.
Mate, well, he threw that to the middle of the field. That's 25 metres. You know, if it's got to be a rainbow, it's a rainbow. Everyone thinks it's got to be this beautiful, you know, flat pass, but no. It's like a Tom Brady. Just put it in front of the runner and let him run onto the ball. Money. Really enjoyed that one. So Scotty's coming good. He's had a beautiful dive at end of the last half, and watch this rip left to right. Just fires it. Sydney Harbour Bridge.
So BMTA getting back to work. Stay patient here as they walk towards the 7. Bodies in motion. Short ball at the line, and now they hit back. So attack really standing tall here at the moment. It's replay after replay.
It absolutely is, and you're right, mate. The attack standing tall because the defence aren't getting up off that line. So right here, I want to see my link get on and get up into space. Boom, early, which then he can't get that draw pass on because he would have already been between the player and the pass as he made the touch. So not much in it, but that's the awesome thing about touch. There doesn't have to be much in it for tries to be scored or touches to be made.
So now Toowoomba back in attack. And they turn over possession here, so penalty going the way of BMTA.
And here we go. You see BMTA just coming past their sub-box. Trey's been doing that job for his team really well for the whole game. It's a momentum setter, that one on the 4th touch. It's really, really important. And I've just enjoyed seeing him come out of the box and play that role. And all these teams, you know, we all have different roles of responsibility, and he's done that role really well.
So BMTA on deck. Here we go. Hunting towards the line. Toowoomba do well. Couple more touches. Oh, plenty more touches to go here for BMTA. They look to get a couple of plays on and really test this Toowoomba defence. Footwork back on the inside. Touches claimed.
And so that's the example of Scott getting off the line as the link and getting right up early, able to take care of that player, takes care of the space all in one moment.
They continue to go to work here. Short ball at the line. Jamming defence. Great touch, mate. And Toowoomba hold on. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, definitely been an adjustment to that play. So when they run that 32 in or that counties play, Toowoomba are now tighter with both the winger and the link and the middle all getting in really early.
7-6, it is the score. BMTA up, looking to extend their advantage. Diving at the line, touch made. So they'll go back here towards the 7. 8 minutes expired in this second half. Plenty of pointing, direction, and communication out there at the moment. This time they go for it. And fantastic defence from Toowoomba. Jack Macbeth, mate. Time and time again, he's really understood and committed to his role.
Yeah, and just unfortunately the pass was called forward there. So for me, that's defensive pressure on the passer. They get off the line early, they sprint towards him, and he passes the ball earlier than he wanted to. And isn't able to get the hips around. So nice defensive set by Toowoomba, but I'm really enjoying seeing the sequence of plays that BMTA are putting together.
So one try the difference, and BMTA have to throw possession back. Toowoomba have to throw possession back to BMTA, rather. Spread it out towards their sub-box. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. So the referee spotted it. Toowoomba get the ball back here.
And it looks to me like the space between the teams has opened up a wee bit as well.
It's a good carry there. So one try the difference. 9 minutes ticked by in this second half. They hand it off nicely. Touch made. This is the last now. So Toowoomba through Newton with the speculative pass.
Yeah, I don't mind him taking off that way. I just want 2 steps that way and then come back towards your preferred passing side. And the defence will have to rush you. You'll force the collapse, force the shut. But I'm sure, I'm looking at the coaches down in the sub box. I know Simo and T Mads and Darty, they can all see that. So I'm sure they're having chats about it on the sideline.
It's BMTA. Continue to work now. On come the players out of the sub box. A bit slower than usual, getting through their set, and now they turn over possession. And this is a good opportunity for Toowoomba to get to work now.
Mate, this is the time when we get into the contests. So right now, with 4 minutes left in the game, we're battling for the ruck, looking for an early turnover. The game's so locked up. One try in it. There you go, pulling out of the touch.
Yeah.
It's a battle for possession. It's all going on,
So play continues here. Toowoomba still alive. Touch made. Couple of touches to move here. On the last. Scooping and going.
Scotty.
Left to right. Oh, yes.
Scotty gets him again.
It's...
Forwards.
No. Yeah.
It's one each way, called forward. And he dug really deep into the line then, had a bit of time, so hard luck. But a great defence there by BMTA.
So that would have provided a 7-all scoreline if Toowoomba could have managed to try on that occasion. Right now, won the difference. The scoring has dried up as both sides get into the arm wrestle. They continue to move and go. Touch made. This is the last. Footwork, short ball. And they just lost a little bit of connection there at the end.
And there we go. It's got to be shoot defence from BMTA. They really want to lock it up and ensure that Toowoomba don't score here.
They work nicely. Meters on offer there. Here goes Xavier Newton. Ooh, BMTA make the touch. Yeah.
Frustration forces time here. If they left the ball on the mark, the opposition would have rolled the ball. They'll be going already. 6 touches, we get the ball back in faster time. Now there's a referee chat and, there's a discussion going on. We're inside 3 minutes.
Yeah.
That's like championship moments.
Yep.
And
so Xavier Newton.
Golly, and there you go. He's had such a wonderful game, and in the moment, this is what it's about. Like I said, everyone catches fire. Can we keep our blue head or not? Yep. So we just see Newton put in the bin.
Hey, lesson to learn before finals roll around.
That's right, mate. And as you can see, Toowoomba are good enough, BMTA good enough this game, So it's yep.
So BMTA now facing a Toowoomba side with 5 on the park. Bit more space, bit more time. And it's another try for BMTA. 8-6 the score.
Yeah, nice to see Curtis get one. He's been doing all little small jobs, for the boys. He's been laying the platform, dumping it in there, out of the box, working really hard. And he's been rewarded for all that hard work, all those little wee jobs here with a try himself. Boom, little left foot, dummy, and then he gets.
So as you mentioned, plenty of exceptional coaches in either sub box. What will the conversations be at the end of this one, mate? It's just a few lessons to learn as we head to the pointy end.
Oh, absolutely, mate. I think both coaches will be going away and looking at their defence.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I'd be looking at. You come into finals. Right now, they're out here on the big field, so people are seeing a few things as well.
Yep.
That's what happens when you're on the live stream. Coaches go, whoa, they're on the live stream. Let's go have a little wee looky.
Yep.
So I know that they'll all go back to tightening their D. But I'm loving the attack that I've seen from both teams, and it's really different. It has been a style battle on attack.
Yeah, it's been a cracking game. We've been treated to one here on field 1. So Toowoomba get moving. A long cutout pass. Of course, they have a man down at the moment. And BMTA just hold out there, stick to their processes, stick to their systems. Only seconds remaining in this second half.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see the plays that teams want to run, when they're down one. And like I said earlier in the game, I've said it a few times, as they run a sneak down the far side, when you've got 5 on 6, you get to the 7, play the 50-50s, dive at the toes, try to pick up tries man on man.
So play will run its course here. BMTA and Toowoomba going toe-to-toe. 8-6 the final score in favour of BMTA. Both sides really delivering here on field 1. Team, a final word before we head off to the GYG post-game interview.
Mate, what an awesome game. I'm not going to be surprised if these two teams end up playing each other again deep into the final series. They'll go away, do some work after this one, mate. And I look forward to seeing this game again.
Plenty more to come your way. Don't go anywhere, as we'll return in not too long at the 2025 Junior State Cup.
I think
think it's just great to be around people who are like-minded and passionate about the sport, and to be able to network, to look at current trends and new ways to push the game forward in our communities. It was really great to hear our opening QTF chairperson, just to think about some conversations I've had and how we can grow our sport back in our region. Coming from Townsville, I'm looking forward to going back and having some more conversations and seeing what change we can and growth we can have in that area.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy.
Time for another post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. We've got Billy here from BMTA 16 Boys who just beat Toowoomba 8-6. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Now, it's been a big 2 days here already. How are you feeling on day 3 and post-game?
Yeah, pretty sore. We're starting to play better as a team the more games we play, so that's good. Might have up to 5 games today, though, which will be hard.
That sounds like a big day. Look, any improvement that you've noticed with your team in the tournaments leading up to JSC?
Yeah, it's pretty good. The more we play, the more we get to know each other and each other's assets to the game, so we get better as a team.
Why do you keep playing touch footy?
It's really fun, good fitness, get to play with all your friends, good socially.
I can't find any reason not to, actually. And do you have any reasons to share with the kids watching today, perhaps, on why they might want to get involved?
Yeah, it's just a great sport. You'll meet lots of new people. It's a great sport to get fit. Helps with other sports as well, so yeah.
Any tips on things that you've actually learnt to improve your fitness this year in particular?
Just running. The more reps you do, the more fitter you get, the better you get.
Well, there you go. Congratulations on your game today, Billy, and good luck for the rest of them.
Yeah, thank you.
Stay tuned. More finals footy coming to you live from Rockhampton.
Welcome back to the Queensland Junior State Cup, and we're into a 14 girls action quarterfinals, first quarterfinals as well. We've got the team list coming up. Gold Coast A taking on Toowoomba White. Scott McAllister and Blake Hornbrook in commentary for this one. Gold Coast been pretty good throughout the 14 girls. There's 6 wins without a loss. Only the 4 tries conceded so far throughout their campaign. Toowoomba finishing second in Pool B. In pretty good form, though, as well. Only the 1 loss so far throughout their tournament. 5 wins to their name. Quarterfinal action, Blakey boy. It's all on the line now.
Certainly is, mate. This is the pointy end of the competition. These are the games that you want to be in. And we've got 2 very big affiliates here ready to go toe-to-toe for a place in a semi-final.
Other quarterfinals in the 14 girls taking place at the moment as well is BMTA Red taking on Caboolture, and the winner of this match will take on the winner of that quarterfinal. Redlands Red taking on Palm Beach A, and Rocky Red taking on Thuringowa. Semi-finals will come up later on this afternoon at 1:20. Grand final will be at 3:05. So it's do or die footy from now on in. Winners go through, losers will go home.
Plenty of energy from the box here from Toowoomba. With the tap off, they really want to get a good start against a juggernaut in Gold Coast.
It's Toowoomba now shift early coming to the last. Gold Coast come up and close out the set.
some good rushing defence there from Gold Coast. I wouldn't really call it shooting as such, but they definitely were aggressive in their line defence, even if it was in that 1-3-5 sort of formation. They just wanted to make sure Toowoomba didn't get any time with the ball to set up as they get to the other end of their set for a fifth dump there. JC Lou Smart driving it well there for our number 12, picking up from half, creating opportunity here.
Man, getting away from defence, just looking for a blue and gold jersey to link up with. Oh, cuts back in underneath. Sends it across,
unlucky.
but they can't get a clean ball down. Well, they had to come from everywhere there, Toowoomba in defence. It was a nice run, dangerous from the coast.
Great end of set there from Gold Coast after defending the tap off. Now wanting to build a bit of pressure here in defence as Toowoomba get to the box there.
And hard yards through the middle. Nice clean play the ball as well. Gives those replacements a bit of opportunity to flow onto the field. They'll look for a clean roll ball. Spain plays it. They come back towards her now. And they'll finish it off in the corner.
Yeah, it's a good finish to that set there. It didn't start real well, but the girls got on early with their latch for touch 3 only. They managed to get a touch 4 and unfortunately couldn't quite have a strike dump to finish the set as Gold Coast looked to bring it back on the field there. Early in the piece now, they're a long way towards their 7 already early in the set, so they'd like to get a good strike dump here. That's 5th now with a half run. And good defence there from Toowoomba to snuff that one out.
So those early morning cool temps are definitely on the way out. Starting to warm up here, heading towards 20 degrees now. The jumpers are coming off. The shirt and the shorts are out there over the sideline, flirting with it at the moment, Toowoomba.
They were definitely on the sideline there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely the freezer was out this morning. The jumper and the long pants, she was 7 degrees on my phone, but it felt like a lot worse.
Perfect conditions for finals day here at the Queensland Junior State Cup. Temps heating up. It's heating up on the field as well as we start to get into finals action now. First quarter finals we've seen so far here on day 3. Gold Coast asking questions. Sharp off the left foot, getting away from the diving defender. This time they link up. There is a Toowoomba defender across there again.
It's a familiar left foot step there from a number 7 from Gold Coast, Aniston Dayberg-Muir. I'm sure Dad's taught her that one. As they look to now defend a set from Toowoomba from that far side.
Bit of finger pointing going on here at the moment. Which way is this going to go? I think the on-field referee is just going to say ball down from Toowoomba. They were looking for the penalty. Didn't get it.
Yeah, that's probably a good lesson there to play to the whistle. If the Toowoomba girl had to just pick the ball up from half, they probably keep that ball and they play on. So play to the whistle. As Gold Coast probably go away from their box here as they get a few fresh legs on as JC Lou comes on. And a few familiar faces in this Gold Coast side. I know are of the younger age too. So it's a very strong team, even with some 13-year-olds in it.
Show and go. The defence has been strong on the line. Toowoomba, they've had plenty of work to do in the early stage of this game. Gold Coast looking to crack them and get the first try on the board. Do they do it now? The touch has been claimed and made.
Great touch there from the winger in the corner for Toowoomba.
This is where they really need to get some work. Great start to this set.
Meters.
That's the thing that they've been missing so far. First touch. They've still got to continue to punch forward, and unfortunate. The young lady did all the great work to get him going forward on the first. Just coming up with a little mistake.
Yeah, they're definitely camped on their line here, Toowoomba, and as much as their defence is holding strong, too many repeat sets of 6 with Gold Coast is going to eventually get you cracked. So if they can defend this, the call from the sideline really needs to be to complete and just get the ball down the other end as far as they can. As they run a 3-point play there, and a great diving touch out from the link by number 12 there from Toowoomba, Sophia Hooper.
Sloane Watkins will come and play it on the last touch here for the Coast.
We want to press up, try and get that ball turned over as far down the field as you can. Oh, good touch.
And another one. They're throwing their bodies on the line at the moment. That was Lola Majoribanks there making the big touch for Toowoomba.
as we've spoken before, it's very much a game of chess, a game of touch. Each side just trying to crack the other team's game plan as they get through their set here now. Toowoomba, touch 3. That's touch 4 there, and we're looking for a strike touch to finish this set. And they're going to finish on the far side here, hopefully to make it that little bit more difficult for Gold Coast now.
You mentioned the Coast owners letting in the 4 tries throughout the tournament, but they've scored 46 as well. So they're getting it done on both sides of the field. And Toowoomba's defence, though, is frustrating them at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely is there, and to their credit, that frustration has now turned into an early turnover. So hopefully they can now put it on the 7 and give their side an opportunity to go up 1-0 in this game, which has been a 0-all tight contest.
Good opportunity here for Toowoomba. They haven't been down this end of the field all that often. But Hearden plays it back through the midfield. Hey, with Spain now rolls them forward. Back to Van Heerden. Now McKellar on the last. And a little mistake there in the play of the ball.
Not quite how they wanted to finish that set that far, that close to the 7, having only been there twice in this half. Coach Geordie Dart there won't be too happy, but he'll know now that his team needs to defend with a bit of pressure to earn that ball back as they get a slow roll ball there. Just need to lift off their line in these midfield touches as they're doing very well.
And struggling to get forward here at the Coast.
And that's 5th there now, so they're defending the set very well, and they're going to get that turnover just past halfway. So good defensive pressure, good early repeat set here now. But again, the work's not done. They've still got to get to that 7.
And there's players that are just heading off at the moment here for Toowoomba. And it was clunky. Referees didn't see it cleanly. They're going to let Toowoomba maintain possession. Now they're back onto the run. Mans plays it. Nice clean pick-up. Players still retrieving here for the Coast, and they've slipped in behind them, looking for the support. There's players down on the deck everywhere. The ball has been lost over the line.
Piper York, lovely half run there. Unfortunately, couldn't find an open player, but it just shows that once Toowoomba gets down on the 7-metre line, they can make something happen here, and that's going to make Gold Coast nervous.
Hasn't this game turned around? Feels like momentum's with Toowoomba at the moment, and you can see Gold Coast. This is good kick out, though, to get them going forward, but they were struggling on the first couple of touches. Now they're over the halfway line and looking to straighten things up. French will play it coming into the last touch of the set. Nice pick up and go from half, and another diving effort from Toowoomba in defence. This time it was Greta Goddard.
How quickly momentum can change when one side just decides to relax a little bit in defence and the other team decides to go really hard. Gold Coast very quickly got down on the 7, and now Toowoomba are once again struggling to get off their line and get to the box. Good meters there. And earned a penalty too.
So a little boot in the ruck from one of the Coast players. They'll tap it shy of the halfway line.
Finding a lot of our junior teams, especially in Bundaberg, they think once they've got past halfway that the try line is just there, and they all start setting up for attack, and they don't realise it's still a long way to get to that 7-metre line before you're in any real position to score. So Toowoomba are still 12, 15 metres away. They need to get a little bit closer here. That's 5th now and still 10 metres away, which is a safe space for Gold Coast to know that they can just touch and pull corner and feel a lot more comfortable in defence.
And an incorrect play ball, not facing the try line. So he gives the footy back on the last touch for the Coast. So they get some changes now onto the park. Tayberg Muir has to go back to the mark.
Need a strike dump now. 5 coming. Just another half run just to get it down the field as far as they can. There's the Dayberg Muir again. JC Liu. Both young girls. That's probably nearly a whole side of 13-year-olds, actually, from memory.
That's not a bad effort. And we're keeping one eye on this team. Next year, they're going to have another crack in the under-14s. They've got a real chance of taking it this year as well, but they've got a fight on their hands at the moment against Toowoomba. Great exchange of passing to pick up big meters. Martel plays it. Now they look to come right. Oh, just couldn't quite get that one down. Gold Coast holding on in defence as well.
So important, those 1% skills, when trying to finish a set of 6, especially in games like this where it's very much between 7 to 7. No sides broken yet. Good meters there out of the box from Gold Coast.
Again, this pressure from the midfield. Toowoomba just completely slows them down, forces Gold Coast to have to reset, and then they get the error coming off the back end. This is a quality game. We haven't seen any tries yet, but this is back and forth between a couple of heavyweights here in the 14 girls.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the Toowoomba box is very positive. They're very upbeat. As much as this game has ebbed and flowed, they know they're right in this while the score stays 0-0.
Oh, and just now it'll be interesting. Yeah, there was contact made. She was looking to shape back on the inside, but I think could see that her supporting player wasn't there to take the pass, and the contact just spilled the ball out of the hands. Good call from the on-field.
Yep, definitely there. But again, that was, the ball didn't get moved any further forward down the field, so Gold Coast got a nice halfway changeover.
Now they shift down their right edge again. McLaren plays it. She'll head over for a breather. Again, blue jerseys in front of the Coast. Better flow coming into the last. They pick up and prop off the left foot. Oh, lovely ball. Finds it. Winger was just not quite in position. I think they were making a change on the previous play.
I've seen it quite often, actually. Sides going back to that box side to finish and not actually having a winger to throw it to because they've taken that opportunity to sub them over. It's unfortunate timing, especially in that instance there where a try may have been scored. But anyway, Toowoomba again just got to go forwards a little bit more. They're latching well, but they're latching sideways. Finish this side. There it is.
Lovely little ball through and good footwork as well. Good footy again from Toowoomba, because it looked like the play was going to finish about 10 metres further downfield. And it was smart to bring it back down the right edge. And now on the first couple of touches, they forced a mistake. I think they're actually going to keep the football here. Yeah, penalty, bit of contact. So the ball came out, but it was due to the contact from Toowoomba.
Yeah, it was probably a 50-50 call there that went Gold Coast way. But yeah, as you said, Toowoomba, they kept that fifth touch alive there and gained an extra 10 metres. And the best thing is they finished in this far side. They've gained the ball back from a Gold Coast mistake and now a penalty, all because they finished as far away as possible and forced Gold Coast to have to shift the ball sideways.
So still searching for the first points of the game.
Great meters.
This is quarterfinal 3 in the 14 girls. Oh, did a good job. Loose ball. I think she might have had one eye on coming off for a breather, which she does now. It's Phoebe wearing the number 5, so the replacement coming in. Again, not all players in position there for Toowoomba. They turn the ball over, though, on the last touch.
Yeah, probably not the best time to sub in attack that close to your line. And just hear the hooter go in the background there. Great first half.
A really good first half with the scores still locked up at 0-0. No tries as of yet. And the first, I know we got a shorter format here, but that looked like that just flew by because it was just back and forth battle between these two teams.
Yeah, and early on, Gold Coast had a lot of opportunity on their line and Toowoomba held it out. They themselves got a couple of opportunities they didn't take the best chances with. But yeah, the game is definitely between 7 to 7.
Great opening half here in the quarterfinal between Gold Coast and Toowoomba. We locked up at 0-0 going into the break.
I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna stop.
Teams making their way back out for the second half. And we are locked at 0-0. A quality first 14 minutes from these two teams. This is quarterfinal 3. Winner goes through to the semi-finals later on this afternoon. It's all on the line to play for these two teams. Do Gold Coast crack open this Toowoomba defence, who've thrown absolutely everything defending their line, and they start the second half in perfect fashion?
Yeah, Gold Coast were really intent from that tap-off. Toowoomba weren't quite set as the hooter was blown. They were really keen to get one up in this second half. Unfortunately, they didn't quite execute that last pass there, as well as Toowoomba defending it quite well. And now Toowoomba have decided they're going to go direct here off the back of that defensive effort, as they make great meters there on touch 5 for that strike dump, and they probably want to finish it, a little bit further to the sideline. But that's still a great set there from Toowoomba defensively and offensively.
So the winner of this will take on the winner of Brisbane Metro Red and Caboolture. That quarterfinal taking place at the moment as well. We've also got Redlands Red taking on Palm Beach, and Rocky Red taking on Thurgowa. Those two winners will find each other in the semi-finals later on today, which will be taking place at 1:20 p.m.
Did a little of an away subset there where they took the ball to the Toowoomba sub-box before shifting it all the way across. It actually made them quite a few metres, so look to see them doing that again as they've got down the line already.
Oh.
For the open side quickie shape that Toowoomba has defended very well.
The two number 12s coming together. There's Scarlett Marina and Sophie Hooper.
Nothing in it, just two bodies coming together. Change over now, so again back into that grind. Toowoomba needs to be a little bit cleaner here, a bit more clinical in their box set. They get off quite quickly. They drop one straight away, so they only got 5 players. And they need to be a little bit cleaner with getting on the field. Gold Coast's rushing defence is doing really well there. They've created numbers. Ooh.
Definitely going forward that last one. Right in front of us here in the box. Gold Coast will come up for the tap of the halfway line.
Can't fault the fields and the facility this year. They've been amazing. The weather's been amazing. The Inferno tent has been lined up outside the front door for a good half an hour before they even opened up.
Yeah, the field's definitely in great nick. You'll often see in a lot of big tournaments, you'll start to see some wear and tear, particularly around that 7-metre line. Fields look almost like they did on the first days. We see the Coast getting through. Toowoomba make the touch. Called onside. They want the football back here so they can get underway.
Yeah, Gold Coast have definitely started this second half with a little bit more intensity. Toowoomba are just holding on like they did at the start of the first half as well. Trying to ride that wave. As we've had a referee here, she's made a call, forward pass, I would assume, from half. Yep.
Need to get in position. They were making some changes to Toowoomba. Gold Coast will tap.
JC Lou Smart will take control there in the middle. She's a good middle player, looking for that C1 shape as she sweeps around to that short side.
Ooh. Now trying to slip in underneath, has been taken. Molly McKellar there, popping up out of the line.
So unfortunately, they didn't quite utilise that set there, Gold Coast. Probably rushed it a little bit. We've had another referee decision here now. Let's change it over again. Number 7 on the sweep yet? No, not yet.
Ooh, little show and go, pretty tight. Had to get across there, Nopke to make the touch.
So we can see if Toowoomba are going to hold up their defence here.
Now Dayberg Muir with a bit of room to work with. They go down the sideline, another big touch.
Yeah, great touch there from the winger and the link, I think, both coming across in defence. As Gold Coast were subbing players off there, so a good opportunity to get them on the field now as Annie drives, sweeps around. But again, great sliding defence there from Toowoomba.
They're going to get the penalty, though, here, the Coast. The back end of the set. More pressure. We saw them throughout the first half. They had
multiple sets defending their line. They threw bodies absolutely everywhere to stop this Gold Coast attack. They've given another penalty away, though.
I'd love to see a quarterback, I think, off the sweep here when Toowoomba really slide to the short side, come back against the grain, see if you can catch someone shutting a little bit too early. They go the slider set up.
Nice short ball and good defence from outside in again. Haley Werribone defending the left wing for Toowoomba. Had to make the touch. Still throwing punches here, the Coast. This time open side. Dayberg Muir throws the dummy, but she's made another big touch.
Number 6. Great try-saving touches there, those last couple of plays. As we saw there, Gold Coast did go back against the grain there with that slider shape with the 3-point long ball to Annie. Winger made a great call, and they've defended the set here again, Toowoomba, but now the hard work has to get done. They've got to get to the box. They've got to complete this set, turn back the momentum.
Yeah, it's hard when you've been out there defending for so long and your first thought is I need to go and get a break, but they've done a pretty good job.
That's
some
4.
girls getting their hands forward and they get the penalty off it. Sometimes you just got to take those shots and just get their head down and go forward, and sometimes you get the reward off the back of it just like that to get a penalty and another leg up to go downfield.
Yeah, and as you said, 2 sets on the line, even 3 sets on the line, and then you've got to do another 4 touches to the box. The lungs are hurting, the legs are hurting. That's what quarterfinal action's about, and that's what semifinals will be too.
Still 0-0 here in the quarterfinal between the Coast and Toowoomba. Can one of these teams crack it open? Will it be Toowoomba in this set? Late switch ball hits the ground.
Probably needed to step back there, the half. They created a good 4-on-3 scoop. The numbers weren't quite on the short side. Gold Coast were pulling corner quite well.
Well, we're halfway through the second half here. We didn't see any points in the first half. Haven't seen any in the first 7 minutes. Here are the second. Are we going to be locked up at 0-0 at full time?
I haven't commentated a drop-off yet, Scotty. That's a little bit nerve-wracking.
Nervous for the players, nervous for the commentators. It just feels like someone's going to have to give here. Can Toowoomba continue to hold on? Definitely feels like the Gold Coast have had the better of the attack. And they're throwing it around, but they got all their players over there on the left-hand side. Toowoomba gets straight back onto the football. And they want them to go straight and forward first.
And that's the good spot. Well done. Meters going forward. Just continue to finish down the field. Not sideways. Just go forwards. Sweepers are around. They half. Oh, numbers.
Ooh.
Oh, unlucky.
It's probably the right idea to give that face ball out across. A nice defensive read coming up out of the line.
And here Coach Geordie Dart and the girls in the box all saying to finish in this side. They know they weren't going to look like scoring off that last touch, so they want to make it as hard as possible for Gold Coast here.
And the Coast, nice little show and go. Mariner picks up meters, just has to stop though to go back to play the ball on the mark. And the Coast get some players onto the field now. Mako Kelly plays it last. And pick up and go. And sometimes that's not a bad option if you've got someone with some wheels just to pick up from half. You're at least going to pick up some meters as you go.
Yeah, and she breaks through. She gets caught. She takes her time coming back to give the ball to the mark. The defence can get set now, and now they've built pressure here in defence transition. That's touch 3 there. Doesn't look like the girls are coming off, and if they are, they're leaving it very late to come off.
Yeah, and when you make changes and they're flat, and now they're only still getting those replacements coming on.
That's 5th now. And they've got numbers now.
Good short ball. Oh, just needed to be a little bit fraction lower and right in the breadbasket. Looked like Gold Coast defenders were coming from outside in to possibly make that touch regardless, but back end of the set when there was nothing doing on the first few touches.
Toowoomba actually, they subbed everyone off and then they just subbed them back on this side of the field, and all of a sudden it went from an manned up to an overlap.
Well, this battle continues. The Coast now in between and behind the Toowoomba defence.
They finally cracked them open. It's Kelsey McLaren who gets it done. And finally, the Gold Coast get the first try of the match.
She's been coming out of the box and driving really hard all game, so that's some good rewards there for her efforts. She kept the ball moving, she kept it alive, she didn't get touched, and a gap opened up and she took her chance, and that's it. That's what breaks the game apart. One little moment. We'll see what Toowoomba's got off the tap here to try and get us back locked up as we have another great strong drive there from Toowoomba number 2. Referees call play on. Numbers.
Great hands, and they will get it done in the corner. Phoebe Wicks. Well, when we went how long without seeing tries, we see the Gold Coast score down one end, and straight away from the tap restart, Toowoomba straight back at him.
Wow. As you said, 25 nearly minutes of nothing, and then 2 tries within 10 seconds. And we're locked up again.
3 minutes to go.
See what Gold Coast have off the tap here. Same setup here. They'll look for a second phase sweep here, I think.
Gassick plays it.
Sweep, and then the check back. And then they ran the other way. There, good play. Good play. Need to find someone.
And they do with Dayberg Muir. Has the touch been made? They're calling a touch on the hair. It's a hard one. It does count as a touch in the attacking play where you get touched on the head. Not that I've got a strand on my melon, but you can't really feel it. So you feel like you get there and you get the try. They go with the player honesty. Touch on the hair counts. Toowoomba hold on.
Yeah, and referee was right in front of it too, so he agreed with it.
Heavy contact here. Yeah, possibly could have gone either way. Doesn't look like the Toowoomba player got the hand out to initiate the touch. Toowoomba get the penalty.
Intensity's lifted up another notch now. We're definitely in finals action.
2 to go. Game on the line. Winner goes through to the semi-final. Losers tournament is done. This is great running here for Toowoomba, and there's been no touch made. Has there? They claimed it. Dayberg Muir came in to make a big touch. Mako Kelly down on the ground at the moment.
She just needed to pass it. It was almost 4-on-2. She'd run around 2 defenders. And Dayberg Muir made the great call to shut, but unfortunately, if she had passed it, they had 2 unmarked players. And then turned over in the middle of the field. So would have liked to have seen that turned over on the outside.
Great first run.
Great meters.
Now Dayberg Muir has to come back to play it. I'll be looking for a little spark coming out of the box here, the Coast. Scores are locked up at the moment with just over 60 seconds to go. Does this go into extra time? Can the Gold Coast create something? Little show and go. Wingers open, still holding it at the moment, looking for someone. Gold Coast can't get it done again. Toowoomba, desperation in defence yet again.
Arabella Nopke, she's really stood up in these last couple of minutes. Some great driving meters with the ball. A great diving touch there to chase JC Lou Smart from scoring the match winner. And now Toowoomba have the opportunity to go into the semi-final here with a last-minute try.
Just over 30 seconds to go. It's the last touch. They haven't punched too far downfield. Gold Coast are going to have one more opportunity here to steal it at the death.
Do we have a trick play? We have a little sideline sneak. Do we have something here that can just break this game open?
Might only get another couple of touches. 15 seconds left on the clock.
Here we go.
Now a space to work with down the right-hand side. No touch made. They're streaking away the Coast. No, she has claimed that they will come back. Piper York. Massive touch on the boot. No dispute from the Gold Coast. One final play. The hooter sounded in the background.
No.
Can they make this touch to Toowoomba? Or they're holding it. Space. They get across.
Geordie Dart was pulling his red hair out there. That play should have been dead. The siren had gone, and then they rolled the ball still. So they're very lucky that Gold Coast didn't score there. There may have been a coach's blow-up.
Well, we're going into extra time. Scores locked up at 1 try piece here between the Coast and Toowoomba. And talk us through what's going to unfold here in the extra time period.
2 minutes, 4-on-4 here. You get basically 3 sets, and sometimes that can favour the team who taps off second or who taps off first in the drop-off, because they get 1 set of attack. They normally get that next set to defend, and then they'll normally have the ball 1 more time. So if you're the defending team, it's super important to defend that first set. Everyone thinks in drop-offs you can score from any part of the field. Again, it's all about getting down to that 7 and taking your opportunity. Playing eyes up, there's lots of space with only 4 people on the field. But you don't want to try and score it too early.
Semi-final spot on the line against the winner of BMTA Red and Caboolture. What a quarter-final this has been. It's almost felt like a grand final. The quality of footy that we've seen between both these two sides. And the semi-final is on the line. Toowoomba head back out onto the field.
There'll be a select group of players here that'll be identified for the drop-off. Not everyone will play these. You sometimes can get a set where you can sub some players off, but generally these 4 will stay on for 2 minutes. Now, if we get past 2 minutes and we still haven't had a try, we're going forever until someone scores 3 on 3.
Now the early advantage here is for the Coast with getting the tap off. Down to 4 on 4. 2-minute extra time period starts now. McLaren, one of the try scorers, the only try scorer for the Gold Coast. Does she send him through to the grand final? Got Watkins on, comes back to McLaren. Space on the outside. Gold Coast will get the early advantage here in the extra time period. They score first, but it's still game on. Toowoomba will rush back to the halfway line.
Yeah, they've taken their opportunity with the tap-off play. Again, sending Anderson Dayberg-Muir around on the sweep, but using it as a decoy. Now they've still got to defend this set here because Toowoomba can just as easily go back and level this up.
Like you mentioned, it's important to be able to get down the other end. They've got a bit of intent about getting down and rolling forward at the moment. Van Heerden looking for her half.
I'd be trying to find number 2, Arabella Nopke here. She's been a real difference in the side.
No room to work with down the short side. Van Heerden will come back and play it.
We've got one more touch. If that's not 5th coming now.
And that
6
is
changeover. So now they just got to be composed here, Gold Coast. The ball's in their court. They're up by 1. They just need to complete, hold the footy for as long as they can, and suck up as much of these 2 minutes as possible.
Nice meters. You still want to try and get as far downfield as you can and not give a little leg up. That'll help. Takes a couple of seconds off the clock as well, as Watkins has to come back and play it on the mark. And the Coast with Legasic over the halfway line. They've only got the 2 players on the field at the moment. They're going to have to combine together. They're completely out of whack, but they just show wheels and almost skipping on the outside. With Watkins again, they've got to get on the footy. The clock's about to get away from them, Toowoomba. They're going to have to chance their hand, but that will be it. The Gold Coast will progress through to the semi-final. They take the victory in extra time over Toowoomba.
Man, I hope the grand final's as hot as that quarterfinal because that was great.
Yeah, what a match that was. And Toowoomba, gee whiz, they can hold their head up high after that one. Some performance, but it gets away from them, and the Gold Coast go through to the semis, which you'll see later on this afternoon. We've got more quarterfinal action coming up next. Gold Coast taking on Bundaberg. Stay with us. More to come.
Welcome back to the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup, and we're coming to you live from Field 1. We have our next match ready to take place between the Gold Coast and Bundaberg in the under-16 girls. I'm joined by the man, Scott McAllister, in the commentary box. Scotty, it's heating up, mate.
Oh, it certainly is. It's heating up out here on ground level, and the games that we're seeing now as well, desperation. The quarterfinal we just had in the 14 girls going to extra time. That was a great game between the Coast and Toowoomba. We're going to see the Gold Coast up again next, but 16 girls championships that we're into now. This is quarterfinal 3, Coast taking on Bundaberg. The Gold Coast finished first in Pool C, 3 wins, 0 losses since they split into the championship division. And in the qualifying matches as well, they went 4-0 there, so still undefeated at the moment, the Gold Coast. And they've only let in 4 tries so far throughout the tournament. Their match this morning, 6-0 win over Caboolture. For Bundaberg, they're second. They finished second in Pool B after the championship matches, 2 wins, 1 loss. And they also had 2 wins and a loss in the qualifying matches as well. They played this morning against Palm Beach B, and they had a 6-1 victory there as well. Other quarterfinals in the 16 girls, we got BMTA Blue taking on Rockhampton in QF2. And in QF1, BMTA Red versus Toowoomba. The winner of this match, Coast and Bundy, will take on the winner of BMTA Red and Toowoomba. And the final quarterfinal is Redlands Red taking on Palm Beach A. You'll see the semifinals later on this afternoon, one of which is we will broadcast 1:20 p.m. in the 16 Girls Championships semi-finals, grand final at 3:05. So we've had a couple of extra games that went into extra time in that last time slot, including our 14 Girls quarterfinal. And I believe they have all just wrapped up. So both teams will make their way onto the field in just a second. And they'll be ready to go for this next quarterfinal. Katie Geiger's in commentary with me. Heating up out there at the moment.
Heating up everywhere. Scotty, the games, I think we had maybe 5 or 6 drop-offs in that time slot alone. So I love the when we have drop-offs, it means the teams are nice and close and there's not a dominance, and someone sort of missing out by a number of tries. So drop-offs are, look, Queensland Touch is the winner in my eyes when we have plenty of drop-offs. It means our competitions are healthy and the teams are even and everything's going to plan in our eyes anyway. So we love to see it.
You can see the Bundy huddle here. Their last instructions. They look nice and calm at the moment. But they know they'll be up against it. This Gold Coast juggernaut, they've always been very strong. Well, I was going to say in the female program, but we'll see a lot of their boys' teams as well later on as well, contending finals. But a great effort for Bundy to make the QF here in the 16 girls.
Yeah, these Bundy 16 girls have been going great this year. They've had a few lead-up tournaments that they've actually won and done really well in. So it's really good to see the development that they got going on in Bundaberg. Right now, they got some great coaches, some great people running it there. Dave Field, our amazing referee director as well. He's head of Bundy Touch, so he's a beautiful man, and we've got some lovely people in Bundy Touch. So there's no surprise that Bundy's going really good at the moment, and these 16 girls are probably top of the pecking order, I think, for the junior teams that they've got in their rep program there. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the Bundy girls go. Gold Coast, as you said, Scotty, always difficult, always tough. They're always full of run, and their skills are always top shelf. So it's Bundy going to be up against it, but they'll be well and truly up for the contest.
Gold Coast over the far side of the field come together now. As our final match that was in extra time on the outskirts and backfields has now concluded. Bundy make their way onto the field for the quarterfinal here in the 16 Girls Champs. Gold Coast stroll on out as well. Bundaberg will tap to start us here in this quarterfinal.
30 seconds. Flag referee, please take the field. 30 seconds.
So we're about 30 seconds from getting underway. Plenty more great action coming up this afternoon. More finals on the way. Will be concluded just after 3 o'clock this afternoon. The 18 boys grand final. 18 girls on your coverage. And prior to that as well. Hooter about to sound here for the start of the quarterfinal. We're underway. Nice little pop-out play from Bundy first. No half in place, though. I like they're throwing questions early. Lola Wood comes back infield. Gets into half now. Churchill plays it back to the open side as they switch in. And no options there. They'll finish off their set. It's going to be a penalty. A little forward pass back on the inside. A few little options there off that tap off. And the Gold Coast showing a different one of their own now as they come down Bundy's side of the field, streaking away, but coming back on the inside. Lola Wood showing good speed to come back across. Now a little show and go from Eldridge.
We have semi-final 1 on field 4.
Gold Coast now back in the middle of the field. No one at home. Oh, wow. Well, that was pretty sleek because I was just about to say there was absolutely nobody at home down the left-hand side of the field. Players not in position. Had a little look and just went, oh, well, I'll get in underneath and have a crack at Bundy at their toes.
How did she get so low? I was like, whoop, jump. Awesome. Awesome. There was no other option but to do that. She chose the right option because there wasn't much in front of her. But it's a really good start by both teams, I will admit. So Bundaberg had their strike weapons on there for that set. A little bit of confusion, but Gold Coast have a very great structured defence and structured attack at the same time. So they are hard to beat. Hopefully coaches for Bundy have put a few measures in place for the girls to be able to find those spaces. But Gold Coast is a very well-drilled team, as in well-structured team. So they know what they're doing. They played together a long time, as has Bundy, though. So hopefully the Bundy girls can keep their composure. If Gold Coast happen to get a few on the board, Scotty, hopefully they can keep their composure and trust their process and back their instincts, and they'll keep themselves in the game. They just got to keep that confidence on the high. So a really good defensive set there. Nice stop before they got to the try line. So Gold Coast is a team that you don't want to let them attack too much on that try line. They got strikes everywhere. So Bundy, good ruck set here to get through this good pressure defence by Gold Coast, and they'll set themselves up better for another strike.
They're under pressure trying to get forward here, Bundy. Oh, yeah, you always get nervous when they shape to throw that inside ball when you're coming around behind the play. That's the last touch. And nice option, but they were conceding the set. It was probably worth throwing because they were looking for any additional metres they could find there, Bundy. Danger signs here with the Coast back on the attack. Eldridge back on the inside. Erickson plays it. Eldridge directing traffic out there at the moment. And comes to the open side. Just snatching at that one. Lamusu drops it on the attack. Bundy need to be stronger going forward. Nice switch option around behind and then the straighten up to get them going forward again from Kelly.
That's a much better set from Bundaberg getting out of their danger end. Much more intent, much more direct. Some really good, not that indecision where no one knows who's going down. Are you going down? Are you going to pass to me? Am I staying out? All those indecisions that wouldn't be a part of your normal subset. But when you've got pressure defence on you, that's purely the word of pressure, is they're trying to upset your rhythm. So well done, Bundy, to just stick to your process and go hard at it. That was a much better set. They can just condense their defence and keep working really hard to not let the Goldie get to the end. That'll be clear instructions from Adam Lovett, the Bundaberg coach, no doubt.
Penalty given from our on-field referee, Giancarlo. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I know Giancarlo has spent a lot of his time down in Victoria, and I think he may still live down that way. Flies up, comes from all over the place to go to all the big tournaments, does a lot of kilometres, he loves refereeing. Back here at the Junior State Cup in Rockhampton.
Wonder how the midday weather is going for him
in
Rockhampton. I know it was cold this morning, but we're getting a typical Rocky sun right now. it's lovely for us, but from Victoria, could be a bit hard to take.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not experiencing the same sort of winter day that we are right now here in Rockhampton. As the coast diving into the line. Nice touch there from Abby Churchill. They get up nice and early, coming into the last touch. There's a little bit of space through the midfield. Finds the hands out here on Makisi. The touch of pass is given. So they're holding out defensively. They leaked one early try at Bundy, but they've been defending their line over the last couple of sets. Now they punch downfield, a little bit more purpose this time around.
Yeah.
They get a nice switch in. Someone needs to get them going forward again. Don't want to be going too lateral around the middle part of the field. Nice pick up from half as Gear does find some support, and they almost slip through with Parsons. They're on the other side of the field, at least, to start their set here the coast. Good meters, though, from Harmy McKesey. Now a little pop-out play. And they get in behind the two Bundy defenders. They're on the back foot at the moment. Gold Coast, a little show and go. And it confirmed no touch was made. And the Gold Coast, nice ball movement. And they get their second try on the board.
Yeah, just got her on the outside there. Just got her for a bit of pace. I think a little bit out of position. Driver out there, and she was able to slip in underneath. Yeah, just a little bit too far away for the Gold Coast there. For the Bundaberg team. Just a little bit too far away there, the link. But Bundaberg would have taken a big confidence boost out of the last set that they defended prior to that one.
Here they go. This is nice movement. Good speed as well from Lola Wood. Running behind the Gold Coast defensive line. Touchdown made on Kelly. And gets it back from half. Kelly will play it. Nice show and go, and finds the space. Anna Svensson. Great ball work. And what helped there? Ball in two hands. Having a look at the defensive line. They held off her. She just went straight for the line.
And I'll tell you what, when she has to, she can launch it too. So she wound up expecting herself to launch, and then it just opened up in front of her. So really good eyes up footy, and really good not just going through with, a preset of I'm going to get the ball and I'm going to launch it. Like we do see quite often, and we think, oh, why didn't you hit the link hole, or what are you looking at? And so really good eyes up from her. She was ready to launch, but understanding, hey, I've got the footy. I'm the only one that can score right now. And the gap opened up, and she did. She just did that, slid straight in. So hopefully they take a bit of confidence out that. They've been down there, not many times, and they've got one on the board. So well done, Bundy.
Oh, they can't hold out, and the ball is gone before the touch has been made from Bundy. So the Gold Coast, after having one put on them down the other end, they hit straight back and push the margin back out to 2.
Yeah, really needed to stop there. If they got to stop there and a good ruck set out, it does world of wonders for the confidence of everybody. So really needed to stop there, Bundy. They do some really great defensive structure and shape, and then they sort of let one slip that they probably maybe wouldn't normally. Just sort of second guess, I think, their policy, or second guessing themselves. So they just need to get some, get some confidence about themselves. They can do this, the Bundaberg girls. They can do this. They don't want to talk themselves out of it and think against Gold Coast it's too difficult. You need a little bit of good arrogance, good confidence.
It might have been a yes-no call, which sees Bundy get the ball back, but again, that line just catching them out. I thought they had it. Playing it on the 7 metre. They look for the sweep, deciding to hold. Gear comes back in field to Wood. He does link back up with Gear. He's just going across the park at the moment. They need a setup. They're looking to get Svensson to come in. The try scorer, this time she rips long. And the Ghosts come across and make the touch.
So the 7 metre line down this end, Scotty, is not necessarily dotted. So they can't really see the dot, so they see a full line, and they think that, that's what the The 7 metre line is that, and then that is a try line. So a little bit of confusion as we've seen across the last few days down in that space.
Touch made. Svensson goes forward again. Changes here for Bundy. Good attacking position. Churchill from half coming into the last. Picks up, goes lateral, switches in. Nice option, still in the hands. Good recovery though. And from the coast with Eriksson coming across to make the touch.
Not a bad option from Bundaberg. Just super chill from Gold Coast. No over chasing. They were confident in what they were doing. Eldridge, no surprises there. Super chill and goes through her motions, but does it so well. She had the defensive line nice and tight and nice and even, and had no worries at all.
Now the coach showing it inside, showing it outside. And they created the 2-on-1, decided to hold on to the footy. And just stoic in defence. Now Bundy winger on the other side. She didn't move an inch. Came forward, made the touch. Nice ball movement here from Bundaberg. They roll over the halfway line.
One up their sleeve, good strike dump. Pick and go. Gianelli through. Not a bad option, not a bad last play option, you know, when you've only just got over halfway, trying to pick up as many metres as you possibly can. And if you've got a speedster to come in underneath you, they can every chance of getting through, as Charlie Gianelli would have then.
And they've got themselves back into the game. It's been back and forth. And the Coast haven't been able to crack Bundaberg over the last few sets. In good attacking position at the moment. Ball's bouncing around. Off-field referee says ball down. And they're working hard for their metres. Now they play smart football as the changes come on. Kelly plays it, shot in the halfway line. They roll over now, coming into the last of this set. Kelly picks up, looks for speed. Again, the Gold Coast calm in defence. Josie Thompson coming across to close out the set. Thompson will feed it from half. So now they pick up good metres down the sideline.
Gold Coast really back their defence, their structured defence. They're confident in it, you can see it. They know exactly where each other are on the park. Oh, good little plus play.
And they find an open winger.
It was a lovely little play, and I'll tell you what, when you're on the back foot in a defensive line and this gets run at you, it's hard to stop. This would be a nice little highlight package of a good running game. This is what it means to be a good running game. Nice little plus play. Hits the winger. I'll tell you, there's not much you can do about that. Bundaberg heads up on that one. Really well executed. Again, just looks super chill. Just looks super chill, super confident in everything that they're doing right now.
It's so Gold Coast, isn't it?
It is.
It's very Gold Coast.
Yeah, I mean, I go down to the Gold Coast and I feel super chill as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I also feel like I could surf like those out in the water, but I can't, no.
Bunny going to have one last crack, just over 10 seconds before the break. They need to punch forward, though. They're just throwing it around, going lateral at the moment. Last touch, pick up, early release. Hooter sounds. They sling it back in the inside. Ball hits the deck. Coast in control in this one. They're up by 3 going into the break here in the 16 girls quarterfinal. Big effort needed here in the second half from Bundy.
Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now we take a look at the Gold Coast box here, and they're in control at the moment. 16 girls quarter-final. They're up by 3 tries. Pretty strong performance in the first half, wasn't it, Katie?
Yeah, strong, confident, solid. Nothing too flash from them. That's probably the good thing for their coaches and for their team right now. They're up by a couple, and they haven't had to show too much, I suppose. They've just gone through their process and done all the right things, done all the basic things, and just done them well. So hard to defend against a team that's running at a really good pace.
Some nice moments, though, from Bundy. But, yeah, outclassed in the first half off the back of Anna Svensson and her try. It's going to take some sort of effort, though, here in the second half. Defence is going to be key.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just spoke about on the halftime break about getting a little bit of confidence. How do we get that confidence to know that we can do it? We can do it. So Bundy need to know that they can definitely do this. They can definitely win this game. Should they stick to their processes? And should they get that little bit of good aggression, what we call good aggression? Not hitting hard, not doing anything like that, but good aggression, good intensity, and running with intent. So if the girls can firmly believe that within themselves, the Bundy girls, I think they can go a long way in fighting back in this second half. So I'd like to see some really good, confident arrogance from the Bundy girls to just get up and get in their face and get themselves back in the game.
14 boys challenge semi-final coming up next. We'll let you know who will be in that semi-final, waiting for all the results to flow through, and then a 12 girls challenge semi-final just after midday, 10 past 12. Some of our younger age divisions heading out onto the broadcast for some semi-final action. Looking to book a spot in the grand finals later on this afternoon.
Starting to fill up crowd-wise as well. Everyone wants to come on day 3 on finals day of Junior State Cup. So starting to really fill up, and it's just wonderful to see so many people, smiles on everyone's faces. Everyone over in Vendor City, you walk over there and you're just getting all the smells, smiling faces and good smells. So it's just atmosphere-wise at Junior State Cup is you just can't beat it.
Oh, nice.
Oh, hands.
With not much room to work with. And down this sideline. And they still managed to get it done. Quality finish, 5th try of the game.
Yeah, great set through their hands. Had a look up again. It's a little bit of eyes up footy. What's in front? Shift, early sweet ball. Yeah, a little bit of conditioning there, I think. I think they knew the strike weapons on the inside, so they condensed their defence, as you would, which then obviously opens up the outside space, and Gold Coast too good to put it through their hands and find that space. They're a quality team.
Bundaberg looking to hit back early here in the second half. Nice ball movement. The Gold Coast come up and close out the set. So as mentioned earlier, the other quarterfinals taking place. You've got 2 Brisbane teams. The first quarterfinal, the Brisbane Blue team taking on Rockhampton. Brisbane Red taking on Toowoomba. The winner of this match, and Gold Coast have 1 foot in the door at the moment, will take on the winner of BMTA Red and Toowoomba. And the 4th quarterfinal, Redlands Red and Palm Beach A. You'll see the semi-final coming up later on this afternoon. That'll be at 1:20 on the broadcast. So 16 girls championship division semi-final later on this afternoon as well.
Bundy just getting their attack players on. Smart coaching and really good teamwork. You know, girls realising, hey, I've got some better strike players out there on the sideline. I'm going to get off and get them on. Unfortunately, the ball ended up going to ground for Bundy, but that's the way that we play as a team. You know, we identify everybody's, strengths and make sure that we use that to our best advantage. And if you happen to be the person that subs off and let someone else go to score the try, you still get the medallion. So it's definitely a lot of teamwork in touch footy.
Good flow here for the Coast. They get over the halfway line. Eldridge back on the inside, working with Ericsson. The 8 and the 18 getting the Coast downfield nicely here.
Right, the referee's picked up a little inside ball that's gone forward. That's a good point you made about the crowd, and you'll start to see as well as the afternoon starts to progress that some of the outside fields, they'll start to drop off, and then everything starts to huddle around field one, and then the closer fields here to the Rocky Touch clubhouse. There's a good crowd sitting watching this one at the moment.
Yeah, some quality games. Looking at the set list to come for today, the games are, they're only going to get better and bigger and faster and more intense. And, you look at the 18 boys and that's intense and it's loud. And you look at the under 10 boys and it's intense and it's loud from everywhere. So, finals day is just incredible. And if you can really sort of, got that one, bit of a forward pass, was right in line with us. I could have been a referee on that call, right in front of us, Scotty. But yeah, I mean, this is, it is what you play for, to get to finals day. And, everybody loves to win. But ultimately, if our kids go home and they had a great time and they want to come back next year, that's what success looks like to Queensland Touch. So that's what it's all about. That's why there's colour everywhere and staff everywhere with huge smiles on their face. We're on about day, 28 straight, I feel, setting this venue up and making it look as it is and feel as it is. But we're really proud of what we do at Queensland Touch and the events that we can put on. So for more reports and all the smiles on kids' faces, we're having a successful tournament so far.
Well, I was messaging a mate this morning. He was actually seeing if I was back home to arrange a little play date for the kids. And I said, no, mate, I'm up in Rockhampton. He said, what are you doing up there? I said, mate, I'm here for the Junior State Cup. We played together about 600 years ago at the Junior State Cup for Redlands. And he just wrote back, best tournament ever.
There you
the
go.
memories, we'll never forget our lead in. And now that it's up in Rockhampton as well, these ones where you get to travel a little bit for those ones that have come up for around that southeast Queensland corner or out west or up north as well with Townsville and Thuringowa, you always remember them. There's so much good memories, and you're playing with your mates that you play in, week out, representing your hometown. There's not much better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, your teammates are some of your best mates. So, I love the travel. I'm from the north, and, honestly, the travel can be the best part of a tournament, especially those that have bought a bus or they got a mini bus. You're with your friends, and the memories that you make, and they last forever. You'll constantly talk about that Junior State Cup in 2025 or that Junior State Cup in, what were you,
1972 or something? No. Well, you might have seen there's some signs. We actually came across a little bit of trivia around the grounds for people. When was the first Junior State Cup was one of the questions on one of the trivia signs. 1996, and unfortunately I was there for it. That's how long ago we're talking.
Luckily you were there for it. You're lucky.
Exactly.
There you go. See it as luck.
Bundy still fighting at the moment. Coming into the last. Nice clean
Woods
pick
from
up.
half.
They've
Nice
got numbers
early ball.
flowing out. They come back.
Go.
Beautiful
Here we go.
ball out to the corner. And a beautiful try from Bundaberg.
What a pretty looking try. Love it. I love structured touch, but I love this even more. Having a look up, going forward, and running with intent. Nice early ball there. Woods didn't dig too far to the line. Stays alive in the play, gets the ball back. She stays alive here as a link. She gets the ball back, accelerates, and throws it exactly where her winger was running onto. So what a great looking try. Those girls, they'll go back and they'll watch that try for sure.
Margin back down to 3. 5-2 here in the quarterfinal. Coast still in front. Last. They're throwing it around. Looping ball out to space and taken beautifully. Out in the corner. That's a quality finish as well. I've already seen it rack up a couple of tries. Gets another one here in the corner.
Eldridge again. Ball in two hands. Has a look. And just pinpoint accuracy on where that ball went. That's a hard throw to make. She's got a big distance to make, but it's got to land perfectly in that winger's hands to give her the chance to score the try, and that she did.
So the Coast hit back after Bundy went down the other end to get their second try of the game. Yeah, they did have numbers and space on the right, maybe just a step or two behind the play.
Yeah, good setup. Good setup. They knew what they wanted to do. Just that last pass execution was not there, but good setup, correct option. Gave themselves every chance. Come back to their success side, the Gold Coast.
Gave them the opportunity by coming down Bundy's side of the field as well to get a couple of changes on the near side. No half in place though. They're still making some changes as this set unfolds. Gold Coast shape. Come back infield. Huggard plays it. They go down the short side. Back to Huggard, and they'll close out the set. Bundy with some work to do to get forward and downfield. Gold Coast continue to put the hard work in defence and make it difficult. Here for Bundy. They're struggling to get forward at the moment. One more touch to come. Flirting with the sideline. Nice work to send it back infield. Last touch, pick up and go. Why wouldn't you go to one of your speed players?
Well done, great listening. Svensson, great listening. Heard referee say link off, link off. Ran back at her and got rewarded with the penalty for her team. So, Bundy girls, if they can get one on the board, they will love it. They just got to then go back and defend it.
Nice ball back in the infield.
Churchill on there, number 5. She'll look to create something.
Short side, back in. Svensson
Bring on
directing
one side.
traffic. She wants to go a certain way. Has a lovely ball. Hits Churchill. And the switchback option not there. Hands go thrown on the head. They thought they might have had him.
She can throw a pill, can't she?
Oh yeah, she was setting that up,
Yeah.
wasn't it? And forcing everyone to go on the short side so they could just rip back to the open.
Absolutely.
Lovely right to left. He's got the complete game. Ball work, speed. She looks like an athlete.
She does.
Play down on the deck. Churchill pops back up to her feet, comes and makes the touch. Eldridge through the hands. They've created numbers. That takes a deflection. Nice
Well
work.
done. Try saver.
Kiara Barlow did enough to stop it. The Coast looking to finish this game off with another try. They come back to Eldridge, who's been their best, and throws another lovely ball. Svensson makes a big touch this time, defending out on the wing.
She's everywhere.
Now they play it. They pick up nothing there. Did a pretty good job to still be able to get that ball away. Just catching it and passing it again in one motion. Short side, Eldridge slices in behind them, slings it back over the shoulder. Referees will say no.
She's very elusive, isn't she? Eldridge, she's got speed off the mark, she's got ball control, she's got the smarts, and she really has dominated this game for the quarterfinal. So, be interesting to see their next game that they come up against the Gold Coast in a semi-final. It's looking that way that they'll take the quarterfinal out. Bundaberg most certainly won't die wondering.
And they'll take on the winner of BMTA Red and Toowoomba. Nice ball out into space, and they'll finish this game off with class here, the Coast. Their 7th try of the game. Just under a minute left now. Great performance, though, from Bundaberg. They make another quarterfinal. We've got 14 boys semi-final action up now. First semi-final of the tournament coming up on the broadcast. It's the Challenge Division. We're getting into the big stakes now. Hooter Sounds, Gold Coast, too good in this one. They'll take the victory. Their Junior State Cup campaign will roll on. A semi-final berth is on the cards for them. Good performance, though, from Bundaberg to make the quarterfinals in this year's tournament. 14 Boys Challenge semi-final coming up next. We'll head down on the sideline as well with Pinky for the post-match interview. Thanks to Guzmani Gomez.
Welcome back to another interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. We now have the CEO of Touch Football Australia, Marcus Ashcroft, joining us. Now, you've recently just started with Australia Touch Footy. How are you finding things?
Loving it, Pinky, and thanks for having me on. It's good to be up here on a nice fine day. When I first started in the role only 3 months ago now, I was always told that when there's an event on for Touch, it always rains. So it's good to have a beautiful summer's Rockhampton day in winter. The sun's shining and it's great, but I really enjoyed it. Can't wait to get into the swing of it over the next year or so, but there's a lot of good people in the sport and really looking forward to what's ahead.
Yeah, you're really immersed in the community here at the at JSC. How are you finding the touch footy community?
I love it. As I said, there's a lot of great people that are involved in it. It's a massive community. It's so wide and broad with regard to the age of people that play it. They're even split with males and females, and just so diverse with so many different cultures that play that sport. So I love that aspect of it, and I love what it can offer going forward, and I'm really looking forward to what the future holds.
Are you willing to share a little bit of insight into the restructure going on at the moment?
Absolutely. So we've made some change, and I think it's for the best going forward. But having said that, making change is always difficult, having difficult conversations, and the people that are no longer with it, with our organisation, made great commitments to the sport for many, many years. So we really thank them for what they've done in their service. But going forward, there's opportunities. We're looking forward to what those opportunities present. And I think with our restructure, we've made some conscious decisions to reinvest in the grassroots. So we're going to invest a lot of resourcing back in our state affiliates, as well as supporting Queensland and New South Wales, who have been great supporters of us over the years. And I think our alignment and integration will only get stronger as we go forward.
That's fantastic. That's all we've got time for. For now, we could keep talking for sure. Great to have a chat with you today. Enjoy the rest of the JSC, and more live action coming to you shortly.
Welcome back to the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup. I'm joined by Tristan Manor in the commentary box. It is Gladstone and Redlands going toe-to-toe for this under-14 boys challenge semi-final. We're ready to rock and roll here, mate.
Yeah, it's a war of attrition. It's interesting. So these two teams have made it through to the semi. One has 12 players, one has 11.
Right.
Hey, and you're allowed 14. So already, we know there's going to be a bit of fatigue at some point, and it's going to be who can handle the jandle when it comes.
So Gladstone running from right to left on your screens in the black and blue as they venture down towards this left-hand edge, and they'll look to set up on the 7, trying to draw first blood in this semi-final. Winner goes through to the GF, which will be played later today. Short ball at the line, 6 touches. That's the 5th touch rather, and one more touch to go. And so they'll jump towards the short side. Touch made, 6 touches up, and good start from both sides.
Yeah, mate. Referees for the match. We have Benjamin Hawkins, Jason Miller, and Lockie Davis out there. So we've got Jason Miller out there in the middle at the moment. Ben Hawkins on the near side there wearing that cap, and Lockie on the other side. So looking forward to seeing them do well. Referees get rewarded today. So how well you go in the tournament, you get rewarded with semi-finals and grand final appointments.
So Gladstone have their set starting from some good field position here. And they'll be looking to open up the scoring in this semi-final and get things trending in the right direction for them as they park themselves down the centre third of field. Good touch from Redlands as they push up defensively. And it's ball in hand with Dustin Sylvester. Sylvester jumping from half. Moves it on. Just calling for some support. As it moves through the hands, and now another touch made. So Redlands shut the door. Gladstone have had a good look at Redlands so far. Quade Baker it was who finished with the ball for that set, and now Redlands get moving. That's a nice little run. Some more meters on offer. Good pick up and go. Over halfway they march, Redlands. This will be the last. So stepping out from half, flicking it over the top, and 6 more touches waved on. So Redlands with a little bit of luck.
Yeah, Ryder there just took off, trying to find one over the top. I think he'll feature heavily. Obviously, went arrow straight down the field, and he looks like he's comfortable being around the ball. So in a dummy half at the moment, wearing the 2 on his back. Let's see what he can pull out down here on the 7.
So this will be Redlands' first shot at the Gladstone line as they look to roll out their line attack. Strong touch, looking for the line. Redlands think they're over.
Yeah, I think he was offside, so we're going to have a play on try.
And here we go. So Redlands up 1-0 early on in this one.
Awesome. So really nice work. He's obviously going to be a man that with the ball in his hand, the team goes well. And look at that, beautiful. So we see the link just close enough there to help out. I want him to be in a little bit tighter and push off the line. He doesn't have to turn in and chase the player, but I want him in nice and tight to just defend that space. And then he could make that touch, boom, right there and help his mate out. But I think that's a sign of things to come.
So a total of 12 teams in the Under-14 Boys Challenge division, 2 pools of 6. And now we're in the semi-final stage of the competition for them. So Gladstone traversing across field, ball hitting the deck for Gladstone. They won their quarterfinal against Redcliffe, 5-0. And for Redlands, they defeated the host Rockhampton 5-1 in their quarterfinal. Gladstone secured the top spot by 2 points and in their pool, and Redlands missed out, top spot by 2 points. That's why they meet on this side of the draw. So Redlands on the hunt, already 1-0. Hands up for the last. Ball back on the inside. They try and shovel it on.
Play 1-on-1.
Continuing, yes. And the touch was made, so a fantastic effort in the corner.
Beautiful diving, mate. I'm going to jump down there and hug the coach in the sub-box. They've had 2 sets. I've gone straight down the field, both sets with an arrows play. I love it, mate. It's what finals footy is about. It's about digging really, really deep, mate, and trying to get the ball to the other end of the field. And sometimes running a sub-set, you just can't do that.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
So 5 games played in their pool. 15 points for Gladstone, 13 points for Redlands, 5 wins for Gladstone, 4 for Redlands. And their defence have been on top. Only 8 tries Gladstone have conceded so far in the carnival before this match. 9 now, and for Redlands they've conceded 13 so far at the Junior State Cup. So look for their attack to do the talking now. Penalty going the way of Redlands.
Yeah, and I think Brad Knife there wearing the 9, the dummy half, is looking to have his way. Oh, nice play. Yeah,
jumping
beautiful.
Beautiful play, jumping from some distance, and Redlands just like that have a 2-try advantage.
So Nate Beersford on the touch. He runs what we call an open side quick. He splits back towards the saving players, bang, gets on the outside and forces the link to decide whether he's going to help out or not. What a beautiful play. Yep, some really nice IQ from a team that has 11 players at the moment. They're playing straight down the field, nice direct tries. It's a really good start.
The other semi-final taking place right now is Emerald and Kawana, and the grand final for this division is scheduled for 1:55 p.m. on field 8. Referees have a chat. 6 more touches waved on. A bit of luck for Gladstone. Here we go.
Yeah, good check by referee Lockie. How do we check? Ben was right there calling the repeat set. So Gladstone, great field position.
So away they go. Oh, the dummy, and slicing straight through for Gladstone. It's Quade Baker who scores first for them.
He was always going to be likely wearing that Budgie Smuggler's bucket hat. I'm telling you, you can see him from a mile away, and he's out there. There you go. Beautiful dummy, winds it around, and a lovely dive. No sun in his eyes.
So 2 tries to 1, 3 tries all round in the opening 6 minutes. And it's those little things that matter in matches like these, and Gladstone, just like that, have the ball back and are well and truly going to camp themselves inside Redlands half.
Yeah, it is, mate. There's these little moments in games, you know. It's a drop ball off a tap. It's a drop ball on the first touch, and they make such a big difference.
So Gladstone go a little more direct here. That's a bit better as they look to set up their attack. Again, they traverse to this right-hand side. It wasn't quite open for him there. Whistle blown, penalty coming. And it's Dustin Sylvester out there with the 7 on his back, marshalling the troops. Here he is with ball in hand. Shovels it on. Dive for the line. And all clear. The referees have their way. And it's another try for Gladstone.
Mate, it's really nice skill as well. Left, right, passing, spiral, finds a little bit of space. Player offside, boom, try time. Bang, bang, just running across the front of the line. The referee calls play on, try time. It's a nice work, really, really nice attack.
So it's McAllister Old going over for Gladstone to all the score. This one's shaping up nicely here as they drop it down just shy of the 7. Redlands look to bounce around as they formulate an attack here. Penalty blown. So a couple of penalties from either side on their line, just opening the door for the opposition to articulate an attack. They look to go quickly. And good covering defence, a little stutter step, touch made. Once again, it's that man, Bradley Knife. On the 7, they shape away down the centre third. And again, the Gladstone defence converge tightly. They make the touch.
Yeah, if he does a little drop pass there, he doesn't reach up for it. That's a try.
Yeah.
And the money, it was just, nice defence, man. Oh, got him.
And again, they get it this time. So Redlands cheering. The sub-box happy with that one. 3-2 the score.
Mate, this is a really nice sequence of attack. You know, they run a little ML at the start, then they come back for a little wee tight quickie play in the middles, and they change the point of threat again. 3 times in 6 touches, they change the person making the touch. It's just awesome coaching and really good, attack, I guess, prowess from those players.
So we've got a game on our hands. 3-2 the score. 9 minutes ticked over in this first half. Redlands approaching... Gladstone approaching this Redlands line one more time. It's both sub-boxes just checking their watch, just understanding this game situation at the moment. And good touch made. It was a fantastic effort. Reaching out, and Cody Davis with the reach, and they'll march themselves up the field here.
And I don't mind that play on the last. Anytime a scooper goes, you want to see him get touched on the back. And that time the player was diving, a lot of effort, bang, has to pick himself up off the ground. If you get scoop and you get touched in front, then probably wasn't a good time to scoop. So that was a really nice one.
So Redlands will walk their way out of their own half here. Starting their set from about halfway, and that hurts a little bit. Gladstone now will have the ball back. And again, the pendulum swings from one way to another in an instant.
Nice Gladstone boys going to park up on the line. Baker once again has the ball. The link's nice and tight from Gladstone, probably a little bit wider. There you go. Not much space on that side of the field.
Here's the last. They shape away to the right once more. They've had plenty of success down there. The touch is made. And again, they'll continue to walk up the field.
And these are those, we saw it in the last game where a young man playing really, really well, and then, these are those moments. Championship game. And now the referees had to use whistle and make a decision on behaviour. Oh, yeah, and he goes. Multiple infringements. And he's having a game too,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Is.
Once again, we've got a kid having a great game of footy. Yeah, and you just get that one a little bit wrong sometimes.
Yeah, good opportunity to pick up and learn from that one as Redlands... Ooh. Here comes a penalty. So Gladstone now, they're a man down for the moment, as they will be for a little while yet, as they look to mount an attack. How do they attack with 5 on the park, mate, or is it less about the attack and just more about turning the ball over in a good area?
Yeah, you're exactly right, mate. First thing is territory. We've got to get down to the 7 and leave the ball there to ensure on a turnover they have to go the length of the field.
Yep.
But once we get there, we dive at the line.
Okay.
So we put the referee under pressure to make a 50-50 call. Was he onside? Was it a try?
So 6 touches to work with here for Gladstone.
So the toucher will always corner normally off his policy. See, he's going to pull his corner. Bang, wants to go back to that other way. So we know where he's going. There it is. And for those of you at home that know what a sort of ninja play is or a follow play, they're the kind of plays I love to run. So when the toucher will go one way, the scooper will go, and he'll get followed. Boom. And see, that's a nice defensive read with the extra man.
So Gladstone, can they conjure up something here with a man down? Ooh, just losing his footing.
Yeah, even those little wee rooster plays, mate, you know, a 32 with a dummy half wraps around. So we want to try create an extra number, create an overlap. Not going over the ball square. There it is.
So Redlands will get on the march now, and this is where they could be dangerous with a man advantage and now a penalty.
Mate, really nice clean instruction there by Lockie.
You can hear the sub box yelling direct, direct, direct as they look to punch down the field.
Yeah, coach wants the extra pass there, and he's not wrong. They only got one person popping up. Bang, extra pass there instead of looking to go.
Now it's the last. Ball at the line. They have the space. The flick pass. It lands in their hands. A bit of footwork. Play still alive, and then they just run out of room. They got creative there, Redlands.
So here we go. We should have... This will be second set. So second set without. And then they should have their man return to the field.
And Redlands just making a substitution. So they got four on... Gladstone rather making substitutions. So now they have 5 on 6. For a moment it was only 4, and they do well there to get across to their sub box. If they don't concede any points in here, they'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, it's been a really good midfield effort, and that's probably the key. You know, 5 on 6. Can we see the midfield and only give them one shot at our line? Here it is. Players called back in. There we go. And, you know, that's why it's nicknamed the old chili bin, mate. Hopefully you get a bit of a chance to chill out a wee bit, you know.
Straight back into the action we go. So Redlands coming across field. 3-2 the score. Seconds left in this first half. There's the siren. This is going to be the course of the first half. 3 tries to 2. Gladstone just sitting in behind, and they're battling out through that first half. A few things not going their way, but they're well and truly in the fight in this under-14 boys challenge semi-final. We'll return after the break.
GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
We're good to go from wherever you're joining us for the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup. I'm joined in the commentary box by Tristan Manna. 3-2 the score. Gladstone Redlands going toe-to-toe, mate. That was a fun first half.
Mate, it's brilliant. You know, I really like the Dave plan that Davey Wheels put into them. Going really straight for the first 10 minutes. Then a bit of fatigue sets in. They run a few subsets and Gladstone get a few in. You know, so once again, they've had a break. I'm sure they'll start the half strong. Can they get a few up and then hold fort? Well, Gladstone with that extra player sort of try to come back into the game. I think it'll be something to sort of watch out for in the next half.
You mentioned fatigue at the top. What were the conversations, do you think, that were taking place in both sub-boxes about that?
Get to the other end, leave the ball at the other end. We can't give the team the ball more than they deserve it. So minimise the passing, one pass jam, get to the other end of the field.
Simple, straightforward, and good to go. So Redlands, Gladstone, Redlands running from right to left now. This is the last touch, shaping out to the right. They had some space, and Gladstone do well in the end to shut it down, but Redlands will be ruining that.
Yeah, I reckon if that was a right to left passing side, he would have let it fly.
Yeah. So Gladstone back on the attack, and this time they'll come down the centre third of the field. Meters on offer for them. That's a fantastic run as they pick up and move. Again, a little ball back on the inside.
This has been their change. They ran subset for the first half. Now they're going arrows direct, and there's the change, you know.
Short ball at the line, stepping in field. But that's all right. They'll turn the ball over in some good field position here.
Yep, awesome coaching change. Gladstone coach Matt Baker.
And here they go.
There you go. So rewarded for going direct. And this is what I say. You go direct, you can be rewarded, man. Get to the other end of the field, put a nice subset in. Shoot defence set in. And here you go.
Gladstone.
Nice. So here they'll park up here, mate. They're chasing.
Colby Smith it is, who was threatening on that occasion. They come across field, short ball. Oh, lovely stuff. The goosey, the footwork and the touch. It's just great touch all around.
It's brilliant. And because Lennox Hunter came into the field to play to make it, he wasn't running across the line. He's rewarded for the touch.
And the 6 touches are up. So well done there from Redlands. Gladstone threw a lot at them in that set.
Little man, big moment, you know. And there we go. So physicality. It's the chat. So Gladstone are good enough to compete in the game. So the discipline's got to be primary now moving forward.
Redlands over halfway. Good communication from the referees. There's space here for Redlands. They come towards the right. Just settle on things for the moment. Touches to play with. Just holding it up, and it will be the last now, close to the 7.
You half court, good pickup.
Ball hitting the deck. So here's Redlands' chance. They already have the lead, 3 tries to 2.
That's one of those, like I said, just one pass jam. Just jams it in, safe as.
Can they manufacture an attack here, right on the 7? Dropping it down, players in motion, footwork.
Really nice touch underneath there. Once again, Colby Smith working really, really hard to help out his link.
And just an error there. So both sides, if they can clean up their discipline on either end of the ball, they'll really go a long way to putting themselves in a great position here.
And there it is. It's those decisions there to get it in or find the extra pass at this point of the game. Oh, Baker's going to go.
Some speed, some pace, and there you go. Gladstone through Quade. Baker level things here in the semi-final.
There we go, and he can fly like an eagle too. You know, so he's obviously had a big impact on the match. Spent a little bit of time down the end. If he can keep his cool, he's going to, man, he's a long way to, you know, ensuring that Gladstone will be at the back end of this competition.
So 3-all the score, 2 tries to Quade Baker.
Awesome.
Redlands find themselves in a fight here, but that's how they love it. They're a gritty, tough touch club. They park themselves on the 7. This is the last. Again, they go to that link channel. Gladstone read it nicely. And they're going to ask them to bring it out from their own end and try and come across this field of play. Redlands putting a lot of defensive pressure on them at the moment. They find a little gap there to help out on this set. This is the last now. Inside their own half. They keep the ball alive until they have to turn it over. So Redlands starting from the 10. They'll be happy with that defensively.
Yeah, you'd rather put shoot defence on than have to ruck the whole way. So it's nice work by Redlands.
So this is the semi-final. The winner will go into the grand final. And they will play either Emerald or Kawana, which is a match happening right now.
Once again, just a little bit of ball control. I think the player thought that if he could throw it at a guy getting off the ground, he'd get a turnover. You know, I think there's just, once again, that little bit of discipline. But yeah, this is good, mate. It's going to be whoever wins the battle of the 210s now.
And they'll learn a lot from this in that real-life game play experience, right, at 14.
Yeah, that's right, man.
Here on field 1. Plenty of eyes on this one, as you can see around the ground. And they're treated to a close contest. 3-all the score.
Smith. Whee.
So Redlands come back the other way. They'll punch down the centre third of the field.
And you can see now the coaches are screaming run, but you've got to remember they've got 11 players and they've been going straight without subbing for a lot of the game, you know. So there's a bit of fatigue seeping in.
This is the last. And touch made, so that midfield battle becoming oh so important now.
Yeah, these are those kind of plays where instead of using 4 men to ruck, we could go to 3-man ruck and just punch far sideline and save a person, you know, save their energy a wee bit. So there's a few little things you do if you're going to try and go direct. Running away, set something just a little bit different to paint a different picture.
And the penalty is blown here over the mark. So 6 minutes gone in this second half. We will go to a drop-off if we need it. We've had a couple around the grounds to start. And this one looks to be heading in that direction unless either side can grab this game by the scruff of the neck. Coming across field, just coming out to interject, and a good read there from Gladstone.
Yeah, Marley Maxwell, he's having a really good game. Had to do a lot of defence early on, but now he's contributing well with rucking, lifting off the line, so big impact there.
Yeah, it was a good run by Smith coming out of their own end. Now they're into Redlands half as they look to chew up as many metres as possible. Oh, great footwork, and again asking plenty of questions with the ball. It was Quade Baker, already 2 tries to his name. He's had a heavy hand in all things good for Gladstone. He seems to be sticking to his role now.
Yeah, it's beautiful, mate, and here's some good shoot, D. Yeah, so this young man here, the 24, I was looking at him a little bit earlier. So Carter Mostina, I think he's got a bit of energy about him. He's a bit quiet in the first year, and I think if they can get around him, seeing the ball go to ground. So this year, group that are out there at the moment.
So, yeah, 6 touches up, and as you said, there's fatigue really starting to take its place in this match.
And the 27 degrees out here, beautiful day up in Rocky, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Semi-final, plenty to play for these young boys out here at the moment. Both sides just in a battle to get to each other's 7 and set up an attack. Couple of touches to work with. Here's the last. Jumping from half.
Oh, ball.
The cutout pass, the flick pass. Redlands have the numbers. And the penalty comes, so this is a great chance for Gladstone. How do they set up here, mate?
Mate, I just want to see the link come wider, heaps wider, and give Baker a chance to go one-on-one.
So Quade Baker with the bucket hat, the man to watch. Bit of footwork. 6 more touches waved on.
Beautiful. And as we were saying it, the link came wider. Yep. We saw the defensive link put his mitts out to get the stop, Rewarded again, repeat set.
So Bowman, Baker out there. Here is Baker. Bowman coming around on the sweep. They just hold on to it for the moment. Baker, elusive on his feet. Here he is stepping back infield, and a great touch, jamming defence there. It was Spencer Lewis.
Awesome, eh? Just getting in there nice and tight. Great work, Spence. And once again, Baker looks come out of half.
This game is on a knife edge at the moment. 3-3 the score. Gladstone right on Redlands' line. Here's the last. Baker, footwork. And Redlands will take a lot of confidence from that fantastic defence. So Redlands continue to march here as this game has ebbed and flowed. It's gone back and forth. Continue to work hard out of their sub box. And they hold on to it there. This is the last. They pick up and go from half. And 6 more touches waved on. So this time it's Redlands who get a little bit of luck.
Yeah, and you don't have to like it, but that's just one of those things when you're in the way, you know what I mean? It's just one of those hard things. I'm going to make the touch. I'm not playing the ball at the hand. There you go.
So 4 minutes left in this one, 3-3 the score. If it stays this way, we will head to a drop-off. And Redlands, they perhaps burn an opportunity there.
So these are those moments, Baker's here at the moment. Is he going to stay? Is he going to go? He's going to go. Nice, and let's see if Coach has a plan coming out of the sub-box to take this game in one.
So, just about feel next try wins here if we get it. Gladstone marching forward inside Redlands half. Now it's the last. They go straight through, cutting away, and the touch has made a desperate effort. Fantastic from Redlands there. Just real gritty defence to keep themselves in this one.
Mate, it's not just a scoop, throw and touch for me. So Sylvester then, Dustin Sylvester, the number 7,
Yep.
Here you go. He resets the defence, puts pressure on the defence and forces a turnover. He just had a massive 30 seconds on attack and defence here for his team.
So here we go. Can they cash in Gladstone?
If he ices this has been a really good 90 seconds for him.
They drop it down. Ball back on the inside, and it was there. It was there, but it was taken. You think they're over Gladstone.
Here we go, 2.5 to go. Both teams may get 2 turns each.
They throw. Oh, here we go.
There
So
it is.
Gladstone, a chance here. Penalty to come. They would have learnt from that previous set. They've still got plenty of time to work with here. So we're still looking for Dustin Sylvester, mate.
Oh, he's right there into half, bro. Let's have a little look.
There we go.
Just comfy with the ball in hand.
Touch is made coming out to meet. So still got a good portion of this set to run.
Here you go. They're finally calling a sub to get Baker out there. It's a good decision.
Sylvester.
And here he comes.
Hands it off to
Just give him the
Maxwell.
ball straight away.
Yeah. So it's Sylvester, Baker, Maxwell, the trio for Gladstone, who can do some damage. There's Baker. Back to Maxwell. Last touch. Baker just holding on to it. He deceived him. The pass across. It's all clear, and Gladstone at the death have the 4th try, and perhaps the most important.
Mate, awesome. You know, like we said, he's had a wonderful impact across the game. A couple of things happened early on, but he's really performed in the second half, mate. Cool to see.
So Redlands have a minute to run. 4-3 the score. Can they send this game to a drop-off?
Well, I hope so.
Yeah, so do I, mate. Or will Gladstone progress to the GF to be played at 1:55? That's the scheduled time on Field 8 here in Rockhampton. The other game is between Emerald and Koana. So they drop it down on the 7. Redlands looking to hit back. They keep the play alive. Penalty coming. 30 seconds to go. 4-3 the score. Redlands with a chance on Gladstone's line. They continue to hunt down the short side. Not much doing there. What's the game plan here, T?
Space. Game plan is space. Get into the middle of the field, running quickies in 15 metres. Bang. Space. Creation. Oh!
That was the chance, eh?
Yeah, man. So, big defensive pressure here. We're trying to force a turnover, grab an intercept, win a ruck, anything like that inside. There it is.
The siren goes, and Gladstone are off to the GF, but both sides can hold their heads up high. That was a magnificent game. Your final word, 4-3 the score to Gladstone.
Oh, if you didn't enjoy that, man, like, you know, 2 teams going head-to-head, players standing up when the moment comes. These are those, you know, moments in sport for these young kids where self-esteem and courage are really, really important. Coaches as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's great opportunities to try and win these little games, but also develop the good men around.
So we'll step aside. Plenty more action coming your way on finals day at the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup.
Where Curtis scored a try. He had the bucket on, of course, last year. It took an intercept, ran the full distance, didn't flap off, doesn't go. It's amazing. He's aerodynamic. Sticks to the melon.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there any rumour to the fact that he's, to the truth that he's stuck to his head?
Could be. Might be some enhancements underneath there. Right foot, ball in one hand. Casual as you like. Rocky get the opening try here in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, and that's really good lead in there. Little ML platform that they had to begin with came through. Splitter play and just like quick release and then great into phase. That's a fantastic piece of play there from Rockhampton, and that's probably the
Referees pull it back.
Yeah. Forward pass there, but that splitter play and they're ripping along over in that Toowoomba box. We've got Matthew Moores coaching them, Australian under 18 boys player from last year, and it's really nice to see young guys putting their hand up, you know, to try and help their mates and to keep going. So yeah, but I'm glad that Matty Moore's over there coaching because you'll know how much of frustration I have when I have to coach him. So this is fun.
Here's Wood, picks up nice metres, plays it on the 7. Syrup goes left to right, he's strong. Back on the top. And they'll point to the spot, the referees.
Yeah, and that's the level of play. This is a quality outfit. We keep saying it about Rockhampton, but the accumulator, there's a long ball in the back, and if the winger doesn't run his J line and put himself in that position.
We haven't really seen teams throughout the tournament be giving too many penalties away in their 7. I don't recall anyone being sent to the sideline in matches that we have called. So for those that might not be too familiar, the Toowoomba now defending in their 7-metre zone. If you give away 3 penalties in that zone, you have a player removed from your defensive lineup. So they've given away 2 at the moment. They'll need to be clean defending this set of 6. Rocky, though, continued to attack Syrup, just looping one over the top. Where did he come from? It looked like he was going outside, and all of a sudden he just shot through a cannon.
Wow, that is that's just classy. That's just such good quality there. He just gets it down, and it's a little sneaky little put down, and nothing they could do about that. I think Toowoomba's sort of key to trying to stop them. You've just got to get out past the 8.
This makes the final touch there for Toowoomba. That was
Yeah.
loose.
Deeks will be very disappointed with that pass, and now his team's under pressure again. Can they withstand another set of six touches from Rocky?
Good bit of space out here on the left-hand side. Early release, and they make them pay early in the touch count. Charlie Harris goes over and scores a try. They'll be disappointed with that one, Toowoomba, firstly, with how they gave possession back to them, and it just opened up for them down the left.
Yeah, and I just think that's weighted possession, and that.
Come and witness the best touch footballs in Queensland and experience everything the event has to offer. Make sure you put the Queensland State Cup on your calendar, and we'll see you here.
I think it's just great to be around people who are like-minded and passionate about the sport, and to be able to network, to look at current trends and new ways to push the game forward in our communities. It was really great to hear our opening QTF chairperson, just to think about some conversations I've had and how we can grow our sport back in our region. Coming from Townsville, I'm looking forward to going back and having some more conversations and seeing what change we can and growth we can have in that area.
Here we are at the Rockhampton Junior State Cup Finals Day. Plenty of action taking place, and we're getting ready for BMTA Red up against Gold Coast A. And just while we have a quick moment, we'll look at some facts over the weekend. There were 21 fields operating. We had a total number of teams of 252, total affiliates in 28, 260 referees, and we had 20 divisions. So, yeah, plenty happening here. I'm joined by Simone Hepburn in the commentary box as we get warmed up for this one. Just also a massive shout out to Rockhampton Regional Council, official event partner of the 2025 Junior State Cup. Also, Guzmani Gomez, to an official event partner of this event. We also want a special shout out to Budgie Smuggler, Inferno, and Steeden. So we're good to go here as we have the 12 girls taking place. BMTA up against the Gold Coast. Sorry, Simone, plenty going on. How are you going this morning?
Yeah, I'm good. My coaching duties are all done, so I'm in finals mode, focusing and enjoying this last run of the day.
Yeah, great to have you back on deck with us for this one. And so this is the semi-finals. Gold Coast running from left to right on your screen. We've got a bit of information to sort through as this one takes place. A bit of a dummy. They've got space open towards this left-hand edge, and BMTA do well to cover across and make the touch.
Excellent. We've got some high-caliber coaches on this 12 girls game. Kerry Norman's over on the far side in the Gold Coast box, and this side closest to us is Tim Gall, both esteemed high-level coaches themselves.
You were saying you had a look at the quarterfinals of this division earlier on.
Oh, here we go down the far side. And a definite touch on that far side. Quarterfinals in this division have been really hotly contested. I know one side of the draw I watched this morning was drop-off between Toowoomba and Palm Beach. And the other quarterfinal also went to a drop-off. And they're now playing their semi, which is Palm Beach versus Hounds. So the winner of both of those semis will face off here in the grand final. And Gold Coast with an early break down the right-hand side and a big dive from the BMTA cover defence. Refs are having a little think, and they're happy. Gold Coast with their first points on the board with a nice raid down this
short side. It was Kayla Bright going over to score, plenty of speed. And it was a valiant effort from BMTA to try and get across to make the touch. That was Charlie Hood. But in the end, Bright too good. So
BMTA with a chance now to turn it around and punching down that middle there.
That's been a constant theme of this 12s division, hasn't it? We've had a few games together on field one, and plenty of pace opens up the game time and time again. As BMTA, yes, looking for an opportunity, and they'll turn possession over. Wasn't a bad attack from them.
Both teams making themselves a real presence early on against each other, opening up at the line. So we are expecting this to be hotly contested. Some more space on the edges, Josh, like we saw earlier.
Yeah. Plenty of space to roam there for the Coast.
Fortunately, a little bobble in the roll ball and a turnover for BMTA on the good side of halfway. Nice clean sets of hands to find the midfield.
That's those things to focus on. Just those small little moments in matches that can tip the tide either way. But if you get a clean roll ball and turn the ball over down the opposition's end, you're going to put yourself in a good position to win matches like these. So BMTA on the march. Get the ball back on the inside. Looking to return serve on the scoreboard. And Gold Coast do very well defensively once again.
BMTA gone for another dummy half scoop there, looking for some space, but the Gold Coast defence up to the challenge.
I know just prior to the game you got down to the players and coaches. How was the atmosphere amongst both sets of sides?
Yeah, I got down to this BMTA side for a quick chat, and they've had a solid campaign. They said they have faced this Gold Coast A team a couple of times in the tri-series they used to prepare, and unfortunately have not managed to knock them off at this stage, but they are here.
Yep.
And anything happens in finals,
That's
right, Josh?
exactly right. No better time than now. So BMTA
with nothing to lose, really, and Gold Coast trying to maintain their record. Both teams under pressure.
So the Coast picking up and going. That was a good run. Plenty of metres on offer here as they venture towards the sub-box side. Hopefully get over halfway by the end of this set. So this is the last. Ball back on the inside, and BMTA do well to cover up.
We were right on the line of that one, and that was a tad forward.
In the end, BMTA come back the other way. Very vocal from this sub-box. The girls are up and about here. Great touch made from the Coast. Zara Roger coming across field to get there in time. Bit of footwork once more from Amaya
Nice.
And just hitting the deck.
That was going to be a hard ball to catch when you're that tall and
Yeah.
you've got to get that low. You can see in this 12s division, I know we've talked about this before about, you know, the difference between top age and bottom age and the physicality of some of the girls and the size of their hands even to control the ball. Down the short side again. Gold Coast found some space there last time, and the MTA covered that little hole there.
Yeah.
Oh, we got some glitter in the hair. I like it.
It was Zara Roger once more, and she's been very lively to start for the Coast. Both sides settling into their work quite nicely. This is turning out to be a really sound game here on field one.
Oh, nice pair of hands.
They keep the play
Dummy.
alive, the Coast, and yeah, BMTA have possession back as they look to come across field potentially for a subset, unless they want to cart it down the centre third. Nice hands there. Now they get towards the space.
Unlucky there in a hurry to get to their box. The little errors can creep in there. We talked yesterday we watched some of the 12 development division girls, and we talked about getting used to the wider field in 12s and the longer passing, and those who can get that early get the advantage.
And
go open.
Yeah,
there it is. That kind of passing.
And another great touch made, yeah. So great touch all around from both sides.
That nice long ball was Levin Mahalia Turi. And a few quick subs getting a chance to roll on for Gold Coast and try and defend this set. Little penalty there for throwing the ball. I saw a few of those in the quarters as well. A little bit of frustration coming in. A little bit of patience needed in this division to be disciplined and not give away the penalties.
Yeah, a lot of excitement getting about on finals day here. And awesome for the girls to have a field one game. And
nice show there, ball in two hands, ready to pass or run.
So a bit of footwork. Great touch again from Gold Coast, and BMTA looking to strengthen this midfield battle as they jump towards the 10, and the ball hits the deck once more. So it opened the door for Gold Coast. They do have a one-try lead thanks to Kayla Bright.
BMTA finished that full set. A full set completion is what they'll be looking for, and trying to keep the ball out of their end.
So the Gold Coast finished the top of Pool C with 5 wins from 5. And as for BMTA, they finished on top of their pool. They were in Pool 8, 5 wins from 5. So a perfect record from both sides coming into this one.
Oh, and a nice touch there from BMTA 37, Isla Ormsby. That can that kind of energy can be contagious, Josh. If you get one nice dive in, someone else wants to dive, energy lifts, and that can be enough to change the momentum of the game.
So BMTA
nice.
Promoting the pass. This time it works out for them. That was some nice stuff there as they look to manipulate this Gold Coast defence. Good last touch here for BMTA. And that ball hitting the deck. So plenty of communication on the sub-box side here where BMTA are planted just in front of us. And the girls really bought in and invested at the moment. So Gold Coast will be looking to polish their attack up here. They've had a couple of opportunities. Only one try to their name so far. They drive forward. Plenty of touches to move here. And they get the pass on and had plenty of numbers on that right-hand head, just probably running out of space in the end.
Yeah, another full set completion from Gold Coast, which they'll be happy with. Now they get the chance to put the pressure on BMTA, and let's see if BMTA can work through that pressure and get their ruck set out over halfway. They've got that nice little fly on play. Whoa.
Ooh.
And a touch called.
Yeah, so they'll have to come back there. And once again, the Coast starting from around halfway. So if they can go direct here, they'll hopefully give themselves a chance to have a crack at this BMTA line.
It's probably fair to say at this point in the game that Gold Coast has had a little more time close to their line than BMTA, and that is the last touch. And we've got a half scoop from 63 court and finish. That was Jewel Legasic. Finished with the ball at the right end, and they're going to play the percentages again and see if they can force this BMTA subset to stay in their half, or will BMTA break out across the halfway mark.
Yeah, so we've got 4 minutes remaining in this first half. And that was a very handy run there from BMTA. Georgia Andrews it was. Here she is again with the ball. Just trying to get the pass on.
That was the last touch anyway, and some say on the last touch, even if it's a touch and pass, you're back 10 metres. If you held it, you're back 7 anyway. So
that's right.
I say have a go and
I
throw
agree.
that ball.
I agree. We want to see attacking and enterprising play here.
Gold Coast with another chance at their scoreline. Working through the middles.
Yeah, here's the last. They've got numbers towards the left. They decided to turn it back on the inside. And they've looked likely time and time again, this Gold Coast outfit, just yet to fully put it together. Kayla Bright the difference at the moment for them. And
that's some better yards.
Yeah.
This set should get them a little bit more than the previous. Give themselves a nice platform to finish.
Get the pass on. That was lovely work. Turn the ball back on the inside now. It's the last once more. And there's some space to work with. Ball back on the inside. Gold Coast had the numbers in the end, but it was opening up for them.
Yeah, there's opportunity out there, and that turnover from Gold Coast is so fast. That's a 20-metre drive from number 2, Georgia Beasley, which sets another good platform for Gold Coast. This is the small differences, that fast turnover that is setting BMTA up.
So the Coast coming around the outside, show and go, step back on the inside, and the dive, it's all clear.
Referee side and back are happy. That takes them to a 2-0 lead in the girls' semi-final 12s division today at the Junior State Cup.
Yeah. It's
a step back from 11, Legasic, and a big dive. Malia.
Yeah.
Malia.
And yeah.
It's all the plaits and the hairs and the ribbons. And
they all look, yes, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. So BMTA, here we go. They've got roughly a minute left on the clock. Can they hit back from halfway? This will be a prime opportunity to get on the scoreboard. Here's the last now. They shovel towards the left, the long cutout pass, and the Coast make the touch. Hasn't the weather? Oh, yes. So here we go.
Here we go. Big set from BMTA. They'll be happy with some little mark on the scoreboard now to keep this energy in the game.
Trying to sneak underneath. Gold Coast happy with their defence so far.
A nice low dive from 37 Isla Ormsby. She's heavily involved in this line attack. And an outside quickie looking for the short side.
And penalty coming the way of BMTA. So the clock now their enemy as they have a good chance here. Not too long left. We've got about 10 seconds or so remaining on our clock.
Another sweeper to the corners, testing, probing, step back.
And
the ref's happy.
Yeah, that'll be half time. We've got a good game on our hands here, Simone.
Yeah, BMTA will finish that half with confidence, having those last couple of raids there with the sweeps and the quickies and a few dives at the line. If they can keep that up, there's holes, there's chances.
There's hope.
There's hope.
So it is Gold Coast 2 over BMTA at the moment. We'll be back after the break.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
It is the semi-final between BMTA Red and Gold Coast A here on Field 1 as we're just about ready to go for the second half. I'm joined by Simone Hepburn in the commentary box. Simone, it's been a fantastic game so far. Plenty of stars on show here on Field 1.
Yeah, there's a few. We're looking down the team list here, and we spotted a few famous touch names. There's a Dayberg Muir out there, and a Legasic for the Gold Coast team. And on the BMTA side, we see a Georgia Andrews, who's Javon Andrews' little sister, and he, a little turnover. Javon's a Queensland rugby and touch representative, Queensland schoolboy and Queensland rugby representative, and his little sister now following in his footsteps. I think he's contracted somewhere, I hear, for rugby league. Not sure facts on that. Somebody might confirm or deny that one. But touch is an excellent pathway, and it's been said so many times, for transition to rugby league, if that's where you're going.
So Gold Coast running from right to left now as both sides swap ends, and they have a 2-try lead at the moment.
Georgia Beasley in half, offloading there to Peaches Brown. Back to the link, and that's the end of their set.
Yeah, so BMTA get moving back the other way. They will come towards this sub-box side, and they found it difficult at times coming out of their own end, but no doubt they would have had a chat about that at half-time. And here's some good meters as they're into Gold Coast half.
When that Gold Coast defence is pressing up high, they're really holding BMTA back. But when BMTA get inside that defence, they're making some nice yards there.
Yeah, and there's a terrific touch made from the coast there. Georgia Beasley, it was, coming across field to make it. And here she is with a good carry.
Nice. Another 15-20, and there's some meters available. It's a great ruck set from Gold Coast, and their fresh legs peeling on around the back now. The winger yet to make it. And they've gone back the short side and finished the ball in the 7 meters. Another strong set from Gold Coast. Disciplined, distance, clean. If they can repeat that then with their patience, they'll stay up in this game.
Yeah, they've started this second half really nicely, the Gold Coast. As this is the last now, so BMTA take it from half, looking for support, and the pass is released in the end.
It's a play on,
through.
no touch was made there, and that's their turnover. I think a little difference I'm seeing in this sides is that defensive press from Gold Coast is a little stronger, faster, moving with more intent than the BMTA transition defence.
And Charlie Hood for BMTA wearing the number 65. She's had her hands in a lot of good for BMTA. So one to watch as this second half progresses.
Down this close side now. Getting in closer to their 7.
Shovel the pass on, bit of footwork. And a little error spotted there. So, yeah, the Coast will come back the other way. It's just finishing those sets down in Gold Coast half is troubling BMTA at the moment.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure in a semi-final.
Yeah.
And sometimes those foundational skills that the girls have just come a bit unstuck when you add some pressure into their busy minds.
Yeah, without a doubt. So, Gold Coast here. Coming across field, they've got the numbers. Oh, yes.
Oh, and a solo effort there.
From Zara Roger. 3 tries to 0. Gold Coast are taking this game their way.
And on the replay, she'll wind up at speed. Take her man. A big jink. There she goes. Head down. Nice dive finish. Well deserved.
Yeah, indeed. A well-deserved try for the Coast. So we have 4 minutes and change gone in this second half of this semi-final between BMTA Red and Gold Coast A.
This is looking promising for BMTA. They've still got touches in hand. They're in the spot they want to be. Last now.
This is the last. They shovel it out. Gold Coast make the touch. 6 touches up.
Finishing in this far corner is going to make Gold Coast subset particularly hard,
Yeah.
and they're going to stay and use it as an away set.
And good call from the referee as they allow Gold Coast to play it. That was the try scorer there, Zara Roger.
Gasic with the drop inside. Back to the middle now.
Now it's the
Final
last,
touch.
yes.
There
This
she
is
is again. Nice ball in hand, and a gap opens up, and a saving try from BMTA. Isla Ormsby on that one. Another great effort. Lots of energy from her. She's been diving all over the place today, Josh.
No, they're not going to give up BMTA, are they?
There's that strong press defense from Gold Coast that's holding this progression of BMTA up a little. Now they've found some space.
So the ball over the top, and they wanted 6 more touches waved on BMTA. But it won't come their way.
Touch one on halfway. And Gold Coast getting their subs on. Touch 2, 3.
10 girls challenge semi-final.
Here comes their sweep on.
12:45. We have Redlands Red versus BMTA
Finding the centre
Red.
field. This is the last touch. Gold Coast will want to finish in their side in that corner.
Yeah.
And a little crack and saved over there.
In the under 10 girls challenge division.
Yeah,
I
so
think that was Megan Carey's at 68 with the dive. And a quick transition this time. That's what I like to see more of from BMTA. Not let Gold Coast set for that press defence.
And so BMTA starting to improve with their rucking at the moment as they look to get over halfway. Great touch there from the Coast, and the ball will change hands as the Coast want to get moving quickly.
Gone a little over the mark there in that rush to sub. BMTA getting their last numbers on now. As the link flies around the back there, they're all set for this. Sweepers going for Gold Coast.
So a little bit of footwork there. Fantastic touch from Halliwell. And they got touches to work with the Coast, and now they turn possession over. So BMTA will come back the other way. What's been the overall difference between these two teams, Simone? Where have Gold Coast strengthened and BMTA just lacking at the moment?
Yeah, there's a couple of things, Josh. I think that defense from Gold Coast has made the rucking for BMTA harder and the subsets harder. Although that one was a little bit too hard from the ref. And a forced sub there. Got the refs trying to calm that down, get that out of the game. And just a couple of errors, I think, for BMTA that's held them back. I think they're close.
So it's been a valiant effort from both sides so far here in this one. 8 minutes have ticked by. Now it's the last, and BMTA scheming, searching, touch made, 6 touches up.
That could have been throwing the ball away. And
Yeah.
Ref saw that one.
Don't get away with anything here with these referees. They've been outstanding all tournament long. It's a long tournament for them too, as we are on day 3 of the Junior State Cup. The weather's really turned it on here in Rockhampton.
Is that still another 8 minutes, Josh, that we've got in this game?
Yep.
There is time, and I saw one of the quarters where a team came back from a couple of tries down, so never say die and keep going.
So BMTA will spread the ball here. Bit of footwork as they try to cut in between defenders. Another touch made.
Yeah, this hungry defence, Zara Roger there pressing up in this link has really been, this far side link for Gold Coast and winger have really been spoiling a bit of the BMTA subset, and maybe that's the difference, you know, bigger bodies, probably top eight, more top ages, just making it hard for BMTA.
And the other semi-final taking place is between your mob, Palm Beach A, and Hounds. That's out on field 19.
And that will be another interesting one because those girls have not played each other before either. And these guys sort of know each other, so different semi altogether.
Yeah. So a great touch there from BMTA on their line, denying the coast. This is the last touch. And they'll kill the ball in the corner. So 4 minutes remaining here on field 1 between these two sides.
Nice. BMTA getting on their fresh legs now. This is the last, and they'll be looking to get that ball over halfway if possible. But in this case, Gold Coast gets a little advantage. That's touch one almost on the 10 metres. And ref has seen a little infringement there off the rucker forward pass. That's a nice transition, a fast tap and go. And she's just made 15 metres for her team. And there's another infringement.
So Gold Coast will have the ball back. And just an update here. The next two games following this one here on field 1 will be...
Oh, and another infringement. Are they getting tired, Josh? That's three in a row.
I think they are. It's
the ref's
fair to
getting
say.
tired.
Yeah. So BMTA, it's a good chance for them as they are inside the coast half. 3-1 the score. Anything's possible here. Still a bit of time left on the clock. It'll be good to see them cross the line, BMTA.
There she goes.
So they
go,
dart away.
Oh, a
They get
beautiful
the pass
long
over
ball.
the top.
Oh. That had so much potential there. There is space.
Yeah.
That was BMTA 25, Georgia Andrews.
So the next couple of games coming your way will be the 14 Boys Championship Semi-Final, followed by the 16 Girls Championship Semi-Final. So we have semi-finals for the next couple before finishing out the day with the 18 Girls Grand Final and the 18 Boys Grand Final here on field 1. 2 minutes to go here.
I think I got the clock wrong before. I was counting down when it was going up.
Sorry about that, Samash. Should have helped you out there. Yes, 2 minutes left here in this second half. Can BMTA cross the line? That's what we're after here, as this is the 12 girls semi-final in the challenge division. It's a good carry from BMTA.
I think one takeaway from BMTA from this game is those couple of penalties in the roll ball infringements, just getting really strong in their roll balls against a bigger, stronger kind of physical defence.
Yep.
If they can clear out that roll ball and work on finessing that area, keep the penalty count low, keep the possession high.
And they'll certainly grow from an experience like this, take it back to their clubs, and for the future Junior State Cups to come, ply their trade. Next year we'll be in Redlands before returning back to Rockhampton.
And I'm sure all these girls will be back there. If they come to these tournaments, they tend to love them.
Yes.
And then their motivation. There we go. A nice middle break and a save.
A brilliant touch there from Sky. A
Mahalia
steal.
almost broke through there from Gold Coast. But a great break saving touch.
But many these girls still playing to the final whistle, as it's a penalty there for BMTA.
A little bit hard, that touch. The ref wants to lighten up on those touches.
So we have about 15 seconds remaining here in this one. Gold Coast have played a tremendous game, so too BMTA in the semi-final. That's the siren. This will be the last.
And just dominant. I think they've asserted themselves again. And they're going to be hard to beat in the grand final, Josh. Look forward to hearing the outcome of that one.
Yes.
Hopefully it's against Palm Beach. I don't know what happened.
We got our fingers crossed. So you get that. You go find that result out, Simone. And we'll take a break here before returning for more action here on Field 1 of the Junior State Cup.
Adam Pride and Simone Hepburn will be in commentary for that game. Now Rocky slicing through Pratt again. How many times has she gone through from half in this game? Looking for support. Throws it back on the inside.
Finds Caitlin again.
Oh, he's got the smile on the face as little Pratt. Look at it.
Enjoying her footy. That's what you want to see.
She's making it look easy out there this afternoon.
Just holding the ball out in two hands there, just showing it. And Arana defenders are all hold.
Short and tight in the middle. That set of 6, Arana is Rockhampton now. Just holding on to that in the fingertips. Making their way downfield.
This is 5 coming now from good drive from Sarah Bajaya. Half pick up there from number 9, Lily Pratt. She's straight through from half. She needs some help. We might have a Bundaberg double. Sarah Bajaya's looking for it. Oh, good decoy run.
Oh, looping ball over the top.
Lovely work there from Rocky on again a 5th touch that's halfway out from half field, sorry, and make something out of nothing there, Lily Pratt.
You can just see like they were covered, and all of a sudden just the speed and acceleration from Pratt, too much to deal with. Look at the smile on her face, looping ball over the top.
Great meters, good speed, got Rocky rolling.
Ooh, there's groans from the Brisbane coaching box and the players on the sideline at the moment. Thought they might have been a step too short from being onside there, Rocky. Probably a fair question to ask.
Bringing the pressure here from Rocky, from BMCA, sorry, now is Lily Mitchell, another Bundaberg prodigy, down the sideline. Go, Lily.
Nice one, and taking off as well. Looks like she's gone. They're coming back at her, and she has taken away Lily Mitchell.
Yeah, girl.
Well, we've seen wingers streak down the sideline on both sides of the field. Firstly, Brisbane, and then this time, Lily Mitchell just went to sleep on her, didn't they?
Certainly did.
We are back. We're into semi-final action now. 14 boys. Wynnum taking on Rockhampton. It will be Rocky who have the tap-off here. This will be a good game. We saw Rockhampton a little bit earlier on in the day. They got knocked off by Palm Beach in that game, and that was a ripping contest. And they won their quarterfinal earlier on this morning. And now looking to progress through, but Wynnum have been very good throughout this 14 boys competition so far.
This will be the best of the day. This should be the best of the day. We've got 2 powerhouse coaches on either sideline. We've got some amazing up-and-coming boys on both teams, both doing really, really well throughout the tournament. So this one should be an absolute cracker of a game.
Yeah, Wynnum beating Caboolture 6-4 in their quarterfinal. They finished top of Pool A, 6 wins, and the 1 draw throughout the regular tournament. They were runners-up in last year's 14 boys competition as well. Might be a few of those boys that have stayed amongst the 14 boys and return again this year. Rocky 7-1, good win for them in the quarterfinal as well. Second in Pool B in the end, like we said, after that loss this morning. Only the 1 try in it. They bounced back nicely in that quarterfinal and see themselves get through to the semi-final here on the home soil and looking to go 1 step further into the grand final this afternoon. Nice pick up from half, but good defence there in the middle.
Yeah, sometimes you need those tough games. Sometimes you need a loss. Sometimes you need a tight one. Just to remind you, hey, we're at a Queensland State Cup, a state event here. You know, you can't have any lapses, and especially this time of the day or this time of the tournament, finals time, you can have an off game and you're knocked out. So sometimes it's a good reminder. They come back out with a cracker win in their next game and get themselves to a position like this to potentially get to the big dance.
Rocky, you're back on the run after the error. A good chance here, looking for the first points of the game. Important with this shortened format as well. Try and strike early. The second semi-final taking place at the moment as well as Townsville taking on Palm Beach. Like we said, Palm Beach finishing first in Pool B. Big victory in the quarterfinal from Townsville. They knocked off Gold Coast 5-3 to progress through to the semi-finals. So Townsville, can they make it through to the grand final, the Junior State Cup? I'll have to check the records, but it might be the first time a Townsville team could possibly make it through to a grand final.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see. The boys from the north, they made the trip down. Not too big of a trip to what they usually are, but yeah, Townsville got a few teams here, and they're looking pretty solid. It's been a big year of touch footy for a lot of these kids. Not much happening after this. They maybe get a little bit of a break, but then most of these kids will be representative kids that'll go to a national championship in September. So now they got one through. So they'll keep training. They'll keep staying fit, nice, after this tournament, leading into that national event, no doubt.
Yeah, nice touch from Harper Ruka. We saw him in some earlier games. Definitely one of the players to watch for this Wynnum team. Here he is going forward. That footwork off the left foot. Just getting the ball down on the mark. They're a little bit light for troops as well, Wynnum. They've done a great job throughout the whole tournament. Haven't got as many substitutions in their box as Rockhampton, but they just continue to chalk up win after win after win.
Could have kept running there, the half. Could have picked and kept running. I think he was in more of a space than what he realised, but it wasn't a bad end of the set considering Wynnum are really struggling to get any metres and people on the park, but the back end of that subset was nice. But Rocky here, they've definitely got the rub of the green in the field positioning at the moment, so goes a long way to scoring the tries.
Now getting away from the first defender, arcing back through the middle, and it was a great recovery in the end from Hudson Holder. He was the defender with Rocky getting on the outside shoulder. He stuck with his man and made the diving touch in the end.
He did. That never give up attitude that you see in these finals games. That's what was needed, and luckily he kept pushing and chasing, and he made the touch because he was in a fair space there, and try come was looking like it was going to come easy, but great defence by Wynnum, and if they can get themselves down to the line, Scotty, they might be able to have a crack on last here.
Here's Seaston. Way will get the repeat set coming off the hands of Nate Turner. Yeah, it feels like this has been the first time they've been down this end of the field to have a decent crack at Rocky. Sometimes if you can maintain all that pressure in defence when you do get the opportunities with ball in hand, we do see teams go down the other end and come up with points. Oh, on-field looks like he's pretty happy with this. There's a lot of hands up in the air from Rocky, and that's exactly what happens. Searston goes down, makes the pay, gets the first try here for Wynnum.
There you go. The Rocky boys are pretty confident they made the touch, but referee, no thank you. Got in under there. Yep, fair call. There was a touch on the boot and, a metre and a half away from where the ball is, so could be a 50-50, but referee was happy to award the try. So Wynnum first on the board. Rockies had majority of the possession and field positioning, so they'll really want to get one here as they look to bring it left, condense them over this side, and no doubt struck back the other. Here we go.
And they come out straight over the head. Wynnum start on their 7-metre line, opposite side of the field. Can't pick up too much purchase on the first. Now, ball down, penalty though to Wynnum. Boot in the ruck. Wynnum gets some chances here to make some changes as well. They just hold their players back while they made the tap. Smart. Now they roll over the halfway line, working themselves back into the game nicely. In front at the moment here in the 14-boys semi-final. Loose ball back on the inside. Play on Sakal. Players retrieving here for Rockhampton. They manage to thread it through, and they close it out eventually. Billette coming across to make the touch. Now Wynnum getting up nice and early. And they're looking a little flat here, Rockhampton. Now they look to respond. Still working towards the back end of their set. Good kick out from Turner. Clean pick up from half. They come back to Turner. And Wynnum close it out. Nice work from Quade Mooney. Wynnum are winning the battle at the moment.
Yeah, momentum in that space has definitely swung Wynnum's way. They're running with a lot more intent and intention. They're back in their defence, and Rocky's just had a bit of a hard time getting off their line. So
nice work from Sia, who got away from the first defender. Now Ruka, very sharp off his left. And Rocky forced him to go across field. And that just gives them a chance to put it through the hands again, finish it on the far side of the field. And they come up out of the light. Oh, little shot off the ball. They pop straight back up to their feet. Accidental contact. Siston coming up and making the touch. Great hands there from Ramsey. Now skipping away and had to come back last minute to make the touch there. Lachlan Sear. Again, desperation defence from Wynnum, keeping them in at the moment. Clean pick up from half. Wakeman gets away. Wakeman shapes to come back in. There's players down on the ground and they pop themselves on the outside here, Rockhampton. Nice response. They're back in the game and we're level at 1.
yeah, that was well done. They spread them nice and wide, forced that space between the middle and backed himself. A bit messy, but we got there in the end, the coaches say.
Yeah, it was nice work off the ball. There were players down on the deck, but it looked like they just ran into each other. No holding, no illegal contact. And nice work just to pop out. There's a little 1-on-1 out there on the right. Rocky get their first try here in the semi. Wynnum now attacking again from the restart. And they're looking to flick that one out the back. Grand final will take place in the 14 boys at 2:30 this afternoon. Great exchange and speed down the sideline. Coming back, will not get there in the end. Finn Wyatt puts it under the post and a Rocky go back to back and they're in front.
That was well done. That was well done. They've struggled to get off their line in this exact position pretty much the whole game. They used the ball. They stayed alive. They had a look up. They played that eyes up footy from their half and they all backed each other, supported each other, and happy days for the winger down the sideline. I think he knew he was in from about halfway. He backed himself in.
Wynnum getting players into position, moving around. They're always busy. Siston sums it up nicely, puts it through. Great recovery coming across to make the touch from Wyatt. We just saw him streak down to score. Now he makes a big touch. Oh, they've created space and numbers. A couple of dummies. If they send that one out, they might have hit straight back there with him. Now Rocky again. Trying to get forward. Wynnum are definitely working hard and putting defensive pressure on. It's far. Plays it coming into the last. Nice pick up and go. Wyatt.
That was a touch that needed to be made.
There's a big couple of minutes here. Finn Wyatt. He's out here on the wing. That time he found himself having a crack from half. He's obviously got some wheels behind him. Nice kick away. It's on the front foot. Got some heavy contact from Ramsey. They continue to play on, coming into the last now. Nice footwork back into the middle. They managed to flick it out, holding it up, summing it up. They go back down to the left-hand side of the field. They'll send it over the sideline. I've seen that a couple of times from Wynnum. They probably did have a chance to continue to bring it out here on the right, but if they don't like what they see, they'll send it back out to the left and continue to leave the ball on their side of the field.
Yeah, that was all Finn Wyatt. That was all him. He sat there in that space. He held it. He didn't commit, which allowed his teammates to come through and help him back on the inside. So massive credit to Wyatt at the moment. He's scoring them, saving them, running from half, composed. I don't know how the sideline is going here, close to us. The Rockhampton box, the boys, I don't know. I think the boys out on the field are more composed than the coaches.
There's a bit of tension at the moment. Rockhampton in front. Ruka and Searson have got a pretty deadly combination, these two, and just couldn't grab that one cleanly. Copped a little shot. Might be getting a little bit testy out there. Those ones are always a little bit difficult. I think it was almost accidental. It was a forced substitution, and it's going to be a penalty as well to win it. It's a tricky one when you're losing the football, and he was off his feet.
Yeah, I don't think there was much intention there, but Rocky, I'll see how this, yes, touch made, yeah. They've done well to recover. They had a bit of a forced sub, so only had half a second to attack against 5.
Great, it was a great early ball. Could just see the open winger out of the corner of his eye. Quade Mooney was there, just took a little snatch at it. Good ball playing from Ruka again. Now, Ronan down the sideline. He's just put a foot over the black line.
Yep.
He's got some toe as well. Ronan Ramsey, we've seen him streak away for tries already throughout the tournament.
We have. We've called his name a few times now, and nearly again, but it's there. It's opening up for Rocky once they can put their eyes up and have a bit of a look and get away from that structure, but that real good support play. That's when they actually look their best so far in this game.
Flat ball back on the inside. Good to continue to play on. Sear plays it. Ruka, Searston and Sear. Here is Ruka. Left foot. This time they maintain it pretty well. And popping up out of the line, Flynn Maxwell. And a quality first half. Wynnum scored first. Rockhampton responded with 2. Game on here.
Clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast?
Back here, and it's half-time in the semi-final of the 14 boys. You can see Wynnum over in their huddle. Very experienced coaching staff. Carly Banks over there giving some instructions to New South Wales men's open coach. And on this side of the field, Australian men's winger Bailey Assay doing the talking at the moment. Dave Zanetti, former Queensland men's open representative as well, so they've got some experience for these young fellas out here in the semi-final who are looking to book a grand final spot later on this afternoon. Second semi-final taking place at the moment as well, Townsville and Palm Beach. The winner of this match will take on either Townsville or Palm Beach at 2:30 this afternoon. We've got 16 girls semi-final action coming up next as well. Brisbane Metro and Gold Coast. Big afternoon of finals footy here at the Queensland Junior State Cup. Wynnum will tap us off. They're down by 1 at the moment. System with the tap off. Ruka hard fast in at the line.
That's what I love to see. Such hard running.
Sear comes back in field. Got a pretty good combination, these three. Ruka left foot short to Searson. Did he maintain possession and get it over the line? Ball down. Good call from the on-field referee.
He was on the spot. But they opened him up. Wynnum. They'll be reasonably happy with that, knowing that they opened him up. I wouldn't say so easily, but...
Not happy with the call here, Ramsey. He was looking for a yes-no call. Now Rocky going forward as Hansen plays it. Now penalty back on the infield. They're getting a little bit antsy here, Rockhampton. I'm happy with the calls. They need to keep cool heads. They're in front at the moment, 2-1. There's a little bit of carry on going on in their sub box at the moment. Now there's some heavy contact. Players down on the deck. Another penalty here to win them. They're in front at the moment. They don't need to let little things get into their head at the moment.
That's it. Nice controlled game. Hard to be controlled when the emotions are high, the energy's high, and the passion. Passion for the game, passion for their teammates, the real drive to want to win. It's hard to control, but that's a mental thing. That's a mentality thing to, how do we use the mental side of our game to stay on top and to stay in the grind and keep doing what we're doing. So it's a big learning curve for 14 boys. So whoever can keep their head, I think will go on to win the game.
Stack of changes there for Rockhampton. They just had to hold up the footy. All those replacements made their way onto the field. They'll get the repeat set. Here's Kobe Chin. He'll get it back early from half.
Once again at 120 in the 14 girls
Chin again.
Semifinals on field 3.
Delaney sweeps, goes to the link hole. It was Ronan Ramsey throwing that ball from the inside. They get another penalty here, Rocky.
Palm Beach A versus Rockhampton Red.
They come back through the middle. Chin offloads.
Yeah.
Bit of space to work with. Lollipop ball over the top. They'll say it's forward. Not too many complaints this time around from Rocky.
No. A little bit of space for Ramsey, and he can create something out of nothing. He's so strong. He's a bigger body. And every time he gets the ball, he looks good. He looks threatening, and he's creating a lot for Rocky. So they'll want to really look to use him at the back end of this game and not wear him out in defence, but get him on there for attack when they really need him.
Rocky start their set. Shy the halfway line. And they'll get a penalty here. They go straight to their box. Ramsey plays it. They'll come for a breather. Pethers follows suit. Wyatt feeds it from half. Now looking at options. They can't slice in between defence. They'll play it on the 7-metre line and get back underway. Assistant feeds it. Ruka shows the dummy. Sear, smart, off the right foot.
Yeah, they needed that. Wynnum were looking stuck. They were looking stuck, so really good eyes up, having a look, making the extra metres and getting themselves to the sub box and getting the subs on like they need around the back here. They have a good end to their subset, so just looking to go back through the middle, maybe potentially looking back, to go back to the right-hand side to make it difficult for Rocky to get these subs on.
The Rocky players, it looks like they're going to hold. They'll come and make some changes now. Little call on the fly for Rocky. As Hansen offloads. They found the space this time around. There's a lot of finger pointing again going out here. Referees will have to come together. They're going to send back. So touch has been claimed from Wynnum. They'll still hold on to the football. It is interesting, they did continue to play on. And sometimes these ones where you can't quite see, it's not really the attacking players' fault that they continue on and throw that pass. So I think it's a good idea from the refs to let him come back. Nice short ball, and now they will get across. Flynn Maxwell scores their third.
They won't deny that one from him. It was good patience. Good patience. Again, we're seeing the same boys dominate. So it's a little bit of a who's going to dominate more. At the moment, Rocky's definitely got the upper hand. They got the intensity. They got that good aggression we were talking about earlier. Let's see if Wynnum can match it. Now, from their tap-off move last time, they nearly scored. Searson nearly went in and scored. He just fumbled at the last minute. So, you know, I think they'll go back to the same platform, the same setup. They got across the line, just a little fumble at the end. So we'll see if they go back to what worked.
Still time for Wynnum here. We're only halfway through the second half. Ruka hasn't had too many opportunities. And they get up and make the touch on him. Here he is again, pumping. Searson threads it. Oh, they just needed one more final pass, but they'll come back.
Desperate defence. Desperate defence definitely needed. But again, Wynnum are that close. So Rocky will be on notice now. Anytime Wynnum gets down there, they're looking like they're going to score. So big defensive midfield set for Rocky, and Wynnum will be thinking, hey, we just got to get ourselves down there. We're going to give ourselves every shot to get those tries and get that final execution done and get ourselves really back in the game.
Ramsey can't pull it in. Just overrunning it from half. The door still slightly ajar here for Wynnum. Nice work. Again, Lachlan Seary tends to beat the first defender on most occasions now. There's Wynnum players down on the deck. Searson did get a good job to throw that one from on the grass. As Rocky looked to shoot up. Nice exchange of passing.
Oh.
They've created space. Oof, almost just punching through.
There he is again.
Oh, they're going to come back.
He's everywhere. He is everywhere. Wynnum thought they were in, and he come from nowhere.
Forward pass. Rocky, hold on. Got the 2-try lead. Looking to get into the grand final. Palm Beach taking on Townsville. The Rocky line up against Palm Beach again. Only the 1 try separated them when they played each other this morning.
Touch. Well touched. Well done. Well done. They definitely needed that stop. There's not bad field position for them to get it down there in a couple and give themselves that line attack opportunity again.
Get some changes. They'll get a penalty as well. Little foot in the ruck.
Could be the piggyback they need.
Flat ball from half, continuing on. Searson gets it down. He'll look to set. In the half he goes. Ruka takes him on himself. Ball in the left hand. Flicks it back to halfway.
Give me the ball. I've got this.
Is this the spark they need? Back down to 1.
Yeah, he's very, very smart player. Very smart player. Watch these two boys play together for Queensland way back in under 12s. They were just little fellas. And he was magic to watch then. And as he grows and gets stronger and becomes a young man, he's looking even better. Him and Searson working really well together. So they still got him on the park, which is the players that they're going to need to get a stop here and get a ruck out and hopefully for them, get down and score another.
They need a stop though. Rocky running again. Ruka comes back at him to make the touch. He's sucking in the big ones at the moment, the big fella.
He really is, isn't he? He knew he had to stay on and defend. And that he's doing.
Now Rocky, have a look. They dive in underneath. That touch has been made. It's desperation stuff for Wynnum. Gartner made a big touch. He pulled up Ginger as well, and now he's going down the sideline. Can they hold on? Do they have the juice left in the legs here, Wynnum? They're light on for numbers. They're rolling downfield nicely, though. They pick up from half. Flick ball back on the inside. Hits the deck.
They got a really good roll on there. Really good roll on. Got to their subs okay. They're sucking it in on the far side. Coach Carly Banks saying, I need you back.
Open space in front, and they will go. Rocky hit back. They take it down Wynnum's side of the field. And with the clock starting to wind down, 3 minutes to go, they're back in front by 2.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. Not sure why the numbers. We're up for Rocky on the far side, but that's disappointing for Wynnum. Disappointing for Wynnum. They would have been gearing up, ready to go down, defend it and get one on the board. But if they can get one here right now, they'll be up and about.
There's still time. There's still time. Just under 2.5. Ruka again scored the last one. This time gets in. They sling it and they have to play at it and knock it down. Jacob Fuller defending out there for Rocky.
That was needed. That was a certain try. That could be a game saver.
They probably need to strike early here, Wynnum. They probably don't want to use the full set of 6. Oh, and a sloppy play the ball. Sees Rocky get the footy back. And that might be the game slipping through their hands.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Wynnum. I was looking forward to a drop-off, Scott. I won't lie. Look, these two coaches, these two teams, very, very even. I know Rocky up by a couple, but very, very even in the skill and the knowledge, the speed. As we talk speed, there it is. Icing on the cake.
Nice pick up from half, Malachi Millett. That was slick. And his tied legs from Wynnum just couldn't hold on any longer. Good follow-up as well, Nate Turner. Rocky on their way through to the grand final. They'll either take on Palm Beach or Townsville. Another gallant performance from Wynnum.
Rocky box, up and about. They know it. They know they're up for it. They know they're into the grand final. They played a really good game. There's been some players that have really stood out and stood up. Just that last try, Scott, that they just got for Rockhampton. Just a nice little strike dump. Nice little run from half. Nothing over the top. Just all done with intent and clear direction.
16 girls grand final, or semi-final I should say. Jumping the gun there, coming up. And they'll get a late penalty. Brisbane Metro taking on Gold Coast. 16 girls semi-final up next. And Rockhampton will make their way through to the grand final later on this afternoon. They'll take on the winner of Townsville and Palm Beach. A nice performance there from Rocky, hometown, into another grand final. We'll head down on the sideline as well with Pinky for the post-match interview. Fueled by Guzmani Gomez. More to come. Semi-final action. 16 girls coming up next.
Has to be bad food. At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya. At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Welcome back to another post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. Now we've got Malachi here who's just won their game 5-2 to Rocky into the grand final.
Yeah, we went to the grand final. We dug deep there and came out on top.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah, pretty good, On to the grand final. Won last time I was here. Hopefully we can get the chocolates again.
Oh, there we go. We're after the chocolates. So, yeah, how are you enjoying the Junior State Cup to be right here in your own backyard?
Yeah, it's been good. Just not having to eat out every day in our own bed.
And what do you love about touch footy, Malachi?
Good sport, play with your mates and yeah.
Yeah, there's a really great community spirit here and everyone's having a great time, whether they win or lose. That's what I'm seeing.
I think it's been really good here in Rocky. Just one more game.
How will you celebrate if you win the grand final this afternoon?
I'm not too sure. Yeah.
I'll give you some thinking time for that. Good luck with the grand final, though. Well done.
Thank you.
Coming up next, the BMTA Red Gold Coast A 16 Girls Championships. Coming to you live from Rockhampton.
Every day, we close our eyes and pretend we're standing on top of the world, looking down on a playground of everything we've ever wanted. Then we open our eyes and realise it's where we live and where you'll want to be. This is Rockhampton. So, where do we start? It depends on who you ask. Some will tell you that if your fishing cast is big enough, you could catch a barra from your hotel balcony. A mum or dad will say it's a cooling swim and bike rides in the early morning fresh air, and crocodiles and garden picnics. Not together, obviously. Others will say it's the silence, in our caves, in our bushland, that moment just before your drink is poured. Some say a must is a selfie with a cow. Oh, and there's those who wax lyrically about Rockhampton's iconic heritage, frontier town to bustling river port to gold rush city, and of special significance, the cultural heart of our city that beats to the sounds of the traditional custodians of the land, the Durrumbal people, all to come together to represent the foundation that Rockhampton and Queensland was built on. Strength, character, personality. No matter what your age, whatever the occasion, fireside or 5-star, feeling the grass between your toes or the fresh mountain air on your face. You'll never be bored, because we never are. Open your eyes to Rockhampton.
I think it's just great to be around people who are like-minded and passionate about the sport, and to be able to network, to look at current trends and new ways to push the game forward in our communities. It was really great to hear our opening QTF chairperson, just to think about some conversations I've had and how we can grow our sport back in our region. Coming from Townsville, I'm looking forward to going back and having some more conversations and seeing what change we can and growth we can have in that area.
Perfect start to the half. We saw them trying to be cool, calm and collected during the break, doing some breathing exercises, and it's worked a treat for them, scoring first set and now defending the first.
Patrick Lamb gets him going again, last touch, and slicing through again. Clarkin looking for support and finds it. Lamb backing up. Well, back-to-back tries here for the Coast. Now they're starting to stretch away from Arana and put a little bit of pressure. Gold Coast tap and restart. And Clarkin dancing around, got the one pink boot, the one blue boot. Looking dangerous out there for the Coast. Here he is. Dancing away. Back in. Tika. Footwork goes long this time. Over the top of the head. Whatever you can do, I can do it as well.
This is some elite ball playing. Lennox Tika gets the ball in the as of right middle, comes off the right foot and just rips wing. That is not an easy pass to throw, that is for sure. There is one other person in Australia I see regularly do that play well, and his name's Dylan Hennessy, so it's not an easy play, that's for sure.
It's a fair rap. He's got all the talent in the world, this young kid. He's going to put it all on display here in this final. Here's another kid with good young talent, Kalis Brown.
The referees did get that right touch before the ball was granted by Scroder.
Tika plays it. It's come off someone's boot. It's an Arana foot that's in there. Again, just precious seconds off the clock. You can see Tika barking the instructions out there. He'll control this set of 6 here for the Coast. Clarkin feeds it to him. They get up nice and early. Plays her offside, and he just goes straight through. Slams it down, not once, but twice. And the flick back to the halfway line. And that should be all she wrote now for the Coast.
Yeah, good awareness again. The strike from the Arana link defender offside, and Tika at the line. They look like they're competing in this game.
Yeah, you must say that Gold Coast were up for the majority of the game. It was that late try right before half-time that has gotten Arana back into the game. And this is going to be a big start for both teams here in the second half. Arana looking for the stop. Big bomb, Tika, nice little bop back. And they get away from the covering defence in Campbell. Perfect start from the Coast. And they push that margin back up to 2. A good scramble work from Arana. The hooter sounds in the background regardless. The Gold Coast have won the 18 Boys Championship here at the Junior State Cup. What a performance.
Well-deserved winners. The Gold Coast, they were trailing early. It was Arana who scored in the first set of 6. They wrestled back to a 2-1 lead. We're at 3-2 for a little while. Arana scoring just before half-time. But
30 seconds, referee.
We are back. Short little delay. We've had some extra time games happening right behind our broadcast. Looks like it might have been the 14 girls. Toowoomba taking on Townsville. Toowoomba getting the victory in a 3-on-3 extra time period that went for ages. Toowoomba go through. We now get back into action here. It's the 16 girls semi-final. We got BMTA taking on the Gold Coast. Gold Coast will get us underway. Grand final spot on the line for both of these two teams. I'll give you the rundown of how they've progressed through to the semi-final in just a moment. Let's see how the Coast go with their first touch of the footy. Little wraparound play, deflection and a repeat set. We saw the Coast earlier on this morning. And that young lady is about to roll the ball. Harper Eldridge, very impressive, and no doubt they'll be looking for another big performance from her here in the semi-final.
Yeah, set it up just like the game we called earlier. Scotty had around either on a sweep, on a quickie platform, and hitting the winger, and pretty much every pass she threw, it was money. So they'll start the game at very least with the similar kind of a setup. They'll go to Eldridge for majority of it, but she'll also be able to condition them the other way as well. Once they sort of start going to her, they'll throw a few other Coast girls in and go back against the grain. So smart team, smart coaches, BMTA equally as smart. So it should be a cracker.
Looking for the extra pop-out play. Gold Coast will get the footy back. They progress through after beating Bundaberg 7-2 in the quarterfinal this morning for Brisbane Metro Red. They defeated Rockhampton 4-1 in their quarter. Both teams undefeated coming into the semi-final. Very good defensive teams as well. Brisbane only letting in 5 tries so far throughout the whole tournament. Gold Coast only 6.
Well, there you go. The win from Gold Coast that we saw on live stream earlier, their midfield defence. Bundaberg really struggled to get over halfway from really great midfield defence from the Coast, and we see that BMTA, Brisbane team in blue, pretty much did the same thing. So they've just got over halfway, and the Coast was able to defend them. So touch is made. So they'll want to run off the back of that as well. They're a really good defensive unit. The last time they played, we called it and said they didn't really look overwhelmed. They didn't look rushed. They were so composed and super chilled. So they're starting this game, much the same, just running through their processes. But they won't get it as easy against Brisbane.
Last touch for them now. And as good as both teams are defensively, they're equally as good with attack, racking up the points. So this will be really interesting to see how this match unfolds. Is it a tight contest defensively, or do we see some points and see this game open up as
Great
Brisbane
hands.
shift the ball nicely and come down their sideline? They get their changes onto the field now. They'll play it just over the halfway line and look to come back down. There's been no contact made here as of yet. No, is it play on? It is play on. And it will get there in the end. Well, a little bit of confusion. It doesn't matter how you get there, as long as you get there.
Oh, I think every single person out there was confused, except the referee knew exactly what he wanted to do.
Elizabeth Hannah, let's take a look at this. Little dummy gets through. Now, I think she kind of swung back to say she didn't touch me first, then looks for the referee, says she definitely didn't touch me. Has another go and gets it over for the first try of the game. Well, that's an exciting way to start this semi-final.
Yeah, yep. Come from nothing, but yep, doesn't matter how you score them as long as they get on board.
And potentially on the line for the grand final. We'll just let this one play out here for the Coast. They get the repeat set. Could be an all-Brisbane grand final. You never know. BMTA Blue are taking on Redlands Red in the second semi-final. BMTA Blue progress through after winning in the quarterfinal. Redlands beat Palm Beach 7-2 in their quarter. And nice dive. Ball in one hand. They'll say touch first. Eldridge will come back out to the 7. The grand final will be later on this afternoon, 3:05.
Really shows the depth in Brisbane at the moment in this age bracket to have two teams in a top 4 situation in such a tight, tough competition in the 16 girls that we've seen this tournament.
The ball hits the deck. Brisbane good meters on the first touch. The last 2 possessions coming out of their end have been pretty good. And now nice flows. They kick in towards the middle. The touch though sends them back towards the mark. Erickson making the touch there from the Coast. Brisbane punching direct into the last of the set. Short side, not much room to work with. Comfortable in the end from the Coast.
Happy to leave it far side. Make the Coast work for these subs. Starting to really warm up out there. It's a beautiful rocky sun for the minute. Those the legs will be tired and the kids have been in the sun, you know, all day. Hopefully sun smart.
There's a bit of confusion here from the Coast whether they were going to come to the box. They went away first and then cruised back in the middle, but players still holding on the field, but they were probably in a position where they could have head over towards the box. I think the call from the coaching and the staff over there was for them to hold, and it just didn't flow off the back of it. They come up with the error, give the footy back here to Brisbane. This is a good chance here for Metro to go up by 2. Chadburn will play it. She'll hold things up and get Brisbane players back into position. They'll come back to her now. And nothing there. Nice touch. Was she a step short? Yes. And Lily Haver there defending out in the left link for the Coast. Another repeat set. 6 touch to work with here for Brisbane. Oh, slips out of the hand. We saw a lot of that earlier on this morning. Those cool temperatures and a lot of dew. It's definitely dried up now.
Definitely no dew out there anymore.
This time they'll come to the box. Nice extra pass, linking up with Broadhurst. Last touch of the set. Another penalty. So after the early try from Brisbane, things have tightened up a little bit.
Yeah, Coast doing the same as what Brisbane did. Shift the ball, get it over the other side and really make them work for these subs. But Brisbane's done really well. Yeah, a couple of touches. They got to their box and they're over halfway. So really good from Brisbane. Really good build. This is something that we didn't see the Coast
Play on to call. No contact yet. Oh, slinging back on the inside. Eliza Staunton. It was the right idea. She tried to get it to her.
Yeah, they're giving themselves every opportunity to get those tries. The legs are getting a little bit tired. Back end of the half. Plenty of meters that these kids have ran all day and the last 2 days. So they can stay injury free and just keep their legs going just for a little bit longer. So this is where now the Coast have sort of had the upper hand, I suppose, in the games that we've seen previously, where their pressure defence is just, it's a giveaway, piggyback penalty. But this is where the Coast is normally quite disciplined and really, really good at it. They just flood those zones and make it so difficult for the teams to get it to their sideline. But Brisbane, full credit.
Oh, did a really good job to keep feet in there as the body was falling over the sideline and keep possession here for Brisbane. Now they roll through the midfield. Hannah plays it. The try scorer from Brisbane. Last touch. They're on the back foot a little bit here, the Coast. They herd them into the corner, but again, they are getting behind that defensive line. Another good set for Brisbane Metro. The Coast will roll on the 7-metre line.
I think 6 touch come before that last play. Scotty, I think I saw the wingers just sort of standing there. I'm thinking, why aren't you running and supporting your ball runner? But I think it was actually 6 before that. All the girls knew, we didn't know up here, and neither did the crowd.
And the Coast throwing it around. Couldn't get over the halfway line. Brisbane well on top in terms of field position at the moment. They're on top on the scoreboard as well. Only the one try though so far. Here in the 16 girls semi-final.
So we spoke at the start, Scotty, about saying how great their defence, both teams, their defence is. So we're seeing some uncharacteristic errors, pushing passes, things like that from both teams, purely because the defence is too good.
Ooh, went a little battle and play.
They might be the flashy things that's needed to be able to get around these teams. Both teams, like we were saying, defensively strong. So a little bit of flashy, a little bit of brilliance might be what's needed to get the tries. Much like the try that Brisbane just scored. It was come from nothing, and maybe that's how these tries are going to be scored in this game.
Nice passing again, but they are fighting for metres. Another penalty, forward pass. Coast are shooting themselves in the foot at the moment. Nice quick tap as there's replacement players still coming onto the field here for the Coast. They've got 6 touches to work with. Here's Violet Burke. They'll burn another one and try and crack this Gold Coast defence. This time they shape to go. Early release. Nice slide defence there from the Coast. Touch made from Hope Broadhurst. Hannah now picks up from half. Gets in. Oh, it was there. And it almost looked like she didn't realise it was in her hands to get down. It opened up.
Yeah, maybe a bit of excitement there. Catch ball, put ball down. Might have been, oh, I'm in. I can't believe it. I found the space. Really hard to crack those middle positions, those middle spaces against the Gold Coast, equally as it is for Brisbane. Those middle spaces and a good defensive team don't often present themselves. So it might have been a bit of a surprise that it presented so easily for her, and unfortunately she put it down. So hopefully it won't come back to bite them in the end, but this game's going to be a tight one.
Ball hits the deck again. It certainly is tight. We saw Brisbane score early in the first half. It's just been back and forth between these two teams, and now a bit of defensive pressure from the Coast. And a bit of a loose pass there from Brisbane. This is the opportunity Gold Coast need.
Yeah, 100%. I was just about to comment, it would have been the commentator's curse, just about to comment how well Brisbane are doing in shifting the ball around that defensive pressure from Gold Coast. And unfortunately put it down, but they've gone through that the whole half. They've got it to their winger, their box side winger, Brisbane, and they're able to get the metres and get the roll. So that one going to ground.
Leaping ball over the top. Looks like it was lost over the line and forward out of the hands first. Brisbane hold on. What do they do from the first? They go direct. They put it through the hands. They shift it straight away. Ball rolling around in the play of the ball. Back-to-back errors from Brisbane. Really leaving the door open here from the coast. There's Hamid Makisi.
They'll need to convert here, Gold Coast. They've had a few opportunities. And they push the pressure pass. And
oh, lovely ball out in front. On field looks like he's happy. He's pointing down and the sideline agrees. And off those back-to-back errors, the Gold Coast right before the halftime break. They make them pay and they lock up the scores.
It's just great to be around people who are like-minded and passionate about the sport, and to be able to network, to look at current trends and new ways to push the game forward in our communities. It was really great to hear our opening QTF chairperson, just to think about some conversations I've had and how we can grow our sport back in our region. Coming from Townsville, I'm looking forward to going back and having some more conversations and seeing what change we can and growth we can have in that area.
Back here, it's the halftime break. We're taking you inside the Brisbane huddle. Still pretty calm at the moment. They leaked that last try right before the halftime. And Gold Coast, though, back into it with that late try. Game on?
definitely game on. Just listening to the Brisbane coaches and those instruction. Not a lot of time to give your instruction as a coach at these tournaments with the shortened half time. But instruction was very clear. Instruction was all about their game, not about what opposition is doing or, you know, what we're doing in those spaces or what they're doing in those spaces. It was, hey, we stick to our processes, and I think we got this. So just reminding the girls, we know what we're doing, we can do it, and when we do it, we look good. So let's not stray away from that. So no doubt it'll be very similar on the other side. It'll be ball possession. It'll be forward momentum in the midfield to get down to line attack. They're both so good at this line.
Little bump play here for Brisbane. The touch is made on Chadburn. It's the last touch of the set for them as they thread it through. And the ball down first. Nice response here to start the second half from Brisbane.
Always got to have an option for the last touch. It's a bit of a swipe touch there. Last touch coming. Let's flood. And a nice late, really late pop behind. I'm going to say it was planned, but maybe it wasn't when I look back at it. But it looked good, so we'll say it was planned. But it doesn't matter. They're on the board.
And just playing what's in front. I like the ball in two hands to shape the throw. Saw the space and just cracked in at the line. Now Eldridge plays offside. We're going to get a penalty. Nice call from the on-field referee.
Such a smart young player. Really like watching her play. She's put on a performance today. We've seen her a couple of times. Pleasure to watch.
Nice ball
good hands,
as well.
good touch.
Yeah, good footy from both teams there, taking it right to the line. Back in through in the middle now. Eldridge directing. Takerai from half. Comes open side. And we'll be able to turn the ball back on the inside there. It's the last for them now. Looping ball does find the link. Nice slide defence. Bailey Fox comes across to make the touch for Metro. They'll come forward to tap. Oh, looked like the ball was down before the contact.
Yep, anticipated a hard touch, I think. Red touch on the first, coming off your line. Anticipated it, so did Gold Coast, unfortunately, and didn't make the touch. So the Coast have got a really good crack. They've got their players on that they want. A really good opportunity to get one on the board here.
Oh, and a good dive in at the line. Touch. Very, very close.
What a dive.
Here's Eldridge again, holds it up, sends it up in the breeze, and a great catch and put down from Broadhurst. The Coast are back in it. We're locked up at 2 tries.
Worthy of a grand final game, this one.
It's good ball playing again. You can just see the stutter. Have a look at that defensive line.
Yeah, ball in 2 hands. That little stutter that stops the defenders and plants their feet. As soon as you plant your feet as a defender, the attacker's got you.
Now Brisbane looking to attack straight away down the sideline. A good recovery in defence. They'll come back for a forward pass. I've seen a few teams throughout the tournament tap, come down their sideline and just look to catch a few teams napping. Solid contact there. Just getting down on the mark. There's McDonald. Good metres down the sideline. Looking to recover. Here the Coast. Inside ball. It's loose. Diaz Stone couldn't hold on to it. Penalty given. Might have even been for a little bit of back chat there.
I think that was the signal, yeah.
Brisbane to make some changes. They get replacements into position now. Chadburn hanging around from half. Feeds it early ball. A little bit of footwork. Comes back into Chadburn. Nice touch from Lamusu. Chadburn dances again, coming into the last. Looks to take them on. Ball back on the inside.
Might have been on the out there. You can see Jenna Rouse, the coach of the Brisbane girls, maybe on the out. Maybe take him on the out. So big defensive set from Brisbane. Coast have changed their ways a little bit in the second half, and they seem to be getting to their sub box a lot easier, a lot better. So good coaching over there. So Brisbane will want a big defensive push.
Good metres on the first couple.
Yeah, this is the Coast that we saw earlier today. Winning that midfield battle at the moment. The start of the game was a forward pass. So they weren't anticipating that one. But, yeah, definitely picked up from the start of the game where Brisbane were dominating. And Gold Coast couldn't get to the sideline, couldn't get to the sub-box, couldn't go forward. So they've changed that up a little bit. And this defensive pressure is what we're used to seeing. But Brisbane, again, equally, can find the space and can find their sideline.
Gold Coast sending waves up in defence here. Try and stop this running game from Brisbane. They loop it across. And a nice pick-up. Nice passing again. They're winning the first couple of touches, the Coast.
They really are, and you can see them throwing the ball, and what we saw earlier today from them as well. They throw the ball knowing that their attack is going to be there. There's a lot of times I haven't been able to see them. They've been to the tuck behind, but they know where their link and where their wing should be, and they just put it out in front. And as it turns out, that's exactly where they are. So they know each other well. They've probably trained, played plenty of lead-up tournaments, all gearing up to Queensland Junior State Cup.
Ruri plays it. Hannah now on the last. Ruri from half. Oh, they're running through the same hole. And she must have heard that there was a call of offside players there from the coast and looked to punch through behind. Yeah, there was a big hole for a second there. I thought we were going to get a little short ball off the hip. Straight through. Repeat set, though. The score's locked at 2 here in the semi-final. Grand final berth on the line. The winner takes on BMTA Blue or Redlands.
Just wondering if they're trying to condition him a little bit, Brisbane. Dropping the ball back on the inside.
Now they loop. It didn't come out of the hands cleanly. Out of the fingertips of Eden Gare. Gold Coast hold on. Can they get themselves downfield again? Good meters on the third. They make their changes around their 10-metre line. This time have to come back to the mark as well with McDonald. The last touch comes now. Now play on's the call. Will they come back? There's some offside players there for Brisbane. Gold Coast took the advantage. Brisbane taking their time to come across.
Not sure what the referee conversation was there. Maybe getting a little bit heated out there. Not really sure. At 2-2.
He did have a chat to both teams. Just communicating, but gave them the double thumbs up. I think it was like, if we got it, you guys give me this, I'll give you some of this back, all right? No dramas. Now a mistake here from Brisbane. Is this the moment for the coast? Still time. We're under 5 to go. The tries are at a premium at the moment. They look to go early. Juggle, great hands and a release as well. Out into the corner. Touch is being made.
Great touch. Great footy both sides.
Touched on the boot. Signalled from our referee. The refs make a change as well. Zachariah back in. Do they make it this time? That's huge. Staunton.
Wow.
2 really big touches for Brisbane. Keeping her team in the game, but they get in behind them again and they pick it off. Brisbane are holding on. They're scrapping in defence.
Yeah, still time for a couple of sets each, a couple of cracks.
Now they find some space down their sideline. I'll pop back and play it with Smith. Now, nice direct on the last. Gold Coast, Rory looking for offside players. Doesn't get it. Oh, little juggle from Eldridge. Good release. Broadhurst picks up valuable meters. Whose boot did that come off? It's a penalty here to the coast. So they're on the attack again. Now picking up, looking to run. Ball over the top, and it goes over the sideline. Still had some touches to work with there.
A little bit of pressure showing. They'll know that they've only got a couple of minutes left. The managers will be right on that time. So they'll know. So a little bit of a pressure pass, trying to force. And now a big defensive push from Gold Coast.
Yeah, just over 2.5.
Brisbane up for the task, up to the challenge. They need good meters here.
Great ball. He gets him over the halfway line. Last touch. Hannah. What do they got? They give it back to the coast.
Needed some communication out there on the field that it was last.
Gold Coast now play it shy of the halfway line. They'll roll over. He only plays it on the 10 of Rocky, or Brisbane, I should say. Last touch. Short side, good hands. Threading it through. And another desperation touch on the bootlaces. Unbelievable out there from Brisbane. Is that Staunton again?
Yeah.
He's down on the deck at the moment. Probably just pure exhaustion. The amount of work that she's had to do.
Yeah, I haven't been paying too much attention, but I don't know if she's subbed much. I think far side winger, I think she's been out there a lot of the games. She's made 3 of the last try-saving touches. Saved the game for her team. So she's put in some big minutes, some big efforts, and they might just need her back out there. Ooh.
Forward pass, they try to thread it down the sideline.
It's a tough one, that little sneak play. You've really got to get your body into a good position so they don't go forward, but you do see a lot of forward passes when you come back for a sneak down the sidelines. So Gold Coast, absolute cracker opportunity here.
Under 60 seconds to go. Can they get it at the death? Scores are locked up at 2. Here in the semi-final, grand final berth is there for one of these two teams. Do the Coast take it in this set? Eldridge, she had to be on the field in this moment.
Yep.
Last touch, here she comes. They come up and make the touch, but they were offside. Under 30 seconds to go. They'll have a good couple of touches here, the Coast. Nothing there. Has a look. 15 seconds to go.
Brisbane got to keep their composure, keep their structure.
They go away from the sweep.
touch.
Phase play into the
Here
in
we
goal.
go.
Can
Here
they
we
get
go.
bodies free? Looking. Who to sound? Touch is
It's a touch. It's a
made.
drop off.
Well, it's fitting. What about that? 1-1 at halftime. 2-2 at full time. And both teams head to the sideline and get ready for extra time.
Exciting. Exciting. This is what we want to see at home. This is what we want to see in the commentary box.
So they
What a game.
They would have trained for this moment, both teams. You can see the Brisbane box. They'll know who's about to head out on the field, and they'll have a plan to work with. Very experienced coaches here. We've got Jenna Rousel, Danny Norman over on the far side of the field for the Coast. Extra time period coming up. 2 minutes of play. If there's a team that's not in front after that 2 minutes, we'll drop down to 3-on-3. And the next try will win. The winner to progress through to the grand final.
When you look out, there's a drop-off and you see the crowd starting to flock. Everyone loves a drop-off. There's only one team that doesn't like a drop-off, and that's the one that comes up losing at the end of a drop-off. Everyone else loves it. So the crowd flocking in. Absolute cracker of a game. So I'm really looking forward to this next 2 minutes. As we go up in the age brackets and we get, smarter and our gameplay gets a little bit better, 9 times out of 10, we will have a result after 2 minutes. But hey, every now and again, we're 3-on-3 for a long time, and this could be one of them.
So Brisbane have the tap off to start here in the extra time. As the crowd does start to flood around field one. Just adds to the atmosphere, adds to the drama. Chadburn goes loose, ball back on the inside. Brisbane are going to have to defend.
So normally very, very big advantage having the tap to start the drop-off. But Gold Coast defended it early, defended it well. It was only that. I think they still had a few touches up their sleeves as well, the Brizzy girls.
There's work to do here for the Coast. It seems ever so harder when you've got to punch downfield. You've got just the 4 players on. Well, they've done a pretty good job here coming into the last. Eldridge, were they onside? No, play on. There's a bit of confusion. Play on is the call, but there's no one available here for the Coast. They're still fighting Brisbane. No, they're going to come back. Oh, interesting. Yeah. It looked like the initial call from the ref was that they were on, and there was a play through call late. But I think they're going to come back to the original call. Let's see. Or is it going to be a penalty to
Gold
the
Coast
coast?
Ball, penalty to the coast. We only got 2 minutes. This is all happening. Prime opportunity now. Digging right into that 2 minutes. So if Gold Coast can hold the ball.
Oh, they go
Let's
short.
try. Oh, touch.
Oh, on the legs.
Touch was made. That was close.
There's
That
the
was
hoot up.
close.
So now we drop down to 3-on-3.
So Coast won't be too upset by that. They've still got the ball. They knew that the 2 minutes was ending. So 3-on-3 on the line. Exploit the middle and you've got overlaps pretty much straight away. So could have been a ploy for the Coast to just take their time to wind the 2 minutes down.
Now Eldridge goes out and ball goes down on the ground. Brisbane is still in it.
Here we go.
They got to try and get down the other end of the field.
Oh, she's
Speed
back
is
in the
such
double.
an advantage to have when it's 3-on-3. Smith plays it. Chadburn will take the touch. Brisbane are going to make a change. They have to play with the 2 at the moment.
They've made the meters, haven't they?
Violet Burke out onto the field. They have made great meters. They might get one crack. Ooh, down on the
So
deck
much
and it's the
space.
last
You
touch.
just wonder how you can't get it. Hey, so much space in front.
Brisbane
Exploit
into
the
the
middle.
last touch. They send it out, but they don't get it out cleanly. Looks like some tired players out there from both teams. Look at the scenes in the background, the crowds all around field 1 at the moment. As Brisbane.
This is why we love it.
Oh, it's almost there. She
Nelly
popped up.
pulled off a miracle.
Popped up nice and early. Now, this is interesting. They're making
Yeah.
2 changes here, the Coast, and Eldridge smartly just taking
Yeah.
her time, fumbling the ball.
Here, sir. Roll ball here, sir. Yes, sir. That will do. She's a smart player.
And they're struggling to get forward on the first couple of touches here, the Coast. Eldridge has to go for a breather as well.
Couple of you and me's. Nice and patient.
They need to get it going forward.
Pretty close to last. Here we are.
It is. Hione has a look.
They've got them.
And can't get across.
Brisbane
Violet
got their
Burke.
speedsters out there.
Now they're trying to make a change here, Brisbane, which leaves just the 2 players on to do the work. Wisely just holds before coming to the box. I think she's absolutely gassed.
Please get me off, coach.
And on comes Richardson. And they have a look at options. There's some space down here to Chadburn. Doesn't have it in the legs to go. It opens up the field, though, for them. Margot Richardson is out on the right side of the field. Can they get it? She's just come onto the field. She's going to have the fresher legs of all the Brisbane players out there. Chadburn needs to have a look. Sends it around. And there's a big touch on the line.
We did say this was grand final worthy. It's hard to believe that this is not the grand final.
Chadburn, footwork, still on the go here for Brisbane. They come back to Chadburn to Gold Coast and there to make the touch again. 2 changes for Brisbane. This is some game. And it's the semi-final. One of these 2 teams trying to make their way through to the GF. Another change here for the Coast. Who's got it left in the legs?
Rotation of players in a drop-off too. You don't rotate usually through the whole team. Here she goes. Space.
Little skip. Great hands. Takarai slings it back over the top. And they're there to make the touch again. Richardson.
This is unbelievable.
Then it goes short side and the ball hits the deck.
The efforts from both teams is amazing. It's hard to watch from here. I mean, how can you not find the spaces? And they're just exhausted. These girls are just putting in absolutely every ounce of their energy.
Oh, and that's what happens. Fatigue. It sets in. There's desperation. They wanted to get the ball out. Gold Coast making a
Looking at
change.
Eldridge come on the field. Here she comes. No, we want her on there.
Takarai, Lamusu from half. Takarai, space
There
out
it
here.
is.
She takes it on herself. The referees will confirm. It's close.
Just to delay it just a little bit longer.
No, they'll say touch. The Coast, they thought they had it.
I thought they had it. To the people out and about, not around field 1, you still got time to get here.
They made a change. Had that little delay as well. Eldridge, footwork takes him on herself this time. It's close again.
Was she onside?
They'll send them back. Oh, another change here for the Gold Coast. They're being really smart with making changes when there's these delays and changes. Eldridge from half. Last touch of the set. This time they will get him done. They can't deny them in the end. The Gold Coast in a dramatic semi-final will make their way through to the GF.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Definitely one of the most exciting games. I can't believe how long that drop-off went, Scott, but worthy of that. We wanted more footy. We wanted to watch them for hours, so they nearly gave us that, the girls, the effort that they put in, attack and defence. You can see them embracing now. They know each other, these girls, so they'll be really disappointed. Brisbane, they played such a great game, and hopefully the Coast have still got some legs to get through that grand final.
16 boys, semi-final coming up next. Rocky taking on Brisbane. Take a breath. Come back, more action coming up.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Well, what a game we just had here on field 1. And it's heating up here as we get closer and closer to the finale of the Junior State Cup. I'm joined by Tristan Munner in the commentary box, mate. That was a lot of fun. Rockhampton, BMTA about to go at it too in their semi-final, the Under-16 Boys Championship.
Mate, if you're not here at Rocky Touch at the moment, you're missing out. I'm telling you, been around the grounds, got drop-off over here. We've just in the 18 Boys match-up, saw Rocky get up over Gold Coast, putting Rocky through to the final. There's just action aplenty, mate, all over the grounds. But boom, BMTA versus Rocky, 16 Boys, it's on, baby.
So it's BMTA running from right to left on your screens. They're looking for a very fast start. Do they get it down? Rockhampton make the touch. It's back to the 7 they go.
Yeah, this Rocky defensive line is really, really tight, mate.
So BMTA look to move the ball. Not much doing there on the last touch. And it'll be Rocky's first turn with possession as they look to cut it out of their own 7.
Yeah, once again, shoot defence all on display at the moment from both teams. It's just going to be an arm wrestle, mate. Beautiful. Here we go. Rocky coming across the near sideline. Finding halfway at the moment. Bit of control. Looking for their strike dump. They find the middle of the field. Hand goes up. Flooded this side.
Here's the last, and they couldn't get the pass on, so that'll run the course of their set. So in the quarterfinal results, Palm Beach 4, Wynnum 3, Rockhampton 5, defeated Toowoomba 4. BMTA Red overcame Mackay 6 tries to 2, and it was Redlands with a 7-4 victory over Bundaberg. This is the semi-final taking place on field 1, and on field 11 we have Palm Beach taking on Redlands Red. So it'll be two of those teams to make the GF, and the ball going to ground there.
It's the speed of game, mate. It's just massive. Everybody is sprinting. They're giving everything they've got left in the tank, and they just know how important it is in this division at the moment, mate, to get on top early.
Ooh, call there. So Rockhampton will get a little bit of help coming out of trouble. And they take the first straight up the middle. So they get some fresh legs on. Good pressure defence from BMTA. Rockhampton able to keep it alive. And now they throw the cutout pass. It loops away and not much doing there. So not the most clinical set from Rockhampton. A little clunky at times. And now BMTA will come back the other way.
Yeah, it's always hard to get your ruck in on if the shoot defence stops your momentum, mate, on touch 1 or 2, which happened. Then they have to rebuild the momentum. So Once again in this division here, mate, these guys will probably play men's open footy, so they'll get to that speed and try to operate.
It's a beautiful looking spiral
There it
pass,
is.
yeah. Now Rockhampton wasting no time and putting the accelerator down.
What it is, mate, Rocky will jump on the ball if they have a chance to get running down the field before the defence is set, you know, so they actually make a decision whether it's a slow turnover or a fast turnover. You can see it in their gameplay.
So get the pass on, great hands in the end. There's space for Rockhampton towards the corner, and they're going to call it touch made. Fantastic work there in the end by BMTA, but it was Ben Mosby with the legs. And now the error, coughing it up. So what do you make of both sides start here, mate?
Oh, it's just intensity, mate. As you know, at this point of a 3-day tournament, you know, especially these young fellas, it's who's actually going to be able to figure out this piece here. Everyone calls it getting into the grind, you know. It's like a game of footy. We're just going to play completions, leave the ball down the other end of the field and look for someone to make a mistake.
That pass, quite far forward.
It's winding it back to 1988, mate, when we were allowed to chuck them forward back then, to the Foster's Classic.
So Rockhampton have possession back, and they'll have a penalty here as well, so that'll help things. They'll start from halfway, and they'll get a good look here, presume, at the BMTA try line. Bit of footwork, fast feet. Park it up on that left-hand edge as they approach the 7 now. Got touches to work with up their sleeve, footwork, and now the long spiral pass. The defence shuffling across. But Rockhampton too clinical, 1-0 to the hosts.
Yeah, really nice, mate. Ollie Hines there ripped a long ball, but the winger was aware. He was already turning. He knew that his defensive wing was in front of him. Beautiful little tap back. Such a hard play because the link right now is coming in. He needs to be there, and then boom, pass goes, and now we expect him to get all the way out and make that touch there. So it's just beautiful awareness. That stuff that happens in training, man. Beautiful.
Yeah, Samuel Spivey, the try scorer, so BMTA, get us restarted. A long way to go in this game. Not even 5 minutes expired in the first half. Got touches to work with BMTA. They've had a good look at this Rockhampton defensive line, and a penalty coming their way too.
And Rocky just keen to press off the line, mate. So they, end up with a few of those ones just through the urgency and, getting up nice and fast. And you'll see a couple of those during their games.
BMTA, a bit of a juggle, stretching out with one hand.
Whee! Watene loves getting low.
BMTA, keep it alive. Touches to play with. They swing it out towards this left-hand edge. And oh so nice from BMTA. 1-1 the score.
So that's Richter. So he was on the dive before as well, and then a beautiful pass out here. It's a really nice option, sequencing your play with a tight play where he dives at the line and then he throws this OZ pass. Dummy, everyone's in, boom, and he's gone. Outside ball. And just walks over the line.
Joyce Kendall, the try scorer.
Just the skills on display, mate. Passing accuracy, really important.
Yeah, the boys are bringing it here on field 1. So touches to work with for Rockhampton. Calls to use the space from the sub box. Penalty coming their way as well.
Yeah, it's a hard one, that one, mates. The players aren't allowed to drop into the area until the touch is imminent. So it doesn't have to be made, just has to be imminent.
There's a cutout pass, and Rockhampton will put it on the spot. They hit the front.
Sideline liked it. Some of the players were asking for forward, but referee was right on the spot heading towards him.
So here it is on the replay.
And once again, it's a nice play to get the defence coming towards you, and then bang, through the hands, over the top, single skip. Beautiful.
Isaac Thomas going over to score. He is their top try scorer at Rockhampton. Coming into today, he had 6 tries to his name. Added another one there. Got the number 9 on his back, out on that left wing on that occasion for Rockhampton. So now BMTA, short ball at the line, a bit of a slip, but they did well in the end to cover.
Yeah, I think he premeditated the pass. If he was looking at the winger, he would have seen him hit the ground and gone over the top. So there you go. Options are available for BMTA.
So Rockhampton had 4 wins in the pool stage, racking up 13 points, scoring 26 tries and conceding 11. They finished second in their pool, while BMTA finished first, 31 tries for and 12 against. 12 points after notching up 4 wins. So that's the tail of the tape for these two sides. Now BMTA keep the ball alive as they venture over towards their sub-box. The call here is going to go the way of Rockhampton.
Yeah, it's always an interesting one with that, whether it's, the attacker put in the wrong place, the defender kicks the ball. Who knows what's going on, but he wasn't happy with the referee's decision. He let him know, unfortunately. Cost him 10 metres.
Yeah, that's exactly right, as it's a 2-1 scoreline in favour of the hosts. They don't need an invitation to a touch game, though, Rockhampton. They're going to come towards the line. Touch made on the line. Charles Farmer it was. And now Rockhampton puck up on the 7, down the centre third. Fluent ball movement as this is the last. And now it's a long right to left. And in the corner there was a moment, but BMTA cover up that time. Though there was plenty of space to work with for Rockhampton.
Yeah, Benjamin Somerville there on the far wing. He thought the same thing may have been happening with the tap back, held a bit of space and then dived out to the short side. So it was well defended that time. But there we go.
Yeah, second time out. BMTA cough up possession.
And here it is. And you just can't give them the ball more than they deserve it, mate. They will absolutely make you pay. So big defensive set here coming from BMTA.
So Rockhampton, can they add to their advantage? Bit of footwork, pass back on the inside.
And there it was, Watene right on the spot. Good touch. But nice play, just a bit of composure about Rocky. Boys just having a chat.
5 minutes remaining in this first half. Again, they look for that long ball and it's picked off. BMTA are away. There's chase coming from Rockhampton. It's Marley Chin who's going to put the foot down, but instead it's BMTA.
Oh, wee! Fitty right there.
Yeah, touch made. Incredible effort there. Declan Bruce running the length of the field, but just couldn't put it down on the spot. Now Rockhampton have recovered. The crowd engaged in this contest. Long ball from BMTA, and that's gone forward. Plenty of action here, mate.
Mate, it's going off, man. It's when you get those intercepts, it's nice to see them rewarded with a touchdown. Sometimes I, think they pulled the trigger a little bit early on that one, but hey, the option was available out wide just for want of a forward pass. So nice footy.
So Rockhampton come back the other way now. Bit of ball movement. It's well read in the end. They venture into BMTA's half. This is the last. They look to strike and the touch is made. So BMTA's defence stand tall.
Yeah, fair enough too. I think Rocky's a few tired players after the chase down.
Yeah, we're getting to the end of a carnival where both of these players have spent a lot of gas throughout the 3 days.
And, Isaac, just like Jacob, these little tricky things, just a little bat back so he doesn't run out of play. They just have these little tricks inside them that are just awesome. But there we go, turnover. So gifting Rocky, great field position.
Great opportunity here for Rockhampton. So away they go down the centre third of the field. Time remaining in this first half. 2 tries to 1. BMTA up and in their face defensively. They want to look for a gap here. Kobe Upton out there. Jumping in at half, picking it up and going. And then they look for that link channel, promoting the pass. And the pass was just a touch behind. It was a chance there for Rocky.
And there it is, mate, just for a bit of passing accuracy, So there's definitely space out there.
Yeah, looking very dangerous every time they send their attack towards that left-hand edge.
But, look at just how condensed Rocky is. So their winger right now is 25 metres in. It's locked them up, put bodies all in front.
And now they just double pump and... Ooh. There was a moment brewing.
Yeah, absolutely was. That's one of those little wee catch flick-on passes.
Rockhampton take the reprieve. They bounce over halfway now, touches up their sleeve. over the 10 and marshalling the troops out there now, and it's just a bit of a late slow roll ball. They try and make something happen from here, but BMTA will have the numbers covered.
And there we go, turnover. Mate, what I love about this game, you know, Supercoach down there, Justin Luman's working with Riley Earnshaw. So Riley's one of the Rocky men's players, and he's been mentoring the team throughout the week. And this is happening right across the competition. Lots of the affiliates now have their senior players all coming back and giving back. And it's just been something that I've really enjoyed seeing this weekend.
It's a very positive theme of this Junior State Cup. And we've got a game here, so BMTA... Oh, some space out here, yeah. That's handy meters.
I like that he knew when to stop. He knew and just hold on to it. Uh-oh.
Handy meters for BMTA. Can they strike back and level up the scoreline heading into half-time? This is the last. And they just run out of room there. Referee's having a chat. 6 touches up.
So big set of D. BMTA will not want Rocky to score again in this half. And there it is.
Oh, bit of space here. That's nice. Can they get some momentum? Well, it won't matter. The siren sounds. Half-time here. 2 tries to 1. What's the chat going to be at half-time, mate?
Mate, limit the errors coast to coast. Leave the ball down the other end. You know, both teams are going to be able to score tries. I just think it's about doing the little things right. Yeah, hold on to the ball completions, baby.
So we'll take a step aside here at the half-time break of the Under-16 Boys Championship before returning for the second half action in their semi-final.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
So half-time here in the Under-16 Boys semi-final in the Championship Division, Rockhampton and BMTA. As we take a look at this Rockhampton sub-box, pictures on your screen, they are huddled together and in unison here at their home carnival. As you can hear the chant go up. And I'm joined by Tristan Munner in the commentary box. Tristan, 14 minutes remaining on the clock, 2-1 the score to Rockhampton. That was a fast and frenetic first half.
Yeah, mate, look, touch is no different to any other sport. We see the half-time in the league especially, teams go up and down, momentum shifts and changes, but I love the way Rocky came in and it was like a Spartan shield, you know what I mean? They were just locked in instantly, they were tight for 2 minutes and they had their chat, and that stuff makes a massive difference, man. They're all on the same rhythm, they're all, you know, looking at the same sort of messaging and intensity, I think, so looking forward to seeing what happens in the second half, mate.
Yeah, so we'll see how they kick off in this second half. On the 7, they pop the pass up, space towards the right. Footwork back on the inside, and BMTA's middles do well. This will be the last touch as they look to work from the centre third of the field. Hines gets it away. The flick pass! Is it live? We're going to have a look.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's down, so Rockhampton start oh so fast in this second half.
Mate, second time here in the last couple of hours that we've seen a fifth and final play where someone's gone for it. It's a defensive thing, and he's coming to this side to kill. Nah, boom. Let's go. One-on-one, I got you, and that's how you run a switch. I've said it, you know, time and time again. We let the guy with the ball run over the top of the guy coming underneath. I don't need him to come to me early. That is a wonderful try.
So Eli Landsberg, the man putting it on the spot, and Palm Beach taking on Redlands as we speak in the opposite semi-final. So the winner of that will face the winner of this one. BMTA still in the hunt. Bit of footwork to evade the touch. They'll park it down now. This will be the last. Is there space out to work with? Just a slip in the end.
How big are Toby Wu's hands? He actually scooped the ball and just grabbed it on top, put the big mid on top of it before throwing that beautiful pass. Golly, there's some skill in that alone.
As we look through the history books, 2021, Rocky won this division 7 tries to 4 up against Redlands. Jardel Bob winning man of the match. 2023, it was Rockhampton again who came away 4-3 winners against the Gold Coast. That was Clancy Hone who took home player of the match. Then last year, Arana knocked off the Gold Coast. So Rockhampton once again inside the in-goal. And they won't make a count on that occasion.
Yeah, it's not accidental, mate. It's a lot of, planning, preparation, programs. You've got wonderful coaches, like I said, players giving back in the program, and it comes back to your puck touch.
Yeah.
What do these guys play? These guys are all playing men's, mate. They're playing against the CQ guys, the Rocky guys that play at State Cup, with them, alongside them, and it's just one big community all rising together, mate.
Yeah. So BMTA now still in the fight, only down by 2 tries, plenty of time remaining. Can they make something happen here? That's a lovely pass. The ball back on the inside. They just can't quite keep it alive. They're happy to chance their hand, but they'd like to do that further down the field, of course.
That's the call, mate. I love the way the ball movement happens once they hit the green zone. Just a couple of those extra passes earlier on will give them the momentum that they need to get down there with a few touches in hand.
So Rocky get things moving. A little dummy and some space. Very close to that touchline there. Ashley Earnshaw it was with the guile. Now Rockhampton pick up and scoop. And touch is made, so they'll turn possession over to BMTA. Back and forth at the moment. Again.
Great energy, man. And that's what it's going to take. 1 or 2 people to actually put it on for BMTA.
They've gathered some momentum out of this sub-box and they go searching for some metres. That was a nice little run.
He's caught his breath back after the intercept, so...
Here we go, on the last.
Richter.
Decision-making time, and then the pass, just a little lackadaisical. Rockhampton. Oh, hang on. Possession changing hands. Rockhampton will look to file into defence as BMTA have an opportunity here. Well, they'll get a good couple of touches right on Rocky's line here.
Yeah, I want to see Richter run live plays, mate, so he has a chance to dive at the line or pass. He's just so deadly with his footwork.
Here we go. Just wasn't happening there. Penalty going the way of BMTA. Isaac Richter, the man to watch in the number 1 jersey. Here he is with ball in hand. Has a decision to make. Rockhampton do well to cover. And they'll walk back to the 7. Very promising signs from BMTA.
It is, mate. It is. They had the 3-on-2 and he dove at the line, an early pass like we saw in the game earlier on. Potentially there's an opportunity for the 2-on-1, but I'm liking the footy.
So once again, they work through Richter, and this time it pays off. How about that? 3-2 the score. BMTA hit back.
Beautiful play. Yep, right on top of the ball. Loads it, and you heard it sing.
You did.
Goes around dummy and span. There we go. Beautiful. And right on the spot, and it had to be. That's back to that passing accuracy, mate. When they get that right, the other kind of tries they can score.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So a tight, intense game as the crowd starts to file in here around field 1. Only 2 more games after this left on the live stream for the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup as the hosts have the lead for the moment. Now it's the last. Footwork at the line. And they read it nicely there that time, BMTA.
Yeah, looking to run a wee circle and just can switch back under, but the space actually opened. He just needed to blast into the end goal and take off. Trey, there we go. Nice play again. The little pieces he's putting together, mate, to help his team get out of trouble have been working really well.
BMTA trying to get away from the touch. Rocky up and at him at the moment. That's the last, and they're still in their own half. And they try and chew off some metres there, but Rockhampton turn the ball over in a good part of the field for them. And this box still lively, still animated, still encouraging.
Absolutely. Still a chance for both teams in this one, mate, so it's going to come out of the sub-box, I reckon. Full of boxing up, you need your support, mate, You need to feel the team, someone calling you. We all know what to do. We need to be reminded when to.
Yes. So BMTA, and halfway they go. Rotation of passing. Just looking for them to go through the gears here. They right on Rockhampton's tail. Now it's the last.
Play.
Oh, how about the hands? The ball
Money.
out in front. And just like that, scores are level.
Just seen a couple of beautiful plays. No surprise, probably Coach Richter over there had a wee chat at halftime about what he wants to see, but here we go. Watch this accuracy. Ring. Beautiful. Right to the hands. Man was on the run. Whilst it's called a passive play, it's not passive at all. He is sprinting at full speed. You know, so out there, beautiful 2-on-1.
So Benjamin Somerville, the try scorer for BMTA. Now Rockhampton, they won't want to waste any time getting back in front and looking to control this game. So heavy touch there. Fair play, on we go. Continue to evade touches, just manipulating this BMTA defence. It's Oliver Hines with ball in hand. He's already got one assist to his name. The ball back on the inside.
Oh,
and the
wow.
touch coming very late. Toby Wu got there in the end. So last touch for Rockhampton. Hines didn't have many options on there. And BMTA, well, somehow, some way, they turn away Rockhampton.
Mate, championship moment, especially with the scores tied at 3. Yep, great diving touch there. And here we go, easy meters.
Yes. One of the more free-flowing sets that BMTA have had in this match as they look to gain some traction out of the sub-box. That's a nice little carry too. So yards on off of here for BMTA. Couple touches to work with. Playing it down on the 7. Now it's the last. Rockhampton backpedaling. The ball back on the inside. And the touch is claimed.
Beautiful touch, but look at that, coast to coast,
Yeah.
big defensive set. He made the diving touch to stop the try, rucked down the field, picked up momentum. That's what they need to stay in the game.
Great touch on both sides of the ball for BMTA.
Oh!
So we're just going to get up and play it.
There we go, a little bit clunky. Boys aren't even on the field of play, having to run in behind it.
And they're heading backwards at the moment, Rockhampton. This will be the last, and so they're just going to try and eat up as many metres as possible. But for BMTA, it really opens the door here now. They've had the momentum in the last few minutes of this match. They'll be looking to capitalise on that. They've done the hard work defensively. Now comes some strike through Richter. They drop it down. Just drawing out this Rockhampton defence. Richter heading to the right. Passes a little too far out in front.
Nice, so Rocky need a really big set here. Earnshaw was going to try to set the momentum, but great D. Look at this, it's a 3-3 shoot at the moment. Yeah.
So the pendulum swing either side at the moment, T. Rockhampton had a lot of the run of play, but it's turned into BMTA's favour, and now we see that penalty. Perhaps to shed a light on what's to come.
Yeah, it's just the discipline of it, eh? They were sort of winning the moment. You want to sort of hold that discipline, but here we go, Rocky at the green end of the field for them. Lights on, let's see what they can put together.
So we're into the final 4 minutes. And if scores stay this way, we will head to a drop-off. As Rockhampton get the bat on, BMTA searching for the touch. And they do well to scramble enough in the end.
And there we go. It's interesting watching BMTA just cruise. They still haven't, still not up yet.
Yep.
So whether they're happy with the drop-off. But yeah, the energy here is really, really important.
It's a good run there from Richter. Happy to do the hard stuff as well. Now over halfway come BMTA. Stretching out in front. One-handed scoop. This is the last. They got numbers. Can they make the right play? Looking for 6 more touches. They're not going to get it on that occasion. And now Rockhampton up and about on their sub-box. They sense an opportunity, you feel.
Oh, I'm hearing the roar. Dig deep, dig deep. And he's not wrong at this part of the tournament. It's all the stuff we have inside us. It's not our skill set. It's can we get our mindset right.
Now it's the last. Hines trying to find support. Nothing doing. They'll turn possession over. So every touch critical now. Couple minutes to go. 2 and some change to be exact. BMTA searching, hunting, scheming. Richter out there again. Joined by his boys in blue, and then the pass just hitting the deck. So we got a little excited there. Rockhampton pounce immediately.
That's a good touch. There we go.
There's a much better carries coming out of their own end as Hines will collect the touch. Engaging defenders on every run here. Rockhampton, now it's the last. They come towards the short side. They get the passes away, and they're over in the corner. They're going to hit the front with a couple of minutes to go.
And there we go. You know, like I said on the turnover report, one team just went a little bit, hey, we're cool, we're in control. The other team on the turnover, jump on the ball. The score's a 3-3.
Yeah.
Like, what do we want the game outcome to be? You know, let's get some energy about it. And again, just cruising back to halfway. I'd be on it, you know. get them out there.
Well, they've only got a minute and 20 seconds remaining or thereabouts.
Here we go.
4-3 the score. We've got the 2 grand finals coming your way here on Field 1 after this. But BMTA hoping to send this into a drop-off. Trying to manipulate the defence. Touches to go. Richter. Long pass. And they've got the space. And they save it. Right at the death. BMTA level things up for all the score.
There it is. So here we go, mate.
40 seconds left, mate.
Rocky jogging back. They know they're going to get one shot at it.
40 seconds left or thereabouts. Rockhampton, off we go. Hines out there. He's been dangerous for them all afternoon. Touch made. Rockhampton want a bit more urgency from the sub box.
Hoi! There it is.
Ball down.
It's amazing what the time, like clock pressure does, you know?
And so BMTA wasting no time here. They've turned it over. And we are going to a drop-off. Tristan Munna, summary on what we've seen in those 28 minutes.
Mate, like I said earlier on, mate, I wish every game of touch went to a drop-off. Boom. I don't want draws. I love this stuff. Everybody talks it up. You know, we all talk up a big game. Yeah, put me in, but not everybody's ready for the moment. So right now, come with the man, come with the moment. Let's go. Send your best 4 out there. Let's go head to head.
Take us inside these huddles.
Okay, really, really interesting. So what I love about a drop-off is it's not actually designed for you to be able to stop them.
Yep.
We put 4 people out there with 50 metres to cover. You know what I mean? So if you do get the stop on defence, you know, like Coach Loft says, then awesome. Well done to you. It's designed for the attackers to score tries. So we get our guys out there. It's about energy. It's about mindset. It's about attitude. Who wants it? And there's a little bit of luck normally in a drop-off that goes your way as well. So I can't wait.
Another important point to make, the toss.
Yeah, that's
start
right.
of the game, and very important toss to win in this circumstance.
Well, it is, mate, and you give up the first tap off. So you win the toss in these knockout games, and you say, well, let the other team tap to start the game, because if it goes to a drop off, we get to tap first.
Just a quick run through for the rules for those viewers at home.
Awesome. So it's a 2-minute clock now, 4-on-4, and regardless of who scores first or second, it's 2 minutes. So the score at the end of 2 minutes determines the winner. If the game is still drawn, then we drop a player from each side, and it's the next team to score. So here we go, 2 minutes, and normally you get through 3 completed sets, not much more, in this 2-minute period.
So it's Rockhampton and BMTA for a spot in the Under-16 Boys Championship Final. Rockhampton start off fast, and it's that man again, Oliver Hines. He's been terrific this afternoon for Rockhampton. 4v4, here we go. A bit of footwork, a bit of speed at the line. Long pass, and Rockhampton make it count. Job 1 done for them.
There it is, mate. Nice and easy. So a lot of the plays we want to run in these are to force a collapse. So I take my man on, step back into some space, see if I can pull another defender off their man and try to find a passing option or score in the space.
So that set has cooked 30 seconds off the clock. BMTA with 1:30 to go, and they need a try to keep themselves in the fight.
And no surprises to see the players that they've put out there. Fancy footwork and speed.
So Richter will take it to the line. Touches to work with as they go short. Another long ball, and it's going to be another try in this drop-off. So 5 all the score.
It's the identical play. So it's the quickie, step to the short side, step back into the saver and chuck it over the top of the maul because you've got to come in and help your mate. So
we've got 50 seconds remaining on the clock. It's a bit of a slower tap-off this time round.
So these guys know. So right now what they're also hoping for is potentially the hooter goes, and then they get a drop to 3-on-3. Whereas if they rush this set here, down at that end, if they rush this set here and give up the touch, the hooter will go, and BMTA will have the ball with 3. So there's this little mind games that start to play out now.
So Rockhampton in pole position at the moment, on their home deck with ball in hand.
20 seconds, you can hear out of the box. Just go score the try.
They come away. It's a long cutout pass. It was very, very athletic effort to keep the ball in play. So good clock management from this Rockhampton sub-box. Hines turning possession over, and there we go. So now it's next try wins, and we'll go to a 3v3 situation.
Absolutely, and it did look like the young man hurt his finger, but he's good to go, mate. Ball's been rolled. Play on. Next try wins. 16 boys. Match up, mate.
So what's important here?
Oh,
drive.
Like I said, it's space, man. If you've got a wheel, man, can he find some space? You know? Have we got a sub that we can bring on that feels fresh? Who's tired? Who's not?
Yep.
It's just, a bit of grit and lots of heart at the moment.
So a lot of factors to make.
Yeah, bro.
Put that on a T-shirt, mate. How good. So BMTA, away they go. This is the last. Richter from half. A bit of footwork, dancing his way around. 6 more touches waved on. It was an important hand, though. It was a very important hand from Ashley Earnshaw.
Yeah, and gutsy play by Richter because he was a dummy half. Here we go now.
Here we go. So BMTA right on Rockhampton's line. Next try wins for a spot in the grand final. Richter, ball back, and BMTA are going to head to the grand final. What an effort, what a match. Both sides really delivering it here on Field 1. Team Manor.
Mate, that's gnarly and it's not even the grand final.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, awesome. This is finals footy. What I love is this is how close these kids are in the 16s. They're going to play each other for the next 10 years, mate. Through men's open and everything. These are the kind of contests we want to see at this event, mate, and they're going to come back and do it again next year.
Great to have you along for the ride. We have the 18 girls coming up next in their grand final, so don't go anywhere.
GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
We're back live here at the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup. It's been one hell of a day, one hell of a carnival. It's the Gold Coast and it's UQ Rebels here for the 18 girls grand final, which is the one we're ready to run. I'm joined in the commentary box by Katie Geiger. Katie, great to have you back. This is our second game out of the whole carnival, and I'm glad to do it with you in this one.
On the 18 girls grand final, Josh. Me too, mate. Me too. I don't even know what to say about what we've witnessed in the last couple of times, not even all day.
The last hour or so has been,
It's been amazing touch footy. It's been, honestly, I'm lost for words. The effort that these players are putting in. The sun has been really hot during the day. Like that, it's quite a zapping heat. We've seen epic drop-offs. We've seen these kids push themselves to the absolute maximum, and it's beautiful to see. You can see how much they love it. Win or lose, they seem to still be enjoying themselves. So it's really good viewing. This game right here, I did say that in the last game that I commentated actually, but this game could be the game of the tournament. Amazing teams, amazing girls, beautiful coaches, smart players. These girls are well and truly our future in Queensland Touch.
And so we're good to go. 46 seconds have ticked over from the buzzer, but that's okay. It's the same for both sides. So the Gold Coast running from left to right on your screens in this 18 girls grand final. And they'll stay patient here, looking to open the scoring and get off to a positive start. So players in motion, sweeping every which way, and UQ hold them out. So first test done and dusted from UQ. They'll approve that, and away they go with ball in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Great, patient, defensive effort from UQ. This is a part of the game they're really, really good at. Driving, hard running. You'll never see a UQ team not running at full pace and get themselves to the sub-box nice and quick, nice and easy. Nice little back-end play. Fifth and last here, scoop and go. It's all right.
Yeah, they'll turn possession over there now. So the Coast get the ball flying. What's important in a grand final, a big game like this, Katie? What are the important parts of the game to focus on just in the first 5 minutes?
Oh, just do the basics better. Do all the basic plays, the basic platforms. Do the basics better than the opposition. Warm yourself into the game. You don't want any drop balls, any forward passes, anything like that. Do the basics better, and you'll build yourself into the game.
I guess it's about building that platform to attack off, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really hard to defend a team that holds a ball for all 6 touches for every single set. Really hard, to continue that. So the team that does the basics better, I think, will win. And both of these teams, very skillful, very knowledgeable in the girls that are out there right now. So they'll know that. The coaches will know that. They'll nail all these things right at the start, and then we'll see the pretty stuff at the back end.
So the UQ Rebels with a pass towards a link hole and a great jamming bit of defence there from the Gold Coast as they put a stop to that attack. So both sides have had a couple of chances with the ball now. Neither really setting up camp on either 7, which they'll be looking to do as this game continues to flow quite nicely as the Gold Coast have plenty of pace here to burn. Touch made, so they'll come back to the spot. This will be the last. Very hard to manufacture a genuine try scoring opportunity from a position like that, and they'll have to turn possession over to the UQ Rebels, and they'll be asked to cart the ball across field towards their sub-box. So looking to find some yards. It's a good run. They get on. Fresh set of legs. Looking for that impact out of the sub-box, and ball going to ground there. So the Gold Coast have an opportunity here.
Yeah, really good position for the Gold Coast girls to attack from. Just getting some fresh legs on. Some strike power maybe to drive the ball down, have a couple of cracks at the line.
And just a shout out to our officials, Brienne Legrande, Zoe Genrick and Abigail Muller, the officials out there now. So congratulations to those ladies on a fantastic Junior State Cup.
Robust.
Now the Coast play allowed to continue. Ball still alive. Not much space doing on that far side. And again, they'll hand possession over. So a very gritty opening exchanges in this one, Katie. The grind is on.
The grind is definitely on. You saw Michaela Robust, number 2 for the Gold Coast girls. Take a little bit of control there, and Nellie pulls something off. So there's a couple of strike players, in both teams, like we were saying, knowledgeable, very, very skillful. UQ have got some amazing players, some up-and-coming players. Bella Narani going from half. She's one that makes touch football look really easy. I can assure you it's not as easy as she makes it look. Evie Clarkson here for UQ. They just, the running game that they play, is really, comes natural, but they work really hard to make it look that way. So I'm really keen to see who's going to take control and who's going to really stamp their mark on this grand final. Push for a bit of a MVP spot as well, no doubt.
And so the Coast coughing up possession there. We just take a look through the history books. 2021, it was BMTA who were the winners of this division. Taylor Sykes, the player of the match. In 2023, the first edition of the Rockhampton Junior State Cup, it was BMTA 6, Rockhampton 3, and Rani Hagen was the player of the match on that occasion. And last year, BMTA 6, UQ Rebels 5, Charlie Nicola, player of the match. So the UQ Rebels looking for some revenge here in Rockhampton. As we're on the last, they break through the line. There's a chance. Is it all clear? It certainly is. UQ 1, Gold Coast 0.
Yeah, well set up. Absolutely well set up. Oshie Graham, she's electric on her feet. Again, very smart player.
Take a look at the replay
Just
here.
set that up lovely. Clarkson on a great dive. She's one of Australia's best players, Queensland's best players. She's more than happy to go down for someone else, especially the likes of Ocean. Well done, UQ. First on the board.
Yeah, Natalia Hickling, the try scorer. So UQ strike first. It took them 6 minutes, and they are on the board. Now it's the Coast turn with ball in hand. This is the last touch. Shaping away towards the left. Looking for some support. And great defence there from the UQ Rebels. Conlon it was making the touch right on the line and denying the Gold Coast their first try. You just get the feeling this game is going to be very close from start to stop.
Well, it has to follow suit of what we've been witnessing, Josh. Spectators and those watching at home are loving it. We are loving it. The tired legs on some of these players may not.
Feeling it, yeah.
But if you can come out victorious, then you do not mind at all. You will take those tired legs for that victory.
So, penalty here for the Gold Coast. This opens the door. Fantastic opportunity for them to get down onto UQ 7 as they manipulate the defence here on this right-hand edge. And now they look to go a little more direct. Players in motion as they slowly take steps forward towards this UQ Rebels line. Setting up a platform to attack from. It's a nice cutout pass. UQ have the numbers.
Ball's gone forward.
And in the end, UQ will be happy with that result. So you get the feeling tries will be at a premium as well this afternoon. They usually are in big games, but both sides' defences have stood out throughout the course of this Junior State Cup.
Yeah, I think touch was made. I think they believed might have been some offside there, but UQ won't mind so much. They'll take it back. They got all their fresh legs on.
So the Rebels on the march. They're over halfway in a couple of touches. Now it's the last. Ball out in front and looking for the baton. Just didn't make the connection required, and now the Gold Coast will have ball in hand. And so we've got 5 minutes remaining in this first half. It's important to take as much momentum as possible into half-time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Every moment counts out here in grand finals. Every drop ball, every piggyback penalty, it all adds up.
If Gold Coast can get on the board, it'll do them the world of good. And give them a lot of confidence. Yeah,
great touch.
Give them a lot of confidence. But so far, UQ Rebels defensively have been very sound. As they come back the other way now, opportunities far and few between. That's 3 touches gone for the Rebels. They park it up on the 10. Now it's the last one-handed scoop, shaping away towards the left. The cutout pass a little too far out in front. It's going to take a mammoth effort from Marnie there to reel it in.
Narain again pulling the strings out there in the attack. You don't want to give someone like her skill and calibre too much room to move. She nearly pulled one off there, but UQ will want to press hard here. Prevent Gold Coast from getting to their sub. Trying to keep them at halfway.
Yep.
Like I said, at the start, Josh, those basics better.
Yep.
Do those basics better, and this is a big part of it. Your midfield defence. Be better in that space. Or on a 6 more on the last 2, I believe. That's a bit of a killer. You do all that hard work, and then you got to go again.
Well, this is Gold Coast's opportunity now, you think.
100%.
So away they go. Couple of touches down the centre third as they encroach on UQ Rebels half. UQ once again defensively really manning up. Looking for a quick roll ball. The ball came out there. We'll just take it to the spot. So what do Gold Coast have up their sleeve? This is the last. They have the numbers. It's a long cutout pass, just a little too far out in front. And again, playing down a very tight channel on that right-hand edge.
Yeah, absolutely. Samson, you could see her pointing, hey, I want to go here, get down there, let me have a crack. And look, it was the right option, just that execution piece. But they're the type of things that you want to sort of pull off, all those little tiny things that matter.
Yeah, and Graham with a fantastic run, evading the touch. It helps him get over halfway here. They continue to move. Coming down the centre third of the field, a bit of footwork, the cutout ball, and they'll turn possession over to Gold Coast on their side of the field. 2 minutes plus a few seconds to go here in this first half of the under-18 girls grand final. Gold Coast and UQ Rebels going toe-to-toe here on field one as the Junior State Cup begins to wrap up and reach its climax.
Yeah, a couple of grand finals happening at the moment. I can see off in the distance the 14 boys grand final, I believe, between Rockhampton and Palm Beach. So that's happening at the moment. I believe there's another one somewhere around the venue as well. Staff still out and about. As Narain goes through, looks for a little space.
So the Rebels continuing to build here. Touches to work with now. This is the last. A step away, looking to create some space, and then it's a fantastic effort in the end from the Gold Coast. Great communication and great heart to keep themselves in this match.
Yeah, that was a big touch, a touch that needed to be made. Zargo putting in the effort there just before half-time. You don't want to let one through as UQ don't get to halfway. Gold Coast don't get to halfway. UQ got time to get down and have another crack.
Yeah, a minute to go here, Katie. So another try here would really cement a strong first half for the UQ Rebels. Away they go, shifting it out towards the left. They're just going to stay patient as they try to set up for a genuine attack here. This will be the last touch. A great touch made from the Coast. That was Sampson once more. And in the end, they just run out of steam there.
Yeah, happy for it to be thrown over the sideline. I'm sure it wasn't meant to happen, but it did. Some big red touches. These 1 and 2 touches, you need to expect some physicality. As you can see, Clarkson coming up, putting a nice solid touch on, but Gold Coast up for the challenge, and they get to their box. I'll be happy with that again. They got a little bit of time.
Yep, few seconds remaining here, and the siren sounds, and the UQ Rebels will take a 1-0 advantage into halftime in this under-18 girls grand final. Don't go anywhere. This one's on a knife edge. We'll be back after the break.
Come and witness the best touch footballs in Queensland and experience everything the event has to offer. Make sure you put the Queensland State Cup on your calendar, and we'll see you here.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
All right, here we are, halftime field one, Junior State Cup, as we take a look at both sets of sub-boxes. The Coast over on the far side, the UQ Rebels right in front of us. I'm joined by Katie Geiger in the commentary box. Katie, all to play for here on field one. That was a fantastic first half. UQ Rebels coming away with a one-try advantage here at half-time. What do you make of that first half, and what will the chat be in the sub-boxes on either side?
Well, it was a little bit... I suppose there wasn't much thrown out there, Josh. I don't think there was...
It was very cagey.
Yeah, I think maybe they're just, I'm excited about the second half. I think there might be some a bit more flashy. You've really got a Gold Coast there, one try behind. They're going to feel that pressure. They're going to know it. UQ knows that they've got more in the tank. They're always full of full of run. But I just don't think the moves and the real flashy stuff and what we know we can see with this game, I don't think it come out yet. So I'm excited for the second half to hopefully see some magic.
So do I. As you said, there's absolutely nothing to lose. So the UQ Rebels planted down on the 7. There's a chance. Great defence by the Gold Coast there.
Yeah, great little set play. And, hey, they had the numbers, they had the spacing, but they ran out of spacing on the sideline. They found the gaps, but unfortunately ran out of space on the sideline, and the winger was able to make that touch from the Gold Coast. So good set by the Coast. Maybe they pushed them that way, and UQ didn't have it all their way. But that's the stuff that we want to see.
So the UQ Rebels, they're going to keep moving here. Players still getting back into position. Great touch there from the Coast, one that definitely needed to be made. So they've got a full set to work with here as they park themselves on the 7, driving down the centre third of the field, looking for a short ball at the line. And Gold Coast do well. Despite conceding that one try, UQ have thrown a lot at the Coast, and they've been able to repel them on a number of occasions. So they'll be backing their defence once more. Now it's the last. Again, they do well at Gold Coast. They number up, cover the spacing. That time it was Collie making the touch on the last.
Yeah, they'll need to get fresh legs on these girls. They fumbled the ball. That's a great run. That's the meters that they need. And, oh, lovely. More of a direct play. I love that. Oh,
ooh, that hurts.
That's the basics that we're talking about, Josh.
Do the basics better.
Do the basics better. You know, they had a great roll on, and just a little disrupt in the roll ball, those little errors that we don't want to make. You know, turns out to be a big difference. So when you look at percentage plays and field possession, as Narain goes, skips out, well covered Gold Coast. Super chill. They back their defence, they back their structures.
So the UQ Rebels looking to double their lead, and now they come up with a little error of their own. So the Gold Coast, we try and get it out of their own end and just turn the ball up on the other side of the field. It's a good little pass there, some yards to be made. It's a bit better intensity coming from their sub box as well, the Coast, as they look to get into the groove of this match. Over halfway. Good hands once more. That time it was robust, and UQ have
sure
possession
what happened
back.
Just then?
Yeah. So plenty of talk coming from the sub boxes. UQ Rebels punch forward. Again, this grind, just the theme of the match. Only one try in it so far. Tight and tense game at the moment.
Clarkson again from half. Great touch.
To turn possession over. So would you say attack is just not firing at the moment, or defences are on top, Katie?
Well, that might be right. It might be that the defence is really on point. But I feel like they definitely have more in attack. I feel like the girls that are normally, getting that pass or getting through that gap, they're just not at the moment. So maybe you're right, Josh. Maybe it is just great defence. Back down there we saw Clarkson take off and normally would get through. But Zargo, again, she's put in a couple of great diving touches, saving those tries. So maybe it is a defence winning for the moment. But we are on track for another very, very tight game at the full-time siren. We'll see if we can get another drop-off for those at home.
Yeah, we hope both sides take the handbrake off and just unleash here. So dropping it down. Still got a couple of touches left in this set. Now it's the last. And the Rebels launching the pass. That does find the wing. They keep the play alive. And oh my! UQ Rebels create something out of nothing. And over goes Imogen Murphy.
Imogen Murphy. Absolutely something out of nothing, hey. Narain takes off, launches it out, no space out there, but good awareness. Good awareness of all the UQ girls there to pop themselves back to get onside to be available for the next play. So never die wondering, especially on the fifth and last.
So 19 minutes have elapsed here, and it's 2 tries to nothing. Gold Coast. And they just a little behind on this game at the moment. Still within striking distance, of course, but they'll be looking across the stripe just to get themselves some confidence and some flow back in their attack. They've got touches to work with. This will be ideal timing. They're a little short there.
If I had $1 for every time that someone scored at that end of field one on the 7-metre line.
Trying to push the pass, and now UQ Rebels defence doing the talking.
They're up and about, the UQ girls. They're up by 2. Gold Coast really needed to get on the board then for their own confidence, more so than just the scoreline. Knowing that they can get over, they had the players out there to do it. They had Robust and Zargo out there again. Samson. So they had the players there to go, and now a piggyback penalty too for the UQ girls. So not what we want to see from Gold Coast. I'm sure the coaches on the far sideline didn't want to really see that either.
So UQ are in control at the moment, but we've seen so many twists and turns, you just won't count the Gold Coast out.
Never.
So the Rebels, as I mentioned at the start, looking for revenge after last year's disappointment.
Yeah, Clarkson appealing for a 6 again. Referee agrees.
Come down towards the 7. They keep the play alive. A couple of touches to work with. A try here would really set a firm foundation. Long ball. It's a cutout pass. They have the open winger in Mia Brown. And it's 3 tries to nothing in this 18 girls grand final.
Clarkson again. I mean, we're going to call this name for a very long time. Josh, I can't believe she's still at a junior state cup when she's killing it at senior state cups. Ripper of a ball. Perfect for the winger. We'll see a lot of that in the years to come, I think.
So 3 tries down. Now the Gold Coast as they get us going with the tap off. They need to score very, very shortly as we have about 7 minutes remaining in this second half. So a quarter of the game to play. Coast come towards this left-hand hedge. This is the last. Players in motion, sweeping back towards the right. Can they get around the outside? Holding up the pass. Oh. So close, yet so far for the Coast.
They did everything that they needed to, Josh. Everything. Except stay in their field of play.
When you saw the hand go up, you just knew. It's a deflating moment for the Coast, and penalty comes for the UQ Rebels. It all starts to compound. So they continue to go through the processes here. The UQ Rebels, machine-like almost, as they're up over halfway. Now they bounce well and truly inside Gold Coast half. They take the touch there, and 6 touches are up.
Little bit of a miscount from the UQ girls. Gives Coast the opportunity. Not a bad place to start their set. They've just got to get forward momentum. Get that first. A little bit of disorganisation there.
No doubt fatigue starting to set in for both sides as well. After a long Junior State Cup, picking up and going from half, it's a chance there to try and change something up in attack for the Coast.
Yeah, absolutely robust. You'll never die wondering. Just the 5th and last, not much happening. Leaving the ball over the far side and just gaining as many metres as possible on that last touch. So smart play. Gold Coast need to put up a really good, solid defensive line here.
Ooh, a little ball towards the wing there. They're almost away. Natalia Hickling, who already has a try to her name. Saw some space out in front.
Yeah, linking up with Clarkson, as they've done quite a fair bit this game. Hickling, Clarkson, Graham.
So
could probably keep naming.
So 4 minutes to go here in the 18 girls grand final. 3-0 the score. And another try here for the UQ Rebels would pretty well seal it up. As Clarkson launches another pass. And it's just a juggle there on the wing. keeps the door ajar for the Coast.
Just a wonderful player to watch. Watch her do her craft, and they're the sort of players that I was talking about, Josh. I'm sure they had more in the kit bag, so they've set things up well, and they've come up with a few tries and a couple that are, execution at the end, but really close. So this is what we wanted to see. I was just, hoping that Gold Coast could get there and match the girls in that. They've got the players to do it, but UQ at the moment, they're just dominating in all the areas, and it's something that we're familiar with the UQ girls at the moment. Their older counterpart, which includes Clarkson as well. She's a part of the older girls, so she's learning from some of the best.
Yep.
You can see Sammy Jo Love there in the UQ box. One of Australia's best, Queensland's best for a long time now. So if you've got someone of that calibre in your box, you're set.
So the Coast find some yards here. That's another nice carry. They look to gather some momentum once more. And
let's go, robust.
Yeah, and fire a shot on the line, but a touch is made. And the UQ Rebels defensively have been so sound in this contest.
They're the battles that we were hoping for. Robust, Clarkson. What I love about this, Josh, is a Queensland perspective. In future, we're going to see these girls in our, Queensland jerseys, and that really excites me. I'm sure it excites them as well. Lots of girls have made a Queensland team already through the school system and our 20 system and things like that. So I love to see high-quality games at somewhere like a Junior State Cup, because that gets me excited for State of Origin and seeing them in a Queensland jersey, all part of the one team.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of them, and no doubt the next one's going to be a beauty here on Field 1. We have Arana and Rockhampton going toe-to-toe to round out the 2025 Junior State Cup. What a game that sets up to be. So the Coast, not much doing there. They'll walk back towards the 7. We have close to a minute left here in the 18 girls grand final. Here's the last. Try to work it away towards the right-hand edge. The Coast touch May, and they're just desperate and hungry of this UQ Rebels outfit.
Yeah, they really want that nil scoreline, I think. I think they're gunning for that more so than scoring them themselves, which is nice as a defensive coach or a defensive unit to know that you can keep a team to nil in a grand final. Coast will be really wanting to get on the board. They will definitely not want to be losing by nil in a grand final, but UQ, you can't deny how skillful they are, and they do make the game look relatively easy. But Clarkson again.
Yep, Rockhampton.
Ickling.
Rather UQ turning it back on the inside. Ickling almost broke free.
Great diving touch.
Yeah, valiant effort from this Gold Coast outfit as the seconds wind down here in the grand final. Just a quick one from you, Katie. Tip on the next one. Rocky Arana.
Oh, I'll just have to go a homegrown advantage, but that's all I've got.
And it's going to finish here. The UQ Rebels redemption after a defeat in the 2024 edition. They are the 2025 Under-18 Girls champions here at the Junior State Cup. What a match we've seen here on Field 1. Rockhampton Arana to go toe-to-toe next. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss that one. Thank you, Katie. We'll take a breath before rounding out the day here on Field 1.
think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully.
And welcome back, folks. That's right. We are here, 2025 Junior State Cup, and it is time for the 18 boys grand final. Last match of the tournament here. Katie Geiger, how awesome was that last game?
That was amazing. Absolutely amazing. And talking to Josh about the quality that we see out there really excites me. I love seeing nice, tight games, and I love seeing the embrace at the end of it. You know, they work so hard, and always so happy for the teams that win. It really means a lot to them. These girls have now got themselves on the champion walk.
Yeah.
As we walk into our Junior State Cup in future years, they will see themselves on that banner next year. Hopefully the girls at the top end of that team that, you know, are now out of Junior State Cup continue. I would love to see them all coming back in the coaching ranks. They're the type of people, they're beautiful girls, as are these boys that we're about to see. I hope that they come back and they share that knowledge and they share that experience and they keep coming to Junior State Cup, just in a different role.
Yeah, if you look at the field now, Liam Barnes, he's actually part of the Queensland 20 men's State of Origin team, part of the Rocky Men's Open as well. He's out there at the moment and he's having the final chat to them, you know. Super duper coach Gary Benbow in the middle of it. You know, he's on that finals wall probably 5 times on the Champions Walk.
He is, yes.
But here we go, players giving back is what you're talking about, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And that's why Rocky is so strong. Their men's Open players are littered throughout all of their teams, giving back right across the whole program.
Yep, 100%. I mean, the kids love it. You think of an under 10s or an under 12s, these kids have been looking up to these older kids for years and years and years. They see the success and the drive and the passion that they have, and the kids want to aspire to do that. So why would you not?
That's right. And then we look on the other side of the field and leading the crew out. There we go, Bryant, Brown. So we know these young fellas have played a lot of footy as well. They represent Met North together, coming out of Brisbane, Arana together. So they're not too different from the Rocky crew. You know, same boys roll together, do their school touch together and their affiliate touch together. So this is going to be a banging game.
Absolutely, team. We've only just had that, you know, that competition. That was only a month ago. So these guys are hardened. They're ready to go. They know each other. They know each other just as good as they know themselves.
Beautiful. Here we go. Rocky with a tap-off. This will be touch 3 as they approach the 7-metre line. So looking for their tap-off play. Has little Fane to the inside. Pulls it back to the middle. Nice little quickie split. Step back. Phase play. Bomb. Woo! And if you haven't seen Phase all weekend, because I haven't, there it goes in the grand final as a tap-off play.
If anyone doesn't know it, have a look at this. I mean, they make it look pretty slick. It's hard to do. Step back. Quick roll ball. A couple of metres off the try line. But that's what it does. You've created that overlap. You've created the shut. Quick roll ball, phase play, and bomb long.
Beautiful intensity. So here we go. Jarrell Graham there with the plant. Yeah, we got Jonte wants the ball in hand. Absolutely. Little County splits in. Check. Bomb. Oh, yeah. Referee has a forward pass, though.
Ooh. That was a good reply. This might be the way the game's going to go. It's probably going to stay relatively even and go try for try, length to length.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to be surprised if Jonte spends massive minutes on the field. He loves staying out there. He does the old Dylan Hennessy when his team subs. He just parks in this near side link and lets them all sub and comes back on. So Rocky, though, breaking the box. That is 5, and they are in the green zone, and I think they found an elbow. They did. Elbow of an offside player there, so Eli Brownrigg just looking to play through. Unfortunately, here we go. So Rocky, 6 touches. And they play tight into the line, looking for a little early release out into the link channel. Let's see what they can put together. Ball's going to come back at the moment. So McMeethan working on the inside. Fuller, ball comes out. Williams on the plant. They're going to have to reset. McMeekan. And here it comes. Little ML play. Oh, digs into the line. I love the way Ollie Peregrina dives off the line there, Katie.
Yeah.
Nice pass coming out to the near side.
He's a fun player to watch.
Oh,
always
absolutely.
Full of energy. And his defence is on point.
Oh, there we go. So they run the 4-2 on the first, but the link looks like just overran everything. So Brown there, 10-metre ruck as they approach the halfway line. Nice little latch play as he comes out of the box. So coming up to their 5th strike. Bryant knows the way home. He's going to whack it in for Matters. Matters coming out of half. Doy and just flicks it out of the wrists. So there you go, right into the field, forcing Rocky to go the length. They're quite happy to get back into their process. I was out the back for the game between Rocky and Gold Coast, and man, that was a mammoth game. Rocky pretty much leading the whole way home, Gold Coast chasing it, and Rocky just getting over the line against the team that were probably the favourites in the competition, Katie.
Yeah, absolutely. I was a bit shocked. Well, I wasn't shocked. I won't say shocked. Rocky deserved to be here 100%, but the Gold Coast boys, geez, you could say they've won it all. So they'll be going home a little bit disappointed that they can't get themselves back on that champion walk for Junior State Cup next year. But this is a game that, there's some superstars in this division. Speaking of superstars, as Matters throws it over again, he'll condition them, T. He'll condition that. He'll bomb, bang.
Absolutely, it's what he does. He likes picking as well and running nice lines for his crew off the ball. So I think if get Jonte on the ball, Matters off it, or the reverse as well, you're going to see some really nice tries.
Absolutely.
But lots of pressure here. The shoot defence here is where the game's won and lost through the centre third of the field at the moment. Oh yeah, picking up an extra. There it is, 10 metres from just an extra pass.
And that's talking about what we said before. The boys know each other so well inside and out. They knew exactly where they were going to be.
And there we go. Great turnover and see discipline, no penalties. So Rocky will give the ball back rather than concede 10 metres. They just leave it on the spot and force you to go that distance every time. So it's a really important part of the game. It's the discipline. It's not giving the ball up more than they deserve. And nice, we see Brown just running the latch play. Dakota Young there with the plant, looking to get it down for Brown. Still got one in hand though, I think. Yeah, sure do. Here he comes. Out the back. Oh, front door play. There it is.
There it is.
Hey, and I saw what the defender saw.
Bomb, boom.
Just out the back. I thought he was going to chuck that passive one. And his eyes looked at his deep link and boom, short ball and Graham goes through. And I reckon he's run that line on the league field 100 times.
It's the eyes, you reckon, hey?
Oh, it's the eyes.
It's all about the eyes.
He's almost
happy too. Look at him.
Yeah, I was almost in line with where he was looking. So there we go. We go one each way. He fooled
us all.
Yeah, he fooled us all. So one each way at the moment, scores up. And there we go. So we know the floodgates open on both sides. Let's see if they can pick one. Rocky. Oh, bit of gas. Well defended, Peregrina. They jam it in. Looking to come out of a 4-on-3 setup. Tries a short ball, but two players around the ball. Link was in a long way bringing the winger in.
And they let that touch just slide a little bit so they couldn't get that phase play.
Yeah,
they
that's
got
right.
scored last time. So Arana just stood, didn't commit, didn't get that phase play, ball on the ground. So well defended.
And there we go. Nice first touch there by Young. So that's two. That's really nice metres here. Peregrina's just going to bang away for 3. Yeah, there was a little wee foot in there accidentally. Great pick up there by referee John Hamstra. So referees for this match, we got Johnny Hamstra far side. Out in the middle there, Campbell Muir and Matt Lavery on the near side. These guys are no strangers to big footy games. So here we go. Ball at the moment, middle with Brown Rig. Darius Young looking to work. Nice little plant. Yeah, but nothing in it. Rocky pull out of the touch really quickly. Boom. Matters on the splitter. Has a dig in. Splitter play. Gully.
How did he get up and then down so quick?
And it's the ball got put right into the space and just drops out of the sky, you know.
Beautiful little sinker ball.
So there we go.
On the replay. Lovely little sinker ball. They're not easy to throw and land with pinpoint accuracy, but I really don't know how he got up and down so quick.
He's tall enough to catch it in the sky as well. So here we go. Rocky just pushing over about 15 metres out from the try line at the moment. Looking for a bit of a centre field plant. Sweeper goes around the back. Digs into the line. He's going to look to pick up a quickie though. Check off. And nice work. Another Louis County splits in. Yeah, great touch. So well defended, but once again, 15 metres outside the far side winger. You can probably see it on your screen. But there it is. And he happy to drop the ball on the mark. Rocky's defence is set and boom, off they go straight away. So Arana needing to go the whole way. But again, this is second touch. And Peregrina again contributes really well down that far sideline. We see Bryant taking the third, just in front of halfway. Nice plant and strike dumpers coming. Yeah, Matters wants to pick here. It is touch 5. He has it. Coming back through the middle. Oy. I think if Eli had stayed here, Katie, maybe there was just an opportunity to go hands.
Yep, when you can see Matters going in for the pick.
Oh, golly. So just an error there, not bending down. The knees and hips at this point of the tournament. So nice, here we go. Graham at the moment in the middle. Trying to connect with Brownrigg. Comes back to Jarrell. Gets the open side quickie. But Matters goes, yo, here we go. Gets the link, he'll punish. There it is. Oh, the winger came in too. He had a check ball. But he lifts the chin, has a wee look. It was definitely open at that time.
It was there. And, I mean, he's such a weapon that you need to put all the bodies around him. And Rocky did that, left the winger open.
Yeah, that's
Next
right.
time, mental note.
Was indeed. So scores currently 2-1. A runner over Rockhampton. And here we go. They just get back to work down this near sideline. And nice discipline from both teams. Look at that wave that swings on at speed. And there we go. Gets the middle in the touch, setting up the 4-3 link. Oh, great defence there. So Ryder Casey coming on in. We're in the 1-1. Made a beautiful touch. Our moments are few but important on the wing when it comes to defence.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we saw it in the last game. How important those wing touches are, saving those tries.
And there we go. So Arana just cruising past their sub box. Darius gets it down. That is the 5th touch. Back for Brown. Yeah, loves to dance.
Well defended, good position here for Rockhampton.
It's really nice intensity on the shoot defence. And that is 3, and they have gone over halfway, so they will get an opportunity to strike 4 as they approach green zone. Nice, and they're happy to get out to the far side. So spreading, then coming back into numbers. And... oh,
forward.
Just drifting forward. And here's me seeing Darius come across, and big Nikolai Walpers there in the 13, thinking, here we go. I want to see a Sotialo dive over the outside.
Yep.
It's coming, though.
He knew.
So Peregrino brings it back, just squares it up before they look to find the middle. And that's a way better option to free them up for their subset. So that's 2 now as they come past the box. They will find halfway on 3. Nice. So Bryant just finding Graham. Kicks out to the near side just to bend them a wee bit. Comes back. So strike dump coming. Oh, sorry. Matt is there. Matt is looking to come out of half. Footwork. We ask it a question. Yeah, and Matters, he's had a massive weekend. If this team's to be successful, he's going to need his energy to be at the highest. So we can see him subbing off a little bit early, trying to get some defenders out there as Walpers takes off down the sideline. Here it is. And Bryant's able to get there.
Bryant runs for a living.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, golly.
Running orienteering, Tristan.
Oh, wicked. There we go. Okay, looking for the tap back. Nice setup. They're going to run the split in. Yep, looking for passing options. Yeah, ball just going to ground.
6 more. 6 more, found a hand.
Yeah, so Chasey Bales has played QSST before.
This is their opportunity this half. They'll take their time. They'll regroup, reset, work out exactly what they're going to run.
And no surprise to see McMeekin out there. But there we go. Bales, ball in hand. Diving touch. Yeah, referee has the offside try. And he was pretty confident. Pretty confident. So there we go. Nice little play, and I really like it. It's one of the setups in a few teams that I've coached, and it's been cool. On the penalty, on the repeat set, then we just want to swing them and attack that link channel. And there you go. How's it we look? So there we go. Scores even up now. Young and Brown out there in the middle. These guys have been playing together for years. Let's see what they can put together for both their school system and club teams. There goes Graham around the back. Comes back to Brown. Oh, Matters on the short ball. That's a nice cheeky wee play.
Yeah. Yeah. The back play was on. The backdoor play was on then. So it was well set up. Was well constructed. Well run.
And there we go.
Rocky be on notice. That link hole was on.
Yeah, it's interesting. So the last couple of sets, Arana have actually sub one on defence. If you're going to kill the ball on the far side, but then you want to sub one, you actually leave them with 6 on 5.
Yep.
So want to kill. Oh, as he goes through the hole. And big dive, misses. Goosey, as you like. So Harrison Fuller just found one off the back of rucking.
Yep.
And like I said, they've sort of sent one, and then the subset gets to attack all 5 players on the field. So it can create space. If you want to sub one early while your team are defending, you want to kill it on the near side. And they just find a bit of space there. There you go. And that's McMeekin. Oh, he didn't miss by much.
Not much, but enough.
But there we go. So Rocky have gone up. It's the black and red versus the red and black. And Arana just pulling into the 7. Brown having a wee look. Easy as you like. I just want to see a phase play there, Katie.
Yeah, a bit of pressure there. There was no need to pass that ball. 100% phase play was the option. Second half, it'll be different. Second half will be different. I think they're just feeling each other out still in this first half. We're starting to get a little bit more open play now. More opportunities for both teams. So the second half will be very interesting. Put the ball down there.
And there it is. So those errors in the ruck when you're trying to play the ball, that's the fatigue. That's the hips and knees. And that's nice work, just to punch away down that near side. Matters, same thing. Giving his team a chance to swing on out wide. Young to Young. Pop back in. Matters out of half.
Again.
Yep. Oh, space run, 3 on 2. Oh, Goosey! Well, yeah, lays it in. Awesome. Nice wee try. So we saw the same thing down the other end, didn't we? Little wee Goosey, extra play underneath, and he drove through the line.
And you had Matters on the far side. Each time picked up and through. This time gave early off the deck. So I don't think Rockhampton were expecting that. They come in nice and tight, expecting what they were expecting, and it didn't happen.
Mate, I'm loving the speed of the game, Katie. I'm loving it going from edge to edge, man. It's going to be a really exciting second half, folks. This is the last second half of the 2025 Junior State Cup. It's a brilliant game of touch footy. Don't go anywhere. And as the sun starts to lower here over Rockhampton Touch Football Association, Katie, we have 40 minutes left of touch footy action.
It's going to be amazing. The second half, I think the second half is going to be different. I really do. I think we're going to see some really expansive, fun, leave it all on the field. They're going to put everything that they've got in the tank out on the field for this second half of what you said is the last half of Junior State Cup 2025. It's been an incredible 3 days, an incredible event. It looks amazing. The smiles, the noise, the energy, the people, the dogs, you name it, we've had it here for the last 3 days. And this is going to bring home what has been an amazing 3 days, an amazing Junior State Cup. This second half is going to really bring it home and show everyone at home and here at Rockhampton Touch what touch football is all about. These boys are incredible. Their skill is incredible. And I'm excited. I'm excited to see the end.
Man, some of these kids have been on the go for 8-9 months. Aussie Youth Program, Queensland Program, school rep program, and then Junior State Cup here. So, yeah, for some of them, this is it. This is the end of their sort of junior seasons, and a much-needed rest after it.
Absolutely. They will. After this weekend, they will definitely need a rest. As Jonte takes off again. Quick hands. Yeah. Yeah, they won't miss that one, the boys. Touch and pass.
Yeah, and it's fingernails the whole way, isn't it? That's how tight those passes were. So, beautiful start. Arana showing real intent. Even here, look at their shoot D. 4 in the line, pushing nice and hard.
This is the second half that we're going to see. It's just going to be full on. Nothing left in the tank at the end of this game for both teams, I'm sure of it.
Oi! Young goes down. That's the one. Finds himself again. So, McMeekin gets a ball in. Yeah, Brownrigg popping off the line. He shot in and up really, really early. All in one movement. Didn't hold there at all. So really nice defence. Bang, and intent is on early. Brownrigg at the moment pushes across the far side. Nice Peregrina. Where's the hit? But no one there as an option. Nice Matters. There it is. Speed.
Already it's louder. It's faster. It's more intensity.
Well, Graham needed to bang that in because that was the last touch. Oh, Matters finds space though. Yeah, and referees do have a touch pass on that far side.
they're creating the opportunities. Arana, that's 2 in the space of 2 minutes. So this is what it's going to be. It's going to be end-to-end. And if you don't win this midfield battle and give yourself a chance to attack, I don't think you'll go on to win the game. So this is where it's really got to be. It's got to be hard, intense running, getting to the other end and giving yourself every opportunity in every set to attack the line.
Yeah, big one. How do we look? I think that may have been intentional as he came out, just to give the defence a chance to reset and go. Wouldn't be surprised if that's the theme of this half from the crew. If it's not on, then let's look to load the D and actually hold them out. Work really hard.
Absolutely, because this is what we were just saying. We need to win this space. So
that's right.
If there's nothing on, get rid of the ball. These are the piggyback penalties, though, that coaches hate.
Yeah.
Coaches, they don't want to give these back-to-back piggyback penalties away. At this, it's basically a tap-off move, right? You know,
yeah, that's right.
Each team know what they're doing from halfway with 6 more. So something that we don't want to see as coaches, but unfortunately it happens. Rocky's done that now, so they've got to defend again. And Arana had 2 good opportunities. Ooh.
Yeah.
In the rock.
That's right. It looked like ball went down and then foot touched it afterwards, so can't help that. So Brown on the punish, mate. It's one of his beautiful skills. Oh, yeah, try time. That's the one. Probably Jonte Brown and like Kiki, maybe the only 2 that I've seen that are almost unstoppable in that kind of play, you know? Just beautiful.
I don't think you could add up the tries that Jonte scored in that exact
in that
fashion.
moment.
But
that's
in
exactly
that,
right.
They've had the chances over there in the left-hand corner.
Well, he's feeling good.
All their chances are there.
Yeah, he's feeling good because he went over to the corner, had a wee flex in front of his fam. So, hey, let's see.
In front of the cameras? Or
yeah, let's see.
Mum would definitely be there taking photos, a proud mum that she is.
And there we go. So Bowles and McMeekin working together. Once again, an awesome combination. They've spent years together playing for Rocky. Boom. Oh, yeah. Digs in nice. Has a wee shake of the top deck as well.
Oh.
Bale sneaks in goal. Oi. Golly, and that's that 5th touch opportunity. But look at that. They've jumped straight back on the ball until the Rocky boys are out of play.
Smart play. Smart play, Arana.
Yep. Now, I don't know if he knew that he had 2 players that just weren't in position for their shoot D, but little red touch. Wipes them out for a reset, and there we go. Matt has just taken that first one. So it is good field position as the Arana players enter the field. They now have 6 up. And Graham just working his way into the green zone. So Young here, we have Peregrino in this near side link. Let's see what they can put together. Graham, here he goes. It's going to be for Jonte. Absolutely. Gets the 4-on-3 and gets a ricochet off the defender. There it is. Alrighty, so 6 touches. Nice opportunity for Arana to take a lead. Take a good 2-try lead in this game. And they're happy to cruise at the moment. A little bit of time management.
Yep, get some air back in the lungs, set themselves up. Get the defenders exactly where they want them.
Yeah, and Rocky have been really disciplined here, pushing out. They're dropping once it's imminent. They're not looking to drop early, so referee's happy to let them reset and get back up. Punished again, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
Too smart.
Yeah.
That's some touch smart football right there.
Yeah, well, Jarrell's having a bit to say to the defender at that point there. It's only 2 tries, and you are playing against Rocky, so, you know.
The Link just got himself a little bit out of position there.
Tied up.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we pat on the head. The old head pat. That's the one. Alrighty, so Rocky ball in hand. So a little 3-2 set up. Bale's back with it in the middle. Happy to work there with Spike. Oh, coming out of dummy half. Hard luck. So Williams on the plant. They just weren't able to get the ball off the deck to the runner. But Arana have found a bit of momentum and energy in their rucking, and this is the big difference. There you go. They're getting penalties. Here we go.
That's 3 in a row, Tristan.
There it is.
3 in a row. Coach Killer, as we said, this is not what you don't want Arana to get down there to attack. If you are Rockhampton, they have got too much strike power. This is where you've got to win the field. So Rocky need to be so much more disciplined in that space. But I think it's Arana jumping on the ball so quickly. Rocky they've got to stop it somehow. So full credit to Arana at the moment. Again, that beautiful little sinker ball from Matters.
There it is, and they're just having a good time now. You know what I mean?
Momentum is here for sure.
And you know, it is for young fellas, they need to play well to feel good. You know, like I've said it many times, when you're warming up the girls' teams, they need to feel good to play well.
Yeah.
But these young fellas, it's always so serious, and now you can see Arana, they're starting to ease into it, having a bit of fun now.
Yep.
All the pressure goes on, scoreboard pressure and clock pressure on Rocky. Split, as we look, finds the link, oi! Yeah, and the link hole was huge. So nice, how do we check? Link jumped up there trying to channel, but let's see what the attackers can do. So trying the same splitter play, ball back, McMeekin, and there you go, link hole was open and the wing hole was open.
Yep.
Nice, so let's see Rocky, happy to set it up again.
The Rocky coaches, same play.
Oh, there it goes, got him on the long, stepping back.
Oh.
What a beautiful touch on the foot. That's Chase Everingham diving, coming in a long way, on the other side.
The effort level is so much. Like we said, they are not going to leave anything in the tank.
That's Everingham there, big tally on the outside.
This is the difference here.
Yep. Yeah, that
this
turn.
This changeover that Iran have got at the moment, they're getting their momentum from the 7 metre line. And they're getting the rewards for their effort and the dedication to getting on the ball and running hard. They're getting effort, reward for their effort. So that's nice to see. Little flick play.
Yeah, definitely. Ball down there. Quick turn. Rocky have jumped on it. Referee said just off the mark, though. So currently tries are 6 tries to 3. So Rocky just needing to pick up 1 at a time. Oi! And gifting the ball. Gifting great field position here to Arana. And Arana happy to just chill.
Body language is saying a lot right now. You can see body language from the far sub-box to body language on the close sub-box. Body language out there too when that ball went to ground from the Rocky boys. So they've got to regroup. That's the mental side of the game, mental side of any sport. How do we regroup, forget what just happened, and get back to the job?
Yeah, and here you go. So Matt is just working on the inside with Brown Rig. 2 players. Has a wee look, and he's going to go all the way. Oh, over Chasey. Hard luck, Chasey. Tries to grab that ball instead of turning to the player to make the touch.
With his height, I think he would definitely back himself in to grab that ball, but perfect execution.
Just the arc and where it was landing. That's right.
Absolutely.
So not much left in this one now, folks. So Rocky definitely chasing a few, but like we said, you pick them up 1 at a time. And they need to start contesting the roll ball on the turnovers, contesting momentum, getting in the way, trying to work possession, forcing a little bit of luck as well. And there it is. So got to jump straight back on it. It's a nice defense there.
That's what I mean, the body language. You know, the game's never over. Jump on, go again, back yourself.
And there it is. Great play. So that was Nikolai Wolf was out there in the link, just wasn't able to chase out and make that touch. Beautiful work there by Rocky, though. Pick them up 1 at a time. Big defensive set.
That's it.
And for me on the turnover, you don't have the ability anymore, Katie, just to use your 6 touches and then attack on the 5th. At some point, you're going to have to do something a bit different and try to, pick up a space on the 2nd or 3rd at some point and find an extra pass and working really hard because we're too many tries behind.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is where you get your comebacks from. When you got nothing to lose. So you do have that, that red-hot crack on the second touch because you got nothing to lose, so you just throw it and that's where the magic stuff can happen, and that's how teams can come back from 3 or 4 tries down.
Good defensive work, though. Boys are happy to move. Counties. Oh, that's 2. Oh, no, looking at forward pass.
Get on it.
So he's had both of those plays called forward. 1 in the first, 1 in the second. But there we go. So Arana looking to roll off on the set. Last thing you want to do against a Rocky team is just cruise down the field.
I'm sure over the years, Arana's realised what Rockhampton boys are like, and they never die wondering.
There it is. So Rocky at the moment, ball in hand, needing to score early in the set. I don't think they can look to push 6. Runs the open side, Cricky. Oh, Bales, footwork. Wow. That's fast. Run it back to halfway. Yeah. That's a really nice play there, Katie.
That was beautiful. Smart play. Really smart play.
Alrighty, and here you go. This is where Arana will start to manage time. So at the moment, still chasing 2, Rocky are.
Yeah, they're giving themselves every chance. It's exactly what Rockhampton needed to do, and that's what it does happen. When you're down by a few, you just throw it and hope for the best, and when you're a skillful team, those things can come off, and they are for Rockhampton. So massive defensive set right now. Intensity's got to lift for them. They got 2 tries down that they've got to try to pick up. So they get some real hard intensity, force them off the ball, force some errors from Arana.
All finding space. There it is, turnover. I'm going to say, in the kind of plays you don't want to run a passing ones where you're trying to hit a link and they channel it and go link to the field.
Yeah.
You know, you park all those kind of plays at this point of the game if you're up by 2.
Yep.
And here we go. Yeah, I thought they'd be looking for a sneak play. It is one of Liam Barnes' favourites, and he is down there in the box helping. There he goes, Chasey. Ooh.
Tell you what, if they had scored at the back end of that set, we were on here.
Yeah.
We were on here. They needed that one.
And this is where you start to look to force a turnover. And they found one.
There it is.
There it is. So they put pressure on, forces the turnover. Forward pass, all right. So here we go. Not long left in this one. Darius stepping up to make the touch, but Bale's there on the inside. McMeekin looking to work together, taking the 2 middles on. Great lift by the Link. That's how you defend an open side quickie. Been watching them all weekend, Link turning and chasing out to his man, but that's how you defend it properly. Splitter play, footwork, having a wee dive at the line. Kai Williams. Well defended. There you go. So Bale's having a look. Oh, there it goes.
There it is.
So Riley gets caught with the ball in hand, and there they go.
There's the boys.
Our Junior State Cup 2025 18 boys champions, Arana. Touch footy. There we go. Beating the local hometown favourites, Rockhampton, in this one. And like we said earlier on, man, there's been a long season of touch footy for these young gentlemen. What a beautiful way for some of them to finish. This is the last time some of these guys will ever play at Junior State Cup, Katie.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sad to think, really, a lot of these boys would have played for many, many, many years, if not right from under 10. So it is sad to see the end of it, but to end winning like that, I mean, that's that's just gold, isn't it?
But it's the start of their Queensland State Cup campaign. Come play with the big boys in the 20s. Here we go. You know, some of these boys out here do play in the Premier Men's already. But yeah, what a wonderful opportunity for Arana there, taking that out. So 16 boys they've won before, 18 boys they've now won, starting to put a collection of that together for the club. How about Katie? What a wonderful week.
Incredible week. Tristan, it's been huge. The effort from Queensland Touch, the whole staff in every department has put obviously a lot of work into Junior State Cup. It is our biggest event. It's something that we love on our calendar at Queensland Touch. The effort, of the team is just incredible. So to put on something like this is what we wanted to put on for you people.
And here we go. So over on field 3 right now, there was a drop-off to finish the 16 boys division. So here you go. It's going to go crazy. Looks like, though, we're going to head down to the main grounds. Have Pinky down there with the match-winning team. So, folks, we'll be back shortly. The little interview on the main field.
One last wrap-up from the Junior State Cup for Queensland Touch Football, fueled by Guzmani Gomez. The Arana 18 boys just won the grand final. Yeah! John Tay, how do we feel?
Oh, man, it feels awesome. Back-to-back win with my boys here. We dug deep. Let's go, lads!
What are the plans for tonight?
Party!
A good quality celebration. Thank you so much for coming along and playing and watching at home for the Junior State Cup 2025. We'd also like to thank our very warm hosts, Rockhampton Regional Council, actually warm, and our event partners. And we'll catch you again at another fabulous Queensland Touch Football event soon. Yeah!